Thank you all for attending today, and today we will hear application presentations from applicants who applied for the general assistance grants. We intend to take a recess for lunch at approximately 11:30, and we'll continue with general assistant grants presentations in the afternoon. I would like to ask if you could silence your cell phones. Also silence if you get a text or an email. And so thank you for that. And before we begin presentations, I'd like to ask Mr. Bracken, Director of the Fund for Veterans Assistance, to review how the presentations will proceed as we did yesterday. Mr. Bracken.
Thank you, Chairman Reyna. As you noted, today we'll be hearing from the eligible organizations who have applied for funding under the 2020 and 2021 request for application. Mrs. Elizabeth Webster, our FVA Communications Coordinator, will act as our moderator. She's up front. And she will be cueing the presenters to address the committee per the schedule that we've developed. I'm going to pass it off to Elizabeth at this time to give us some ground rules. Please, everyone in the audience, pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bracken. Each organization will have 3 minutes to speak to the committee. Ms. Julie Dillard over here will be assisting with timekeeping so our presenters are aware of their time remaining. With the number of organizations we expect to hear from today, it is critical that presenters keep to the allotted 3 minutes. Committee members will have the opportunity to ask questions after each presentation, and that time is not included in the 3-minute presentation. Please keep any answers as brief as possible so we can give everyone the opportunity to present their projects today. Organizations had the opportunity to submit media in advance to be included as part of their presentation. If you submitted media, please wait for acknowledgement of it that it is ready before you begin your presentation. Also, new for this year, we'll be allowing organizations to present their projects remotely. Before we begin the remote presentation segment of each presentation category, staff will turn the webcam right over here to face the advisory committee members so the remote presenter can view their audience as they present and answer questions. I will announce the next presenter and look for acknowledgement in our software. Then I will ask for the presenter is ready. Following the verbal confirmation, I will say please begin, and the 3 minutes will start. Ms. Julie Dillard will call the time at 3 minutes. If the presenter continues to speak, I will first interject with an acknowledgement of the presenter, then mute the line. Excuse me. The presenter will then be unmuted to answer questions and then remuted as we move on to the next presenter. Before we begin the first presentation, I'd like to review some items of housekeeping for the audience. We have an arrow taped on this side of the room over here. Please follow this arrow down to the presentation area because the path is more clear. Please do not come down this way and then go back out the same way you began. As a courtesy to our presenters, please silence your cell phones if you haven't done so already. If you need to take a phone call, please do so outside in the hallway of the meeting room. For the benefit of those presenting, please do not conduct conversations during presentations in this room. Restrooms are located in the floor down the hallway and also on the first floor by the entrance. We have scheduled in breaks and time for lunch. I will keep an eye on the clock and recommend to the chair if a break might be appropriate to keep us on time. And one final reminder, the FVA staff and advisory committee members are not allowed to discuss your presentation or application per agency policy. Are there any questions regarding the process for applicant presentations? No? Okay. Thank you, and I will now pass the meeting back to Chairman Reyna.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I would like to call up the first organization to present for the general assistance grants, Mrs. Betty K. Schlesinger with the Salvation Army, Grayson County.
Good morning. Salvation Army Grayson County has been offering emergency assistance to veterans through an SVA grant now for 3 years. We have consistently met our burden on this. this year. However, we are asking for a $25,000 increase over what we have received previously. We have in past years set a maximum of $500 for each veteran household that we provide emergency assistance to. This past year, the 6 months of this active grant year, we have found that we are having to work to find additional resources. $500 simply isn't enough to get them where they need to be to get out of the emergency situation. That is the reason for this increase. I will give you an example. Even though we have a vibrant economy at the moment, if you are living on a fixed income, you are not benefiting from that. You're actually losing standing as rents go up, utility bills go up, your purchasing power is becoming less. You're not as competitive with others who are working and having an increase in income. Therefore, when you come in and in an emergency situation, you're behind in rent, you're behind in electric bill, you're behind in a gas bill, you are behind in all of your bills. In order for us to do that, what we are having to do is say, which is most important to you, or where can we find other assistance for you? So I may actually be paying part of rent and all of an electric bill and referring them to other agencies that may or may not be able to help them. That increase is very necessary to help these folks who are on very limited income, typically Social Security benefits of some variety, Social Security disability or Social Security retirement, particularly to help them maintain where they have been so that they don't fall further behind. One of the issues with our population in Grayson, Cook, and Fannin counties, which is covered under this grant, is that our population is aging and staying in place, yet we are losing young people out of the area so that we have a larger burden of elderly veterans. I frequently see veterans where there is a veteran parent still has a veteran child at home, and it is taking everyone in that household to make ends meet. This is a very common problem for us and one that we encounter. On a typical month, this Salvation Army unit will see roughly 140 households of individuals, about 80%
Time's
of
up.
which have a
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any
Questions?
questions from the committee?
Mr. Eager.
So, ma'am, you have two different categories of grants.
Yes.
Tell me what the difference is between the two.
This grant provides emergency assistance. It pays for rent, utilities. It will help get an automobile repaired. We do not have a bus system up there. It can pay for child care if a veteran is going to work or has been out of work due to illness and they need to get child care restarted. It can pay for that. It is pretty much one and done. Our Housing for Texas Heroes pays for shelter and transitional housing and then pays for rent assistance through a sustained period.
Thank you.
So, ma'am, when a person comes in, obviously they're coming in dire straits, you know, you're, I think, for any organization, the last resort. So how fast do you qualify them and get them?
If they walk in, and we do take walk-ins, we can generally get them seen immediately, by immediately within an hour, depending on how many other people are there and have appointments or have walked in front of them. Qualifying them is a very easy process. We are fortunate to have good relationships with utility providers and the landlords in our area. We have worked very hard to maintain those relationships and to establish them so that I can get information sent back to me in a pretty quick manner. We can get it done generally within an hour to 30 minutes. If they call and want to set up an appointment because they have other things in and around that, it's more on their time when it's convenient for them to come in. We do keep evening hours, so if they are working or they have something to do with school or something of that nature, there's somebody there almost every night until 8 o'clock that can see them.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, Mr. Wallace.
Yeah, the funds that you're asking for right now, is that geared towards the elderly veterans, or is it?
It's geared towards any veteran. The only veteran that we don't accept or dishonorably discharged are bad conduct. Any other veteran, their dependent children who are still in their homes with them are served under this as well. And then surviving spouses are also served with this. So it covers a broad area. And the last veteran that I helped on Tuesday before I came down here was a World War II veteran. Okay?
Yeah.
But I had seen earlier in the morning a gentleman who had just returned from Afghanistan. We see them all, and they essentially have very much the same problems.
Your previous request, then those funds would be actually being for like housing assistance and a long-term type of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
When I spoke with you yesterday, that is for a more long-term, there's considerably more case management involved. We do case management under this grant if they request it or we feel that there's a need for it. But frequently, they are in such dire straits, they simply want to come in and have somebody take care of the problem. And we are able to respond to that. I know that last year when I presented on this grant, I told you the story of a gentleman who came walking in and was there because his landlord sent him there. And it took us 4 hours to resolve his issue. But in that 4 hours, we fed him lunch. We had the police department out there so we could file a theft report on the people who had stolen his money. And we had all of his bills paid before he walked out the door. It took us 4 hours to get all that done, but we made sure he was okay before he left. His case was a bit unusual because we were dealing with theft and fraud, but we try to respond to that as quickly as possible. We do not maintain a waiting list. We hardly ever run out of funds to do this. The problem is making sure now that we have the money to really meet their need. We are the only agency that provides this type of funding to anybody in Fannin County, let alone to veterans. We are one of 3 agencies in Grayson County that provide funding of this type, and that we're the only veteran dedicated funding. And there are only 1 agency in Cook County that provides, and they are not veteran dedicated. So we are truly serving a very broad-based population in that.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other questions from the committee? Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you very much. That was Salvation Army of Grayson County. Next up, we have United for the People. And the presentation on the podium, just go ahead and click the right arrow button to advance the slide. Yes. Begin when you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Nate Shorten. I'm the Managing Director and Founder of United for the People. My grandfather was a World War II veteran, father a Vietnam veteran, and I spent 10 years in the Army, both as a Cavalry Scout and counterintelligence agent. So veterans are near and dear to my heart. This is why I started the nonprofit organization. It is a way for me to simply continue to support those that I see as my family. So about the transportation service. I started the service in 2014, and it's pretty simple. I pick the veteran up from their home, drop them off at the front of the VA, and when they're done, I pick them up and drop them off in front of the VA. It's a simple door-to-door service. The vast majority of those that I serve are Korean and Vietnam veterans, but I do get a World War II veteran every now and then, as well as some of the younger OIF, OEF veterans that have gone through some hard or difficult times. However, the majority of them are elderly and have health and mobility issues, requiring walkers, oxygen tanks, and wheelchairs, or suffer from PTSD making it difficult to utilize buses and passenger vans since crowds can be an issue, along with the extended travel time due to having multiple stops. Most, if not all, truly appreciate the direct service since it does not become an exhausting day for them. Since we're usually one-on-one during the trip, this gives me the perfect opportunity to talk to the veterans, establish rapport, and inquire about other things that they may need assistance with, as well as allow them to tell stories and vent to me about the situations in their lives. This often turns into a counseling session and allows me to inform the veteran of other organizations that may be of assistance to them, as well as gives me the opportunity to pass information about the VA disability claim processes and other things that may be useful to them. So I suppose in that regards, I'm also acting as a resource guide. Since starting the service 6 years ago, my only issue is that I've always been working a full-time job. Although I work from home and have a flexible schedule, I can only manage on average about 2 trips per week. So I usually end up having to say no more than I care to. The reason I'm seeking the $150,000 in funding is so I can say yes more often, a lot more often. I want to expand the service by hiring full-time veteran drivers in order to service more veterans. The funding will allow me to lower the cost to a flat rate of $10 per round-trip fee, keeping it free for homeless veterans, and extending the service to include the Temple Hospital, so veterans don't have to get up at 7:45 in the morning or be at the clinic in order to make a 1 o'clock appointment at the Temple VA. Lastly, the funding will allow me to extend the service to include civilian doctors that the VA refers the veteran to. This is a question I get asked a lot, so it'd be nice to say yes to that. I sincerely hope that this transportation service that I provided is something that you guys consider for this grant, because it's something I will continue to do. But if given the opportunity with your support, I'll be able to increase the outreach and make a much bigger impact. Thank you.
Any questions?
How'd I do on time? All right. I practiced that like 15 times. Okay, questions?
No questions?
So did you say, I have a question.
Sure.
So did you say you provide a charge to the veterans?
Yes, so the charge ranges depending on the distance from the veteran's home to the VA facility itself. On average, it's between $10 and $20 round trip.
So even if you received the grant, you still would charge them the money?
So that's something I was thinking about, just creating it as a flat rate, because if I'm picking someone from Leander and bringing them down to the Austin VA, a lot of times I want the veteran to have some type of skin in the game. I don't want them to just receive a handout. I want them to get a hand up. And so a lot of times when I first started this program, the first 6 months, I had it completely free, and it was just completely taken advantage of. I mean, it was bad. Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask, doesn't the VA have a mileage calculator for veterans who don't have their own transportation to get to services?
When you say mileage calculator, you're talking about what in particular?
I don't know, so forgive my ignorance.
No. Well, I can tell you what they currently have. You'd probably see the vans out in the parking lot. Is that what maybe you're referring
No,
to?
I thought there was like the ability for them to catch a cab or catch an Uber, and there was some type of reimbursement.
Yes. So they do receive travel reimbursement, but in order to be eligible for travel reimbursement, you have to be 30% disabled or more, and it's based off the mileage. However, that doesn't come directly to the service provider. It goes directly to the veteran. And so when I was having the service for free, a lot of times the veterans were actually pocketing those dollars and not giving me anything.
Fully understand.
Yeah. So
Ms.
that's,
Johnson,
yeah.
if you could talk to that.
Oh, I do know that the doctor, if you tell your primary that you do not have resources to get to the VA, they can put in a request for that, but the doctor has to okay it. But that's another.
Okay.
Yeah, and I get the majority of referrals through the VA, so
Yes, sir.
Jermaine, thanks for coming today.
absolutely.
Do you have a board of directors, and would those be the people that determine the salaries of the employees you're considering hiring if you're giving a grant?
Yeah, there's 3 of us, me, myself, and I. And so we pretty much take care of everything. My complete objective is to be able to bring on board members, but this is something I started because it was a need. And it's just migrated into something that, obviously I can't do on my own anymore. And so that's the reason why I'm seeking the funding. It's pretty simple. The requirements to be a driver is 1, be a veteran. Because when you're in the vehicle with these guys, they just start opening up, that camaraderie, the language that's there. Yeah, you get all kinds of stories. The last lady I took was part of the Women's Auxiliary Corps, or Women's Army Auxiliary Corps. Joined back in 1946, talking about, you know, what it was like working with General MacArthur. You can't. I mean, I just shut up and listen. You know, that's basically what it's about. But again, if there's a veteran that, one, is a good driver, two, personable, that's pretty much the only requirements, you know, and of course, just good people overall. And there will be background checks, of course, because, you know, there's a lot of crazy in the world today. And so I got to make sure that nothing happens to them. But overall, I'll still continue to oversee it as best as possible.
Thank you.
Sir.
Do you have you use a special vehicle at this point? Or do you anticipate you would need that in transporting disabled veterans?
So I've been using my personal vehicle. So it's got about 150,000 miles on it now. So it's time for an upgrade. Yes. Do I see any special ones? Ideally, I would like to get to the point where I can hire one or purchase one vehicle that has a wheelchair lift, because at this point in time, that's the one group I can't provide the service for. You know, I can handle collapsible wheelchairs, walkers, things of that nature, but an actual wheelchair itself, that's what I can't do. And my focus right now is on the majority, but I definitely want to get to the point where I can at least have one vehicle for that purpose.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
One other quick question.
Yes, sir.
Your service area, you mentioned Temple. What's your footprint that you're serving?
What it is now? So anyone living in Austin, Pflugerville, Round Rock, Georgetown, Leander, and Cedar Park. So I get around. And so obviously with having additional drivers, that'll be able to widen the footprint, especially if they're located at multiple ends of the city itself. And so.
All right, any
Basically
other
it.
questions? Thank you very
All right.
much, sir.
Thank you, folks. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That was United for the People. Next up, we have Foundation Communities. And again, this slide presenter remote's right there on the right button. Yes, correct, to advance the slide.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Sophia Barbado, and I'm the Director of Supportive Services at Foundation Communities. At Foundation Communities, we provide quality, affordable housing and wraparound case management at more than 20 communities in Austin, with 7 of them being reserved for single adults. Since 2003, we have focused on serving veterans, so they now make up almost 1/5 of our residents in our supportive housing communities. We specifically target veterans who are the most vulnerable, those coming out of chronic homelessness with significant mental or physical health challenges. For this grant opportunity, we will serve 60 of those very low-income veterans by providing affordable housing and intensive case management to improve their quality of life and housing stability. What is different or unique about Foundation Communities is that we bring case management and services to the veterans in their housing, knowing that sometimes barriers like transportation, physical disabilities, and mental health make it difficult for folks to access the services that they really need. Our case managers are all trained financial coaches and are experts in coordination of care, so they are able to connect veterans with an array of diverse community partners. I'd like to highlight one of these partners, Meals on Wheels of Central Texas, who helps us to provide a key service that was the #1 request from our veterans, a weekly care attendant to help them take care of their apartments to keep them clean and pest-free. 2 other services that I would like to highlight from this list are dental and transportation. Veterans expressed to us a need for quality dental services since most dental is not covered by insurance or provided at the VA. We provide transportation via a 12-passenger van or Lyft rideshare to be able to work with dentists throughout Austin to provide these services free or reduced cost. The majority of the $200,000 that we are requesting goes to providing these direct services as well as paying for the salaries and fringe for the staff that provide them. At Foundation Communities, we are good stewards of our resources. We successfully executed a grant from the Veterans Commission in 2019, and while we have no limit on our service cost per client, funds are only used when in line with case management goals. 75% of our annual revenue comes from the rent that we collect at our properties, And we have sustainable multi-year funders. So the programs that we run are both effective and long-term. For example, through the 2019 award, we served 48 veterans who mostly came out of homelessness, and all 48 of them are still in housing to date, with 61% reporting an increase of quality of life. We designed our program in response to the needs expressed to us by our veterans, and a veteran, myself, leads it, so we believe that we will help our Texas veterans in the ways that they need it most. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Any questions? All right, thank you, ma'am. Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Real quick, I'm trying to understand, so you did not do a grant request last year?
Yeah, we were not, that is correct.
Okay,
We were not awarded funds last year.
okay, I was trying to figure out why you weren't on the list, but, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. That was Foundation Communities. Next up, we have Alamo Area Council of Governments. Same thing, presenter remote's right there on the podium.
I'm sorry, say it again.
The presenter remote's right there on the podium.
Where is this?
There we go.
Make sure it's the right one. Good morning, everybody. My name's Sean Scott, and I'm the Transportation Director at the Alamo Area Council of Governments. Thank you for the opportunity to present our project in person to you. I really like the format that y'all are using this year with the single PowerPoint. Gives me a real opportunity to just fill in the lines between the bullet points. So the first point I want to talk about is what service we're providing and why we're providing it. So what we're going to do is we're going to supply rides to for needed services. When I say needed services, I don't mean just going to the doctor. While the doctor is a very important needed service, I think we need to make sure we consider the quality of life events that people need. People need to get involved in the community, such as going to the movies, going to the, I already said doctor, but going to the movies, going shopping, or just getting involved in community events such as public meetings or anything like that. These quality of life trips improves everybody's quality of life in the community when we can do that. We do this, why? Is because the transportation is consistently identified as one of the biggest barriers to the quality of life in citizens at the Alamo region. This is particularly true of veterans, the elderly, and people that are transit dependent, such as mobility impaired people. Sorry about that. Transportation is also consistently recognized as a top concern in the Alamo region by some of our community agencies. This includes the South Texas Veteran Healthcare System. So two things I really want to highlight about this program is that we can provide transportation services in areas that are not accessible by public transportation. The second thing on this is while we can provide those transportation services to those people, we also can provide other assistance to them through other programs available through the Alamo Area Council of Governments. We can, we can provide personal assistance with connecting them to providers that give them legal services or housing, medical, money management, education, and other services. So I think that those are some very powerful things that we can add on to instead of just providing transportation. The second bullet point that we talked about is how fast we can get our services up and running. Because of our experience in successfully running similar programs, we already have the resources in place. We have buses, we have accessible buses, we have people, drivers, dispatch. We're all set up and ready to go. All we need is a notice to proceed, and we'll start registering clients, and we can have transportation services within 3 or 4 days starting. So that was kind of an important thing. Our staff is already well trained and ready to go. To wrap this up, I want to thank you again for letting me present this to you in person. I've witnessed the impact that the programs at the Alamo Area Council of Governments has had on veterans' lives.
Time's up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good. Yes, Mr. Wright.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you, obviously this is a new program, but you've answered one of my questions in that you've already got the ability to provide transportation. You are listed in 2 different regions. I know the Alamo Area Council of Governments covers 13 counties. Obviously in San Antonio, pretty obvious how you can get people around. That's easy. Would you talk a little bit about how you're gonna serve the more rural areas around it? I realize it's going more suburban. And what you have in place today to help those people, and how much of that will be your focus, or will your focus be more on San Antonio?
Our focus is actually the rural. I provide rural public transportation currently is one of our main programs, which we call the 5311 program through TxDOT. Our buses are already stationed in the region.
Okay.
Every county out there has at least one. Most of them have between 3 and 5 buses. I have over 60 buses in these 13 counties that run on a daily basis. We run a rideshare program so that we'll match up whatever we have out there to get people to their destinations correctly.
And so the only reason you're not providing the service you're asking for today are funds? Is that
Our
correct?
funds, correct. I mean, there's an overabundance of need. I mean, the demand on transportation is way more than what we're providing right now. We ran a similar program to this, not last year, but a couple years before, and we were well over 6,000 trips a year.
Thank you very much, sir.
You bet. Yes, sir.
Do you have a process to confirm or verify the eligibility of the veterans coming on board your vehicles and things?
Coming on board the veterans, the drivers won't do that. They'll be pre-qualified before they go. We actually do outreach. We go out to, the Audie Murphy Center and some other community outreach events and sign people up and get the proper documentation. And then they're qualified into our system. So anytime they need transportation, it's upon their user's demand. They just call us up. They're already qualified in the system and ready to go.
Anyone else? All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Alamo Area Council of Governments. Next up, we have Disabled American Veterans Auxiliary.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Cupid, and I am the commander of the Disabled American Veterans Auxiliary Incorporated State Department of Texas. I'm here today to request consideration for a grant for the coming period that will allow us to continue to serve our disabled veterans with services not provided by their insurance or the VA. Our present Hugs for Caregivers program is growing consistently as we reach out and introduce the program to the communities across our state. Imagine not knowing where your relief is coming from once your disabled veteran is unable to care for their needs. Our program allows for help for respite time so the veteran has trained care while the business of the household is taken care of. We can provide equipment that makes the care given the veteran more comfortable and with greater ease. Transportation can be overwhelming without someone who can handle our specialty equipment or manage the lifting and transport of the veteran. Imagine being so tired from caring for the needs of your veteran that the household becomes unkept and unsafe. All of these are addressing through the Hugs for Caregiver program. I see this program as a vital part of the care we give our disabled veterans. We are building a program that will continue being productive by reaching out to our communities for help and programs not met by grant funds. We have been able to supply some necessary services by donation and volunteer services, saving funding for unmet expenses. We are proud to note that we have used some of our funds, I'm having breathing problems, for client services by hiring veteran-owned companies with veteran employees. We also have funds going to veteran households who are trying to do some of the daycare and house care for the disabled veteran. Our veterans come first in our program, and we are proud of the success we are seeing as the program grows. Increasing our grant amount and providing longer care options in the coming months will give us the ability to help more disabled veterans and provide the necessary home hours to care for their needs. Thank you for your consideration of our organization, and thank you for what you do for our veterans.
Any questions? Yes, sir.
Ma'am, Dan Ball here. I noticed that you're statewide. Where is your headquarters located at?
San Antonio.
San Antonio. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm pleased that you see that you've increased your request this year.
Yes, sir.
30,000 last year, so.
We're actually, the program started out just a little slow, but it's really caught on come late December this month. I had 5 applications this week alone.
Appreciate it.
So it's really going to be a successful program.
Any other questions? All right, thanks, man.
Thank you very much. That was Disabled American Veterans Auxiliary. Next up, we have Veterans Center of North Texas.
Good morning. I'm Paul Hendricks. I'm with the Veterans Center of North Texas, and we are a nonprofit, all-volunteer organization. We are located in Plano, Texas. We serve 7 counties: Collin, Grayson, Cook, Hunt, Fannin, Rockwall, and Kaufman counties. So in that area, the VA indicates there's at least 160,000 veterans, and our goal is to help each and every one of them as all possible. We have been certified 501c3 since 2014. In that time frame, we've served over 4,000 veterans at our office and through community support. We are partnering with over 200 community and veteran organizations in our area. And what we do when a veteran comes to visit us, we do a detailed intake. We ascertain the status of that veteran, be sure they're legitimate. We check their DD-214 and look at what they think their needs are. What we do that's a little different, perhaps, is a veteran will have needs, and we dig deeper to find out what the root cause is, what's causing those needs. Our objective is to address the root cause and the needs to stop that continuous chain of looking out and asking. Oftentimes, our veterans come to us in an emergency situation where either our community partners are not able to support the veteran, or it's an emergency situation. They're in the process of being evicted, their utilities are turned off, and we just can't react quick enough. And when that happens, we have to turn to our program, which we call the Veterans Emergency Assistance Program. That's what I'm here to talk to you about today. Today, we're asking for your support for $100,000. That $100,000 will provide us the capability to provide emergency assistance to our veterans and their families for emergency shelter, housing, transportation, moving expenses. We are very strong about preventing homelessness. We see a tremendous amount of homeless every day. And we want to get them off the streets and into shelter immediately and into longer-term plans. And if there's a way to prevent someone from being evicted out of their home or apartment, we want to do that. So we provide rental assistance, mortgage assistance. Sometimes we have to work with the mortgage companies to get things slowed down, get utilities turned back on, provide transportation support and payments. Oftentimes the car needs to be repaired. We'll help them do that, get it going there. Provide food and clothing support for our veterans also. Yesterday, Judge John Roach talked about the Valor Program. We are part of his program. We are in his Veterans Court. But more importantly, in the Valor Program, as a veteran exits the jail system, we are there to provide clothing, transportation, and financial assistance to get them to the county where they're going to reside, and we help them get reintegrated into the community. And then finally, our grant will support us.
Time's up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions? Just a comment, I like that feedback you gave, that you partner with Collin Colley judge there as you get them out of jail, and that seems like correct me if I'm wrong, a wraparound.
Ma'am, I'll tell you what, when someone that's been in jail walks out and there's no one to meet them, they're going to do what they know best, and that's back to a problem. We try to prevent that.
Any other questions? Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Community Services of Northeast Texas. Community Services of Northeast Texas. And we will circle back to them at the end of the in-person presenter group. Then next up, we have Caritas of Austin.
Good morning again. Just a reminder, I'm Leah Bostwick, the grants coordinator at Caritas of Austin. I'm filling in for the program manager, Jasmine McPeters, who is still on sick leave. And we want to thank you for having us again. Caritas of Austin serves veterans through our Supportive Services for Veteran Families program that is funded by the VA. This provides rapid rehousing services for veterans experiencing homelessness in Central Texas in Travis, Bastrop, and Williamson counties. We offer a personalized approach to supportive services, which helps families reach their full potential. Although this program supports housing stability through intensive case management, supportive and housing location services, and rental and utility assistance, one of the key gaps is the amount of time that a veteran can utilize the financial assistance. More recently, Caritas of Austin has been working with veterans of a higher acuity, and as a result, staff spend a longer time to engage clients and provide the appropriate tools for clients to be housed and stable within the limited time frame that the VA allows. Staff have also dealt with the loss of community and residential support to assist in housing this vulnerable population. And consequently, a gap that we have found is the need to rehouse clients and pay additional security deposits, which is restricted by the VA under the SSVF program. In the upcoming year, the SSVF program projects serving 100 veteran households, and under this grant, we project serving 70 veterans and 10 dependents to cover the moving costs for their family, to purchase furniture that turns empty apartments into homes, to provide necessary household goods to veterans upon move-in, and to provide necessary rehousing funds. Our community has implemented best practices for ending homelessness, and Caritas has become a leader with our proven personalized approach, meeting people where they are 70% of the time as possible. This grant would allow veteran families to have access to the additional financial assistance that they need to re-engage in our community. And I'm going to turn it over to Stacy, who is a case manager in our program, to share a success story.
Hi. 76-year-old David became a Caritas of Austin client in September 2018 after being literally homeless after divorcing his wife. Prior to losing his housing, David had been sober for 15 years and admitted that the stress of his situation led to a relapse and continued substance abuse for a period of time. A Caritas of Austin veteran specialist worked with him to establish a housing plan, which included connecting with a counselor at the VA for substance use, as well as ensuring David continued his routine medical appointments at the VA. Due to having a limited fixed income, he had few options for affordable housing in Austin, and he was placed into permanent housing with 3 roommates. He was unable to increase his income due to chronic health issues and subsequently needed the financial assistance of Caritas of Austin. TVC funds prolonged David's stay in stable and long-term housing. In December 2019, with the assistance of his veteran specialist and philanthropic funds, David relocated to an affordable efficiency unit of his own through the local Austin nonprofit Foundation Communities. David reports being happy and proud to have a place of his own and continues his
Time's
sobriety.
up.
Thank you.
Very much.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
2 questions, and I'll do the second one first. How many, since you're the case manager, how many veterans will you have that you're working with at any point in time?
And we have 3 case managers in this program, and the range is about 15 to 18 per case manager.
And today, right now, you walk back to your desk, the 3 of you are full?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you made the comment, veterans of a higher acuity.
I'm going to let her answer this one. This is also programmatic in nature.
That is explaining that in more recent years, a lot of the clients that come to us have, they're considered more vulnerable, have several issues. So just a lot more to address in a short, limited time that we have with our 9 months of financial assistance. So
So
we,
if I can follow on to that, does Caritas provide those services or do you partner?
we provide the services. We also connect them. If it's mental health, we connect them with mental health resources. So if it's not housing, we help with our, connect them with partner agencies that can provide those services to them.
So what is trauma-informed care? I'm seeing all kinds of new words out here.
Trauma-informed care is a case management model where you keep in mind the influence that trauma has had on a client's life. Most of our clients have suffered many forms of trauma, whether that's from childhood abuse, PTSD. So it's keeping that in mind when you're working with the client.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Caritas of Austin. Next up, we have Community Partnership for the Homeless, DBA Green Doors.
Good morning, day two. My name is Krista Nolan. I'm the Executive Director of Community Partnership for the Homeless, DBA Green Doors. This request, this is our historical TVC request. It is housing. It is housing stability, financial independence, and case management. It is trying to ensure Austin's most vulnerable veterans have the support they need to stay housed. I've told y'all this in prior years, and I can't find a nicer way to say it. We take the vets that nobody else in town wants. It's really true. And the most vulnerable, people with criminal backgrounds, people with the highest acuity is the word she was using, the people with the highest trauma. At our Treaty Oaks community in South Austin, our average length of homelessness prior to housing is 12 years. So these vets have lived under a bridge, in the woods, or in that sort of situation. We don't take, well, we do take, but we rarely take the people that just got a divorce and had a little bump and ended up homeless. We take the Vietnam veterans that didn't want to engage with the VA for 30 years and ended up in the hospital and finally had to. This grant, 100 veterans, 100 disabled veterans leaving homelessness, 150,000. And it provides the staffing, case management, and training. We have not asked y'all for a dollar for the housing itself. We have other partners that do that. For every dollar you give us on this program, we leverage it with 9. So you are funding less than 10% of the program. The gap that we have in this program is the case management and the people that work with these vulnerable veterans every single day. So that's what this covers. We have done this for 30 years. I realized that when I presented to y'all yesterday, 1990, 30 years. We started to serve the most vulnerable veterans in Austin, and today that is what we still do. It is our honor and privilege, and we thank you for your prior partnership on that. Questions? Do you want me to tell you the difference between yesterday and today?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That was my question.
I knew you were going to ask that.
You just couldn't spit it out.
Couldn't get it out.
Okay.
I saw you.
Read his mind.
Thank you. The one yesterday was a brand new request to y'all. It is home modification. So it is vulnerable veterans that are still living in their home that is substandard for them to be able to age in place. The one yesterday is Travis and Burnett County. The one today, this is for the over 200 units we have in Austin, Texas, to provide case managers for people exiting homelessness. So the other one is their housing. This one is our housing, getting some supportive services in there. And it's only Travis County because currently we only own property in Travis County. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, they're completely different.
Any other questions? Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you very much. That was Community Partnership for the Homeless, DBA Green Doors. Next up, we have Fort Bend County.
And your presenter remote's right there on the podium. I'm sorry. Your presenter remote is right there on the podium to advance your slides.
Good morning. My name is Mary Mullen Jones. I'm the Assistant Director of Fort Bend County Social Services, and this is Angela Price, who is the Program Coordinator for several of our programs at Fort Bend County Social Services. Today, we're here asking support in the amount of $250,000 for, of course, direct financial services for veterans out of our that come to our office. In terms of financial assistance, we provide mortgage, rental, utilities, medications, gasoline. Transportation's a huge issue in Fort Bend County. We have no public system to speak of, and also childcare. More than half of our request will go directly to direct services for vets. We incur no indirect cost. The county takes care of those. We're anticipating a growth in the number of veterans that we can serve for this upcoming year. 200 veterans, 5 dependents, and surviving spouses, 10 surviving spouses. This is based on the numbers that we have from previous years. We have in place an outreach program that we are going to be using the tax rolls from Fort Bend County to reach out to see if, to make sure that we are in fact getting all the veterans that do need our services. So we'll be contacting them through the tax rolls, through information from the tax rolls. And then one of the questions that is asked is in terms of how long beneficiaries typically wait for services after completing the application. That often has to do with making sure that the veterans bring in the appropriate documentation that they need. We do try and indicate that to them before they come in. It's also on our website, and the case manager that they make the appointment with, again, reiterates, please bring this item, this item, this item. Some of services, for example, utilities can be taken care of on that day. Something like mortgage might take a little longer because we have to have documentation from the mortgage company and so forth. But typically we can, you want to maybe address that a little bit, Angela?
Yeah, we'll give them, if they don't come in with the required items, we'll give them.
If you would please speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. If they don't come in with the required items, we give them a needed items list, and we usually give them 2 to 3 days to get those things back. So really, ultimately, they could come back that same day, actually, if they have those documents available and bring them back.
And I want to thank you for the opportunity to present. We want to thank you for the opportunity to expand our program to
Time's
provide.
up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Fort Bend County. Next up, we have Sterling Veterans and Citizens Foundation. Yes, and the presenter remote's right there on the podium.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Okay. What now? Okay. Hi, my name is Christopher Green. I'm with the Sterling Veterans and Citizens Foundation. I'm a veteran, submarine veteran. I'm 90%, but I was put with the 100% IU rating a couple of years ago. And you think it'd celebrate, but it did a sense of worthlessness in my life. And at that moment, about 2 years ago, I was thinking of getting rid of myself, even though I raised 2 kids and things are great, but I found no worth. At that moment, though, I said, instead of dealing with this problem, let's help others not have this problem. I work with the VA. I've been a commander. I mean, you name it. I mean, veterans and has been my life. So at this point, so what happened since then? We started a nonprofit 501c3. We have remodeled a building to help veterans who are in transition. We believe in preventiveness. That way that we take care of veterans who are leaving services or they have a transition problem. Like the last veteran we had got a situation with his wife, kicked him out. We took care of him and his kid. This is no charge. We do transportation to medical centers. Anybody in our rural community we take care of. We had another veteran who came into our church, and the church said, well, can you sponsor this guy? I said, okay. What's wrong? He's been out on the street for months. We took him in. Within a week, we got him medical services, we got him all the VA services that he needed. We got him on the HUD-VASH program, as well as the opportunity that Friday he got a full-time job working as a truck driver, and that Monday he moved out into his own place because they provided that. We do this at no charge. Our goal in the future is to build a home for those in the community who serve and come back. We want to get a longitudinal study to prove that those who are given the time to transition home and the community while utilizing all the services that you provide, that you will prevent the many issues that we face on an emergency basis, such as emotional behavioral health, homelessness, financial burdens, everything that's leading to changing or saving lives if we do this, if we take the time for them. This will also save other organizations and governments vast amounts of resources because of the prevention efforts used. That's what we do. We give veterans the time at no charge for them to take care of their problems. Either it's benefits, it's a separation, or they're homeless. It doesn't matter. We're here for you at no charge. It's for you to make it and be successful. And that's our goal. That's all I have to say about it.
Any questions? Yes.
Sir.
I wanted to ask, where are you located?
We're located in Sterling City.
Can you tell me where that is?
That's in Sterling County. The closest VA you would recognize is Big Spring. We also have the San Angelo Community Center as well.
So you're really more West Texas than I said.
Well, no. If anybody in the state said we need your help and they happen to be in our area, we're going to help them. We're going to send them to VA. We're going to send them to those because they're usually represented at that moment. We send them to those who are representing them. But they stay at us until they get on their feet or they get done with what they need to get done. And there's no time limit to this. The goal is for them to achieve what they came to do.
So how much money did you ask for?
I asked for $30,000. And what this $30,000 will do, because like I said, for our future, we want to build a home in the community for veterans. This $30,000 will help us for another year to continue to have this hope and pay for the utilities and all that stuff so that anybody who needs to use it, they can use it at no charge until we build a permanent home.
Okay, and how do you verify eligibility when they walk up?
Well, usually we work with the Department of Veterans Affairs, the West Texas Counseling Guidance, or those groups. They usually verify it for us. The one gentleman who came to us, he happened to have his DD-214 on him. I said,
Makes it simple.
yeah, I said, are you kidding? Who does this? Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? All
Do
right,
you-
thanks.
Do you deal with donations at this point? I mean, how are you covering your?
It's been most of this has been by in-kind donations and our board and personally. We have all been financing this. And through the grace of God, we've been able to continue to do this. Again, like I said, if they need a ride or whatever, we've been able to just provide it for them. And we don't take nothing from them. We just want them to be successful.
And how long have you been doing this?
I would say we're almost on our second year. And I mean, even things like we've got a veterans treatment court almost started with the county commissioners. They approved it. I mean, we have worked with our nursing home. We've helped with the elderly, the widows. We've helped with funerals. We get veterans in our town to those services too. So it's not just specifically the building. We just take care of a rural community that has no resources for veterans. And we either bring them then from the VA, like the mobile van, or we just can set them in the right pace or take them ourselves if it needs to be.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Sterling Veterans and Citizens Foundation. Next up, we have Goodwill Industries of South Texas. Your presenter remote's on the podium.
Good morning. I'll do what he did. Good morning. My name is Rachel Loetta. I'm the Vice President for Mission Services for the Goodwill in Corpus Christi. We're asking for funds for our Goodwill Veteran Services Program, and we're focusing on upskilling the veterans that we will serve to train them on the digital skills that are lacking and are needed in today's modern world of technology. We are under the general assistance. We are under the employment category. We're asking for $100,000. And when someone is referred, they're contacted within 24, 48 hours. Our digital skills training is a 2-week program. The Essential Computer Skills teaches basic computer skills, internet basics, using email and Gmail, and then our introduction to productivity software is teaching Microsoft Word and Windows, and we're in the process of adding Excel as well. The online job search, that is a 10-hour course, and this is what is basically needed for individuals. We're finding a lot of individuals that do not apply for jobs because they do not know how to use computers. And in today's world, most employers are asking for applying online. The grant also is offering assistance with utility and rental assistance. Again, we believe that individuals cannot concentrate on improving their lifestyle and also applying for jobs if they are dealing with not having money for rent and utilities. We are a proctor site for a company called Northstar Digital Literacy Assessment. What it is an assessment tool to determine a person's computer skills. The beauty of the program is when somebody takes the assessment, if they pass the assessment, they automatically get a certificate that they can use to include on their resume. And then if the person scores less than 85%, that's where we find what the person needs, the skills that they're lacking, and then the facilitator will work with them on those skills. We are the only site in closest to San Antonio and Houston, and the proctor site in Corpus Christi. We also, some of the additional services is to help the veterans find employment. We follow up to 90 days of employment. We're also including support services for transportation, such as paying for gas. That is one of the biggest issues in Corpus, is they may have a vehicle, but they don't have money for gas to get to locations or to go look for employment. And then we will provide some intensive case management for those who need. Again, our focus is to provide the digital skills for veterans and individuals who cannot find a job because of the technology skills that they lack. Any questions?
All right, no questions?
Real quick.
Well, okay.
Do you work with the Nueces County Veterans Treatment Corps at all to get graduates of that program to follow along with you?
We haven't worked with them in the past. Yeah.
Yeah, is your online training, is that statewide?
Well, every Goodwill, are you talking about what, Goodwills?
The technology to that standpoint, is it statewide? Is anybody available to go online to take your classes?
They can. We're actually working on that. What we're finding and what we're doing more is the classroom, because the individuals, for some reason, because they don't have the computer skills, they're timid to go online and work on it at a self-pace. That's actually what we started 2 years ago. Goodwill Industries International and Google started this program 3 years ago to upskill the individuals and train on how important it is to have the digital skills. We attempted that, but a lot of individuals want that hands-on. And we also help individuals to help them apply for a job. We actually have a class on Thursdays where we basically work with individuals that do not know how to apply online. We show them how to go about the process, and we actually help them. Sometimes it takes up to 2 hours helping somebody apply for a job. And again, they would not have applied because they just don't know how, they just don't have the computer skills.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Goodwill Industries of South Texas. Next up, we have the Bexar County Commissioners Court.
Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Good morning. I'm Karen Rollerad. I'm the Executive Director of the Bexar County Military and Veteran Service Center. My deputy, Nancy Taguata. We're the first-time applicants for this grant. So first time in existence. We've been established for a year now. So the Bexar County Military and Veteran Service Center is an applicant agency that provides professional and tailored services to the military and veteran community throughout the veteran cycle. From transition, non-employment benefits, employment readiness, career employment, and through their final salute. Our goal is to develop a system that provides stable and self-sufficient veterans. There are 300,000 military veterans and their families in Bexar County. Annually, the center assists over 3,000 service members, veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses. Approximately 10 to 15% of our clients also struggle with severe financial problems. They struggle to make ends meet because of unexpected expenses such as out-of-pocket medical expenses not covered by insurance, emergency home repairs, such as AC, heat, plumbing, electricity, car repairs, and sometimes these situations can lead to falling further behind on rent, utility, service disconnection, and possible eviction. We also encounter risk transitioning of service members. These service members that are at risk usually fall into a category of 24 years to 35 years. They may have not properly planned for civilian life, and they're not accounting for reduction or loss of income and benefits, thus putting them and their family at imminent risk. This grant will enable us to provide 362 transitioning service members, veterans, or their families with easy access to short-term utility and/or rental assistance. Our goal is to provide tangible services to each individual or family so that they can retain or maintain self-sufficiency. The Bexar County Service Center provides job preparedness, career mapping, resume writing, employment and benefit classes, as well as benefit assistance. In addition to utility and rental assistance, the grants will also provide for much-needed technology in the form of 15 iPads and a career assessment tool to support veterans in finding their next career. If you served in the armed forces, you know how difficult it is to determine what you want to do for your next career. Trying to use tools such as career assessment tools will help in allowing you to determine what that next career is going to be. It'll also make for a smooth transition for our military personnel. Our clients can also increase their knowledge base of eligible benefits such as VA compensation and pension, spouse and dependent and burial benefits by attending our educational workshops on how to apply. The use of iPads will allow for greater hands-on utilization at all workshops. The Bexar County Military and Veteran Service Center is conveniently located outside of Fort Sam Houston with free parking and is close to all major bus routes. Additionally, our staff is co-located on all 3 joint bases, so you
Time's
can
up.
find us there.
Thank you much.
Any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Can you talk a little bit? I know that San Antonio has created a one-stop or veteran resource center. Is that you?
Yes,
Okay.
the county has.
The county has, and so I'm going to assume, but I'd like you to talk about this, the county's helping fund this, because this is Bexar County Commissioners Court, but you are actually a separate agency. Is that agency a 501c3 or C4?
We actually are employed by Bexar County.
Okay,
I'm the Bexar County Veteran Service Officer.
okay,
So Bexar County has broken out, and we not only do Veteran Service Office, we do benefits, but we also do transition. So we've created a hub for all of our veteran services.
okay. And the reason that I asked this, because I know that I graduated from Randolph, so I know San Antonio intimately.
Sure.
And I'm trying to get a better handle as we're trying to allocate money. Who's doing what and who's partnering with whom? Because we have a lot asking from Bexar County. So the reason for the questions, because I worry about siloing.
You worry about what?
Siloing.
Siloing.
Organizations that are getting started, and, we're gonna do all of this, which is not necessarily bad unless they're not partnering. And that actually, in a way, reduces services, so. And I'm sorry, it's a very vague question, but I think she has an idea. I think she knows where I'm going.
So, since you came out of Randolph and you know that at Randolph, at Fort Sam, at Lackland, we work with many partners, and that is true. As folks transition or are working with veterans in general, we are working with those that are the most vulnerable, right? Because we have many partners that will work with various service members, and just like many of the organizations here see veterans, we just feel because we are also a veteran service office, and people are coming to us every day for services as they want to learn about their benefits. But at the same time, we know that when they're coming to see us, they're coming in a crisis mode. Not to say that we won't work with other partners, because we surely will, and there will be things that we cannot provide. But we don't want to send our veteran all over Bear County looking for another service when we could do it in our own office. And so that's what we propose to do. So we are asking for the $300,000, but everything else that we provide as a veteran service office and in transition, the county will support that. We want to kind of take funds out for those that are in crisis, and we don't want to send them somewhere else if we don't have to.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bracken?
I have a question. So of the, you're asking for $300,000, and I'm sure it's in the application in detail. What percent of that 300,000 is going to be toward transition support and assistance versus veterans?
So, well, 263,000, that will be used to support utility as well as rental. And then the rest will be used for iPads or any tools that would be used for assessment tools. So.
Okay.
So to answer your question, we see it almost like an 80-20 split, because there are more veterans and there are those that are transitioning. So of the 262,000, we know that probably 80% of that will go towards veterans, because there's more veterans in our community than there are transitioning. We know that there are approximately 3,000 to 4,000 that transition every year out of the 3 installations combined, but there are 300,000 veterans already out there. So we know that it's going to be something like an 80-20 split. But we want to evaluate and assess before making that. But again, we just know by sheer number that the veterans will always be higher than the transition.
You answered my question.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, so I have a couple questions. All right, so you're at Fort Sam, Randolph, Lackland, right?
We are.
Like on or outside?
We are on. We have permission
Okay.
to be on the base.
So-
And we work right outside the TAP program.
Oh, what building is that in?
On which base?
Fort Sam.
Right now, they're in a mobile there because their actual building's being renovated.
Yeah, okay. Oh, so, what if a veteran comes up to you in general assistance and needs dental care? Is that part of it?
No, we actually partner. We will partner with the VA if they need something with
Well,
dental care.
no, let's say they're not 100%.
So, go ahead.
You know, as a county organization, obviously one of our biggest partners is University Health System as the indigent health care system for Bear County. So we partner with them, they work with us, and they know, even now to this day, even without this grant, that we refer many times to them, because when veterans don't qualify, we want to be able to send them and have that direct referral with them and have that warm handoff with them. And so as a county organization, we're lucky that we have that partnership.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you, ladies.
Thank you very much. That was Bear County Commissioners Court. Next up, we have Rolling Plains Management Corporation. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Mark Halsell. I'm the Deputy Director of Rolling Plains. I would like to thank you again for allowing me to be here today representing RPMC, a nonprofit community action agency in North Texas. RPMC is here today to ask for a continuation of the New Freedom Project in the amount of $300. The project has a twofold mission: address local and area transportation as well as general household assistance for area veterans. These services will be available to qualified veterans, spouses, or deceased veterans and dependents. RPMC operates Sharp Lines Transportation that provides services currently in 9 counties, and most of those are rural. Trips range from local in-town trips to as far as 200 miles. To date, RPMC has transported veterans over 1,000 trips, totaling 17,000 miles. These trips offer any type of public transportation from shopping to VA medical appointments. Currently, RPMC employs 5 veteran drivers to transport veterans for this project. General household assistance is currently being provided in 16 counties by RPMC. RPMC proposes to continue to provide this assistance designed to meet the unique needs of veterans so they may maintain safe and affordable housing. The service includes rental, mortgage, and utility assistance. To date, RPMC has assisted 488 clients in those areas. Recently, a young veteran reached out to us, and upon investigation, we discovered that she was homeless, without a job, and living in a woman's shelter. With the aid of the Veterans General Assistance Grant, we were able to assist her on a deposit for her apartment, provide rental assistance, and then once she had established a place to live, she was able to obtain a full-time job and is on her way to regaining her independence. To date, RPMC has expended 61% of our 1920 contract, and we are in line to fully exhaust the grant by June 30th. Currently, RPMC operates the General Assistance Grant in conjunction with the Housing for Texas Heroes Grant. Having both grant allows RPMC the ability to customize the services to better meet the ever-changing needs of our local and area veterans. In the last year, RPMC has established the infrastructure and the network to adapt and meet ongoing and future veteran needs. We are continually evaluating and making changes in order for our clients to be able to maintain a stable and dignified life. We are helping veterans, and we are changing their lives. Thanks for letting me be here today.
Any
Yes,
questions?
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Would you, and instead of doing counties, would you hit the major cities?
Sure.
Because I'll recognize those. We'll get the county map going. Oh,
Yeah, we are actually community service action agents. We actually cover 28 counties, about 10% of the state of Texas. But we cover our main satellite office in Wichita Falls, Abilene, and then in the Panhandle in North Texas and Crowell. So
Exactly.
everywhere in between is
Thank you very
where we
much.
serve.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I noticed that your current grant
Yes, sir.
is in a grant category called financial assistance, and your application is in a different category. Can you speak to that?
No, sir, I sure can. I don't know where to go with that one.
Okay.
But he has two grants.
I have a Housing for
One's for
Texas
the-
Hero
This is
Grant.
not housing, this is general assistance.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he has roofs on one.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Any other questions? Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank y'all. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. That was Rolling Plains Management Corporation. Next up, we have College of the Mainland Foundation.
Here, it's family service.
Oh.
The
Paper.
service category.
Yes,
GA,
it's all GA.
but there's priority.
Your presenter remote's right there. So go ahead.
As usual, Mr. Bracken's 2 steps ahead of the rest of us.
Oh, that's how you do it. Okay.
Good morning. Upon completion of active duty, veterans are eager to start a new chapter in their lives. But once back, many experience difficulties and transitioning becomes plagued with obstacles. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal. College of the Mainland recognizes these obstacles and those experienced in the college environment, and we seek to resolve those obstacles. We seek your assistance in helping the veteran student become more academically successful. Our proposal is to implement a mentorship program, which we have affectionately named Platoon Buddy, a term which is in concept which is very familiar to veterans. The program will pair a more college experienced student to assist the new student navigate the idiosyncrasies of the college environment. The mentor will provide peer advice, assisting in avoiding pitfalls and bad habits that will hinder the success. A successful first year will statistically increase retention. We are excited about the program and its prospects. We would like you to partner with us in establishing a program that will assist those who served our country in obtaining their educational goals. We are extremely optimistic, and with your partnership, this program can thrive and become a model for other colleges to emulate. I will yield the rest of my time to my colleague.
Hi, I'm Anita Garcia, and I'm representing the College of the Mainland Foundation. We are very excited about the program that we just spoke about, and we're here just to say that we want to be able to help our students, and this program would do just that. Studies have shown that when students feel connected to their community, to the community college environment, that they will show an increase in retention and success, which is what this program will do. We hope that you will join us in making this program a success, and we know that this will be a first-time collaboration between the Texas Veterans Fund and the community college, and we really do hope that you will join us in making this program a success. Thank you.
Is your,
Mr. Wallace.
is your financial highlights, your funds allocations, is that just based on hours or is it also based on grades?
The mentor will be selected, obviously, we'll look at their GPA because we want somebody who's going to be very successful in order to be a mentor. And this is going to be the first time, essentially first semester for the new students, so we won't know their GPA right off the bat.
Right.
But it's going to be kind of on a scale depending on the number of credits
Got it.
they receive, is the number of funding that they will receive.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I will be the first one to plead complete ignorance. I've not heard of the College of the Mainland. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to talk about what the College of the Mainland does. And I'm going to make an assumption that you are a state-sponsored school.
We're College of the Mainland. The College of the Mainland is about 30 miles south of Houston.
Okay.
Okay. And it's a small community college. And I am the Veteran Academic Advisor, and I also certifying school official. So I have always daily contact with the veterans.
Okay. So you said community college, you are a two-year college.
Yes, sir.
And then the other question I wanted to ask you, because you specifically mentioned new job training. I know a lot of community colleges do a lot of, not necessarily, what we would traditionally not think of as college work, but
Sure.
more skilled labor training.
Sure.
So address that a little bit.
One of our most popular course of studies is the petrochemical technology, PTech. That is a 60-credit degree. It's an associate of applied science. It's more onto the workforce. We also offer certificates and networking, and that's also very much into the workforce, unlike the traditional associate of arts or associate of science and such. But we have, if I was to say what's the number one course of study, PTech, welding, which is also workforce related, and we have the Fire Academy and the Police Academy, which is extremely popular with veterans.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Sir.
How many veterans are currently enrolled at College of the Mainland?
The 17th was the last day of registration, so we're looking probably just maybe over 100 right now. But that's going to be a combination of all who are beneficiaries of the VA, Hazelwood Act, and anyone who is receiving those benefits. So that would be the veteran or a spouse or dependent.
Yes, sir.
Again, I'm gonna apologize, I wanna make sure I understand right. For those that get VA or Hazelwood benefits for education?
Yes.
They're not eligible?
No, they are.
They are eligible?
They are. What we're trying to do is to the transitioning of, and it's something I'm sure you're all aware of the issues that will hinder the veterans. The fall of 2014 was probably one of our largest enrollments for those using military benefits. But I also noticed the following semester, almost a 60% decrease in returning. Now, because I am an academic advisor and we do have to make reports of drops and probation statuses to the VA, I will review their transcripts. And I see that those who were the first semester, their grades were not very well. And then they disappeared, or they just totally dropped. Others who did very well, I saw a trend that would be up and down. They have a fairly good semester, and then they kind of dipped. Now, being a veteran myself, having gone through the same process with the VA benefits, and I hold a master's in psychology, I just could not help but think that there's an underlying issue there. And I'm sure many of you would agree that there are issues that they may come back with that is hindering. I had a veteran not too long ago essentially break down in front of my desk because he felt that he did not belong, and that he felt that he needed to be back with his buddies. And I'm sure many of you could relate to that. So this was causing an issue with his success academically. Now, sadly to say, the veteran dropped, and after numerous attempts to make contact to try to get him back, he hasn't been back. So we're looking to try to be proactive by this buddy program, and we plan on having marry them up with those of the same service branch and academic plan. So say the P-TECH, which is very popular. So a student who has already had a semester or two of P-TECH with good standings and grades would be an ideal mentor for that brand new one who's just coming in, and be somewhat as the first line individual, because they'll probably open more up to a peer. And as you know, they're very tight-lipped when things happen. So we could address the issues and find resources to help that veteran to complete. That first year is very important, and to continue their educational goals.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me make sure now I understand this after you explained it that way. I understand the College Mainland, live down there, et cetera, okay? Got the community college concept. Okay, so if they come in with their VA post 9/11, they're getting the stipend anyway.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hazelwood, obviously, they're not.
No, ma'am.
They're just gonna pay for that. Okay. So you're gonna come in with one of these benefits, or you're not, just depending on what your situation was as a veteran. You gave it to somebody else or whatever. Okay. So then Army veteran Carrie comes in, and you're gonna try and marry me up with another Army veteran.
If all possible, yes, ma'am.
Bob and I are gonna be buddies. Is that what's gonna happen?
We will try to do that.
Just, okay. So I'm tracking now. So we're gonna talk to each other, and that's a very heavy petro thing down there,
Yeah.
and et cetera. So we're gonna try and keep each other on track to go work at one of those petro companies down there, Marathon or whoever
Yes,
it
ma'am.
is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I tracking still?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the other thing, though, the stipends for the campus bookstore would only be if you were on Hazelwood benefits, because that doesn't pay for book.
You are correct, and I anticipated that question to come up, because chapter 33, better known as post 9/11, does provide a stipend. If that student goes year-round and is there for the fall, the summer, and the spring semester, they would only receive the stipend because it's broken up for the fall and the spring. If they decide to come during the summer, they won't receive any funding. The other ones who are going to be greatly benefit is Hazelwood Act, because it's only an exception of tuition and fees and not books and supplies.
Right. Okay, so that's where the excuse me, the 100,000
Yes,
is
ma'am.
coming in, and 70 veterans, okay, so that math just about works out. After I just graduated one from college, and he did summer, so, okay.
With my help.
Yes. Yeah, right here,
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. Bob, you're the man.
Okay, all right, now I understand, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned the fire academy,
Yes, sir.
and does the students that are enrolled in that program, are they required to purchase a lot of
There's some
firefighting gear?
there's additional equipment that they do, along
How
with
much
the-
does that typically cost?
I don't have that amount.
Would they be able to use their $1,000 stipend to
Yes.
help cover that?
Yes. If they're in Chapter 33, and because of the stipend, obviously a typical book, even a used book, the other day a student bought a used book for $200. So if you take 4 classes, I'm sure you understand, I'm sure when you went to school, you knew how much those books would cost. So for those, in Chapter 33, it's more to defray what that $1,000 a year, academic year, so they don't get it just one semester, are short of. So will they get a little bit less than the Hazelwood? Probably so, because the Hazelwood is not receiving any book stipend. And the same goes with welding. There's quite a bit of equipment that they have to purchase too.
Right, and then by the time you post 9/11, whatever the stipend is for that area, you're trying to do living expenses and all that. Now,
Exactly.
that could,
I guess my point is that firefighting stuff and the welding stuff costs way more than $500 a semester. It's
Yeah.
like
I
$1,500
would
to
venture to
$2,000.
say yes, sir.
So it would be helpful, I guess, to
Yes,
have
sir.
that.
Yes, sir. And our hopes is that that this would be a model for other colleges to emulate, because obviously in every college there's going to be veterans who are probably going to do the same thing.
all right, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was College of the Mainland Foundation. Next up, we have United Way of Denton County. And I would propose to the chair that we take a break after this for approximately 10 minutes.
Oh, absolutely, thank you.
Well, now that I know I'm standing between you and a break, I'll keep it brief. My name is Courtney Cross. I'm the Director of Mental Health and Housing with the United Way of Denton County. And I'm glad to be here with our Denton County Veteran Service Officer, Paul Bastich, this morning. I'm going to start off by telling you a little bit about our community and why we're applying for this grant. We're applying for $300,000 to support our goal to end veteran homelessness in Denton County. As United Way, we're backbone support to a countywide collective impact initiative called the Denton County Homelessness Leadership Team, whose goal is to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring in our community. We have the support of 2 local mayors and 2 of our largest cities in the county who've joined the Mayor's Challenge to End Veteran Homelessness, which really means you create the systems and mechanisms in your community to prevent homelessness when it's possible, and when a veteran does experience homelessness, that you have the resources in place to meet their needs and bring them into shelter or off the street if that's what they choose to take advantage of. We've done a lot of work as a community to reach a halfway point with our goal. We set a pretty ambitious goal to end it by 2020, which we're running on 11 months now to get there. We've done our due diligence to identify our veterans, to bring the players to the table. Our leadership team that I mentioned has 26 appointed members from sectors throughout the county. What's also unique to Denton County is that we have a Denton County Veterans Center, which is a one-stop shop where multiple providers share office space, share counseling space. It's a very safe space for veterans to come in and access resources, to get connected to one provider, and then from there kind of make their way around the center and get connected to multiple providers. We've had veterans come in who had 40 plus years of benefits that they were eligible for that they have never taken advantage of because of different fears and concerns of their own. So what this grant would cover is a street outreach coordinator specific to veterans. While we have done our due diligence to count all of our veterans in our county, we realized the need for a veteran-specific outreach coordinator to really meet and connect with and work with and support our veterans living unsheltered on the street. We've also built in half-time for a veteran center coordinator to support the functioning of that veteran center I mentioned, but also to help support and manage this grant as well. It is a collaborative grant. It would be accessed by multiple organizations throughout the county. It mirrors a similar program we've had success with in our county called the Barriers Fund, which promotes housing stability. It's a fund of last resort, and it really is focused on helping households obtain or maintain housing. And so we're just really glad to be here today to talk to you about our community, and that's all I've got.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
Okay, I want to be clear exactly what are you asking the money for?
Mhm.
And then who's the good-looking guy next to you? And obviously he's pregnant.
Yeah, so we're asking for financial assistance funding to provide emergency assistance or financial assistance to get into housing or to keep housing. So we do have a list of what our fund can cover eligible costs. We've intentionally kept it broad because we've seen success with this in our existing barriers fund that's not specific to veterans. It's just specific to the community at large. We've seen households that really just need help getting access to critical documents. Transportation is a huge need. Temporary hotel stays, a lot of times we've got folks that are eligible for SSVF or a VASH voucher, but we can't keep a hold of them for whatever reason. And so if we can put them in a hotel stay for a few nights, we can kind of get them ready to go. We've also had veterans that are eligible for resources but really need that kind of transition period because for whatever reason, past trauma, it's difficult for them to go straight from living on the street to living indoors. We've intentionally kept it broad so that we can help folks that are at risk of losing their housing, or we can support veterans moving into housing from living unsheltered.
So specifically, you are not using it to build that.
No, sir. And that's why we went with the general assistance versus the housing, because of the prioritization for home repairs and things like that. And I'll let this guy tell you about himself.
I'm Paul, the Veteran Service Officer for Denton County, and we work very collaboratively with United Way, as well as a few years ago we created the Community Navigator Program. And those Community Navigators, I have 2 now on staff with the Denton County that started with the United Way grant that was received years ago. And basically, there are case managers. They're our first impact meeting with the veterans, but they don't get the opportunity to do the outreach that we're looking for, to work directly with United Way to bring those veterans to the navigators. But they're the first contact when it comes to assisting with benefits. And like I said, this is to basically get them started. We may have the housing, we may have the veterans now. Now we need to connect those two, and it takes money to do that.
And full disclosure for everybody, because it gets into one of the areas that I want to make sure is clear. I am a resident of Denton County. I take a great deal of pride that it is one of the best run county veteran service offices in the state.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right. No?
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so it's 10:06. Do you think a 10-minute break? Well, you know what? We do have logistics with, yeah. So let's do a 15-minute break. So let's come back at 10:16. And I'd like to kindly remind everyone in the audience, we're not permitted as a committee to discuss your presentations or what you heard. We have to keep that all in the business of right here in an open meetings act, okay? Thank you. I'll see you at 10:16.
10-minute break.
15. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back from recess. I apologize. I had some bad math. I have no excuse except for me, so we will go ahead and start. Ma'am?
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, we have Volunteers of America. It would help if I turn on my microphone too. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Volunteers of America, Texas. And your presentation remote's right there if you need it.
We've got a quorum. We're going to go.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Danita Watley. I'm the Vice President of Services and Programs for Volunteers of America, Texas, particularly in our greater Houston region. And this is my Vanna White. So she's going to advance my slides. Her name is Robin. She's our Vice President of Development. So a little introduction about Volunteers of America. We are a national organization that's been in operations for over 124 years. We are the Texas affiliate, and this grant for financial assistance is particularly for the greater Houston area. Currently, we served 400 veterans last year, and these particular programs we currently have are our Homeless Veterans Reintegration Program. We have a home repair program through HUD for disability services. We also have a Niagara grant for veteran-dependent children, and we also have a grant for home repair through the Home Depot Foundation. So through this work, we kind of do a little home repair for veterans, and we also do very deep employment services for veterans. We particularly wanted to look for this grant as an opportunity to expand the services that we're doing to address gaps when clients come in. We've noticed through the employment piece of the current veteran services we have, individuals get extensive training. Some of it can be from a couple of weeks, like a forklift certification, or a couple years if they're going for something at our community college partner. During that time, when precarious situations happen, as barriers approach, we want to have things in place to address those. Today, we're asking for $200,000 to be able to address those barriers. We're looking at utility prevention and interruption for individuals that are in our programs. We're looking at eviction and foreclosure prevention. We're looking at some additional dollars for home repair and modifications for those veterans that are getting their homes repaired. For those of you who are in the room, I know you guys know the Houston area has been hit the last 2 years by two major disasters, Hurricane Harvey, as well as Tropical Storm Imelda. Some of our clients have been impacted by this. Not only that they've had hurricane and flood damages, their modifications that they had were also damaged. We're looking to use these dollars to address childcare, minor health needs. We are servicing individuals with a very deep financial coaching model to ensure that when individuals get these dollars, they have a plan in place to address potentially coming to another problem time during the grant cycle. Through our workforce program, we have a 5-year or longer time that clients can stay with us. So we see clients from the beginning of their journey throughout to the end. The coaching model is one-on-one, so everything is individualized. That is all that I have to add. I'm open for questions.
Any questions? Mr. Wallace, and then I recognize you. Go ahead, Mr. Wallace.
No, I just pointed.
You're yielding this time?
I'm yielding
Okay.
this, Mr. Ball.
Look at your slide. You're not on your beneficiary served? 0?
Go back.
Okay, super, thank you. I got that, but my real question is, you say you partner with one of the community colleges, you're from Region 5. So what community college are you partnering with? HCC, or are you partnering with the College of Mainland that you
No.
kind of spoke?
So we partner with several community colleges. We partner with HCC as well as Lone Star College. The counties we cover primarily are Montgomery and Harris proper. And so we will serve veterans in other counties surrounding. A large part of this is transportation assistance as well. We've done employment services for a really long time, as well as veteran services. So we want to address the gaps or prevention of those gaps. So while they're enrolled in school and completing certifications, we want to ensure they have those deeper supports as they're in school getting the certification. And one of the big things I left out is that we also, we don't do short-term, just get a job. We look for career opportunities and career bridging for those veterans also.
Yes, Mrs. Scott. Okay, yes. Oh,
Real quick, on your slide, you're asking for 500,000. On our sheet, it says 200,000.
It is 200,000.
That slide's giving you guys all kinds of.
That slide is haunting me today. So 75 veterans served, $200,000 is the ask.
Okay, terrific.
Okay, so that's the slide I should be reading. Okay.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
you talked about the 2 hurricanes that hit down there?
Yes.
And it sounds like there's still some residual going on?
Well, Imelda happened in the latter part of September.
Right.
And so we have a very extensive home repair program that is existing currently. And we have one that's specific, we have 2 components of it that's specific to veterans. The Home Depot Foundation, which is general repairs. And then we have a modification program that is definitively designated to modifications for disabilities to make sure the house is accessible while we're addressing the hurricane damage at the same time.
Okay, do you still have people living in hotels and needing assistance?
We currently don't have anyone living in hotels, but if new clients were to come in that were in hotels, because we would come across, Carrie, is that individuals have maybe gone with a contractor that's not been honest, and then we will find them through a referral source and help them from the hotel to getting back into their home. But we currently don't have anyone in a hotel.
Any other questions? All right, ladies, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Volunteers of America, Texas. Next up, we have Honor Veterans Now. Honor Veterans Now. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, begin whenever you, it's the button on the right. Yes, correct.
Good morning. Oops. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal. We are Meals for Vets, the flagship program of Honor Veterans Now. We were founded in 2015 in Fredericksburg, serving the counties around Fredericksburg, and we have expanded across the state now. We're in 46 counties. We are focused on serving veterans under the age of 60, since Meals on Wheels programs don't cover that age group. They don't receive federal funding for anyone under age 60. And also, Meals on Wheels is not everywhere. We help supplement them because we can serve rural areas where there aren't no Meals on Wheels program. We have a national provider that can provide a 2-week supply of meals to the veteran's door via FedEx. This slide explains a little bit more details. It takes about 2 weeks for the veterans to start receiving meals after completing the application process. The grant from the TVC helps fund 1 meal a day for mostly veterans under 60. We only fund veterans over 60 if they are on a wait list with a Meals on Wheels provider, and we have quite a few that are on wait lists. The $500,000 we're requesting is for meals and also supportive services, which I'll go into a little bit more. Just mostly we make referrals to a bunch of other veteran support organizations. We are going to serve 200 veterans with that $500,000. The average service cost is about $1,581 per veteran, but that's just for the meals only. That's at approximately $6 a day for the meals, and we do have a range in service costs. Some of the Meals on Wheels providers are a lot less, but then if you use a national provider, it could be more. And also, we are now in the colleges, and that's up to $8 a day per meal, and I'll explain that a little bit more. The grant also helps fund 2 our salaries for program positions, people working directly with the veterans on the phone every single day. And it partially funds our financial coordinator that coordinates all of this with all the Meals on Wheels providers, and our marketing position to help get the word out to other veterans. This time last year, we were serving about 34 counties, and now we're serving 46 due to the TVC grant. 1.3 million U.S. veterans face food insecurity and utilize SNAP. Texas is second in the nation with veterans on SNAP. We have seen a 72% increase in people taking advantage of Meals on Wheels since 2019, this time 2019. We're going from El Paso to Texarkana and Amarillo to Brownsville. In 2018, we served 30,000 meals, and at the end of November 2019, we had already served 43,000 that year. In 2018, we had 130 veterans. This is a point in time. In 2019, we had 222 veterans. Okay. These are some quotes from veterans who participated in our program, and just we're really, really grateful.
Time's up. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the committee?
Mr. Paul.
Just have one. You're asking for 500,000. When you look at the number of veterans you're serving and the average supply and spectrum, you get about 300,000.
Mm-hmm.
So the other 200,000 would be going towards the 4 salaries that you mentioned?
So salaries, there's some overhead, there's printing costs for materials, just a lot. Yes, the 300 and something is just specifically for the meals themselves.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Walsh.
You're also adding more meals, is that not correct?
Yes, we have.
You went from 43 to 48?
So we went from, at the end of 2018, we were serving 30,000 meals. That was the whole year. And then in November 2019, so that's not even the end of 2019, we're already at 43,000 meals. And the veterans numbers fluctuates as they drop on and off. As you imagine, they might be only on for a couple months, then they get a job. We partner with the COIN program, TechServes, VSOs, social workers, HUD-VASH, and we're constantly helping these veterans. So we provide a lot of support. These are all the colleges that we're now in, and so we provide a meal a day through the colleges because the GI Bill doesn't cover the cost of their meal plan, and that can be up to $2,000 a semester.
Okay, so then the increase with the administration fees and stuff like that,
Mhm.
that's not gonna reduce the per dollar of each meal, right? Or will it?
I don't think I understand the question. Sorry.
Okay, you said in one slide that there's 100 or 1,000 or something like that.
Mhm.
Meal or whatever, that's not, that percentage is not gonna drop, right?
No, it's the same percentage as last year. We asked for the same amount as last year, so we're just continuing on, but we're now growing to the colleges. That's the big push in the past year.
Okay,
Okay.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
So, what's TSTC, Waco, and Sweetwater?
Okay, Texas State Technical College,
Oh,
and
okay.
so Waco, they love us. They send us lots of veterans, and
Okay.
yeah.
So I just didn't know that, okay.
Sorry.
So I'm a college student, I'm back in college again.
Mhm.
We had that going on before the break. Bob did not help me with my math.
And you partner with it.
Yeah, I know. So, what do? I go to you and say,
So-
hi, I'm a college student, I'm on Hazelwood.
Right.
And can you talk to one of these schools and I
Yeah.
get a meal card or how
Yeah.
is that done?
Thank you for asking that question and giving me the time to answer real quick. So I love it. So we partner with the veteran representatives at the colleges. So at Texas A&M, we have a relationship with Montaigne, who's their veteran representative there in their veterans office, and she sends us the veterans who are coming to her because they can't afford to eat, basically. And then we partner with the college. We have a memorandum of agreement with Chartwells, which is their meal provider. And they have on their ID card, just a student ID, they can scan that for meals and it will give them up to $8 a day to use in their college cafeteria at multiple campus cafeterias.
Okay, and then get stretched out.
Mhm.
Okay, can you go back a slide? I had a question on.
That one or this one? Or the first one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so let's go to bullet number 2.
Okay.
Underage and under 60 and
Mhm.
over 60.
Yes. So a great majority are under 60. Yes. So most of the veterans we serve are under 60. There's just a few that are over 60, like in Corpus Christi, for example. Corpus Christi has a wait list for the Meals on Wheels. And, it can be 200 people. And so if a veteran who's 61 and is needing Meals on Wheels calls them, they're like, sorry, you're on a wait list. That's where we come in. We fund their meals. Well, TVC, y'all help fund their meals while they're on that wait list. And it could be 2 months, it could be 6 months. And that 61 or 67-year-old or somebody on hospice that's a veteran will not have to wait for meals, thanks to this program.
Thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
Any questions, further questions? Yes, ma'am.
I just have a real quick question, if you just give me 1 second. So, I really like your program.
Thank you.
From what you've stated, I want to make sure that, if we recommend the amount of money that you're able to sustain it.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yes.
if we recommend and then the commissioners award that to you, we want to be able to we want you to be able to use all of it.
Right.
So are you able to sustain all of will you be able to use all of it?
Yes, and I think I know why you're asking that question. So since this is we've only been around for 4 years, and we've been through a couple compliance audits, which have been very helpful. We are learning what is needed to really vet the veterans, not just their DD 214, but make sure they are low income. And so there's been times when, like last year's grant, we had to give back some of the money because we had to, after compliance, go back, and a lot of veterans dropped because they weren't meeting those income requirements. And so we're working with that. We have a staff of 5, and 3 of them are program people. One's development director, me, and the other one's marketing. So all of us jump on board and call all of those veterans and make sure we have the documents that we need. So I don't know if that answers your question. If you're asking about funding, we have additional funding sources as well. Y'all are not the only ones. You're definitely the largest, but we have several grants, 20, 25,000, 10,000, 10,000. You know, I'm writing grants constantly to foundations, probably 2 a month, and a lot of people support us. We also have a lot of individual donations, so we're trying to grow that as people learn who we are throughout the state.
It sounds like you're partnering with a lot of.
Absolutely, and that helps us tremendously. A lot of it is printing costs because we print out rack cards to be put in every VSO's office and every social worker's office and every college representative. And there's like 5 campuses with some of those colleges. So, you know, we're constantly trying to get the word out and get more veterans. And then we have to get them through the vetting process, which takes a while. You're welcome. Hope it answered your question. Okay. Yes.
For your college program, do you also service dependents or spouses?
Not yet. We would love to be able to do that, and we get asked that a lot. But we just don't, I don't think we have the capacity to do that right now with the staff and the limitations. You know, it takes a while just to vet one veteran and figure out what's going on with them, much less, you know, someone who's not a veteran. And that would be great. I would love to expand in that area. We'll see. And then, you know, we have to we don't want to turn anyone away. We don't have a wait list yet, but we might come to a point where that happens. So if we start serving spouses and things like that, then there might become a wait list for just any veteran to receive our services. If we're adding on additional people, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think of how to exactly answer that question, other than we would like to be able to serve the spouses, if possible.
So the numericals are, you've got a staff of 5.
Mm-hmm. And a volunteer, our founder, who's 87 back there, a Korea War veteran, who comes in every day and volunteers.
And they're not 8-hour days.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Any questions?
Thank
for the
you.
questions? Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Honor Veterans Now. Next up, we have Goodwill Central Texas. And your presenter remote's right there on there.
Thank you. Good morning. Isn't today a great day giving money out across the state? It's awesome. I love it. So, Goodwill Central Texas, we just hit 60 years a couple years ago, founded in 1958. We've been serving veterans the entire time. Really more specifically, in 2012, we received funding from Walmart Foundation to really have intensive services for veterans. We've been, from there, we started applying for TVC funding to supplement that programming, and we received that funding for 5 years in a row. It was specifically focused on emergency financial assistance. Last year, we were not funded, so we took a year to think about, well, what can we do better? And what we decided is to build a bigger veterans program, and we increased our ask to $300,000, and we're going to start providing more intensive case management, and I'll talk a little bit about more where some of that funding is going. As you can see, we met all of our performance outcomes every year for the 5 years that we were funded. So I wanted to make sure I answered the questions that were part of the template. And so how long will it take? It takes about 3 to 4 days before you have a case manager to meet with one-on-one. And that's because we have a very strong vetting process up front for our intake staff to make sure they're eligible for all the services that we're hoping for them to seek. So making sure they meet all income requirements, that we have their DD 214, et cetera, et cetera. So it does take a few days. We want to be transparent about that, but it's definitely worth it because in the end, they're going to get a lot of services to them. So what are the services we provide? Intensive case management. We're going to develop an individual career plan. We're going to do career inventories. We're going to do life stability assessments, provide referrals for other services. We partner with agencies all across Central Texas. In fact, we founded the Central Texas Veteran Services Coalition back in 2014. Financial literacy training, talking about credits, budgets, predatory loans. Those are things that we established with the funding in the previous years. What else are we going to do? The emergency financial assistance. That's not going away. That's still critical. And frankly, that's what brings veterans in. But ultimately, once they realize, hey, maybe I got my rent paid for, but I need more than that, we want to be able to do the more than that. And these are the same categories that we did previously. And we really pared it down based on what we've seen and what the needs are over time. So some of the newer things I want to really highlight: work-based experience. We're going to be doing internships now, provide opportunity to get paid experience for 10 of the veterans that we're going to serve. We're going to be, of course, continue to do placement assistance, career advancement training. So that's going to be your resume assistance, your mock interviews, workplace dynamics, like how do you talk to your boss when you're mad about them making you come in early, et cetera, things like that. And then the other new thing is occupational training. We've always had occupational training, but they're in competition with all the other people that we serve. And we serve 8,000 people a year at Goodwill Central Texas. We don't want them to be in competition. We want them to have direct access to funding.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Do we have any questions?
Yes,
Yes, Mr. Wright.
I wanted to ask you, you mentioned the organization that you formed.
Yes, sir.
How does that relate, or is that just something you all did? And then physically, where are you?
Absolutely. So thank you for that question. So Central Texas Veteran Services Coalition, on our previous funding source with Walmart Foundation, one of the things that we were tasked to do was build a community or have a community meeting. Sorry. We're like, well, that's not good enough. Why are we doing that? And back then we realized there were all these VSOs all across Central Texas that weren't talking to each other. And so we're like, let's get this together. And we formed this coalition. It's run by all the different organizations within itself. And it's not very formal. It's not a 501c3. We just meet every month to talk about how we can fill in the service gaps. We hosted the meetings at our location in Northeast Austin for 2 or 3 years until our Walmart Foundation grant funded ended. And so we start now moving around and we spotlight different organizations each time.
And so, since that's one answer's Northeast Austin, what is your footprint?
Sorry, and I forgot to address that. So we have a 14-county radius, Goodwill Central Texas. Although majority of services are concentrated in Williamson, Hayes, and of course Travis County. We have our 2 main hubs are North Austin, South Austin, but we also have job help centers in the other counties.
Yes, Ms. Gussie.
Is PMP new?
So it is. So we acquired recently an organization called consultingsolutions.net, and that organization brought all this high-tech training. So Cisco, SQL, basically all that IT stuff you see there, that's what we acquired. Because, and thank you for asking about OT, so I can answer this. We're about to open our brand new building. We had a $5 million campaign. We're opening it in about a month or 2. It's a brand new facility. We're expanding all of our class offerings. We're really adding on to what we were already doing, which is most of the medical things like CNA, commercial truck driving, et cetera, et cetera. But by acquiring that organization, we're able to really expand into the IT realm because that's what Austin is about.
Yeah.
We were doing A+, CompTIA, and some of the really entry-level stuff. That doesn't get you employed in Central Texas. What you need is this higher-level training, Java, SQL. When we want to add Salesforce database training certifications, Google IT certifications, we're partnering with Google for things like that. So,
Is that building in the same location as your?
yes,
other
ma'am,
building?
right there. Just Northeast Austin, 183, 935. We moved one of our stores out and we put the school where the store was.
If you ever get a chance to go take a look, it's a pretty impressive place.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
So, okay, you got all those classes that you can have, but what about the certification tests? Those are what are is like PMP, you can take the classes, but.
Part of the tuition rate covers that expense. So we'll train them and we'll pay for that credential test. And we'll coach them, we'll tutor them, whatever it needs to be to get them through that credential. But that doesn't end there. They'll move over to our placement team and then we'll help them find employment in that industry.
Okay, but the certification, license will come with the provided you
Yes, ma'am.
pass.
Providing they pass, yes, provided
Right.
they pass.
Okay, So, when I think of Goodwill, I think of the ones I see driving down the freeway. And so is there something in there if I were to walk in, or whoever, John Q. Public, and they want to, I don't know, start getting financial assistance? Is there something located within them that they know how to, like in this case, send them over to the Austin complex or wherever you are in the state of Texas?
Right. So we do have 35 stores in Central
Okay.
Texas. Supervisors, management are all aware of how to refer people to services. Should someone come in a store, most of the time they do find their way to a job help center. Because frankly, most of the people that come to us for services found out from another agency that wasn't able to provide the funding that they needed, but Goodwill could. So they send them. So it's a little bit more direct referral than that. But we do take walk-ins. That's why we have our walk-in intake hours to support people. But we try to position the job help centers in the areas of the most need. And I do have a financial slide because I know you'll want to know about the breakdown, but I didn't get to it.
Yeah,
If you want to see
please
it.
put it up there, because I was gonna do math in my head.
So here's your budget summary.
Okay.
About half of it goes to operating expenses and salary for the case managers, trainers. Tiny, like 5 or 10% for supervision. And then 41% will be, that's going to cover your occupational training, tuitions, emergency financial assistance. That's going to cover your internships, your paid internships, et cetera. And then the indirect is kind of more related to like your HR expense, things, accounting expenses, things like that. It's kind of I don't know if you're familiar with indirect, but in a lot of federal fundings, there's a de minimis rate. Yeah, so that's kind of what this is. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you created a question for me. You're paying for the mentorship, the internships?
Yes, it'll come out of the funding. Part of the budget is, it's not a lot of money. We're talking like 240 hours, $10 an hour, but it gets them experience instead of just doing an unpaid internship.
And are you partnering with the Department of Labor that's providing funds for that through company?
So are you referring to apprenticeships?
Yes.
Okay, so we do participate in apprenticeship programs.
Or tell me how yours is different, I guess.
Okay, yeah, so just to be clear, I'm not talking about apprenticeships. Obviously, as we build up our skilled trade portfolio, we'll be partnering with other skilled apprenticeship programs. What I'm referring to is like somebody gets their CDL, but let's be honest, just because you have your license doesn't mean you know how to, or that anybody will hire you. So then we'll put them in our Goodwill trucking division and pay them for 6 weeks to learn, and then go from there. Any other questions?
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Appreciate it.
much. That was Goodwill Central Texas. Next up, we have Empower. Presenter notes right there.
Yeah, perfect.
Go ahead, begin.
Great. Good morning. I'm Russell Medina. I am from Empower, the nonprofit. We're located in North Texas. Our offices are in Dallas, as well as where we conduct our classes. I served in the military in the Army and retired in 1996. I've had the honor to be the executive director for the last 3 years, and we've had the privilege of being funded by the Texas Veteran Commission for the last 2. We're asking, and respectfully asking, the continuation of $300,000 to serve 225 veterans and spouses through our technology program, our holistic wraparound services, job placement, and our career support program. Now, rather than give you the whole executive summary all over again, I'd like to exemplify a success story in one of our sergeants, because he really exemplifies what we do at Empower. Sergeant Robinson served in the Army. He was a 82nd Airborne, 75th Ranger, served on the trail as a drill sergeant. Unfortunately, he busted his back on a jump, was medically fully retired. The only job he could get was a truck driver. No disrespect to being a truck driver, but it really didn't work out very well. He found us actually through his sister, who recommended Empower. Now, quite frankly, she said to him, "You don't have the skills to get into IT coding or cybersecurity, but go ahead. All you know is guns and jumping out of airplanes. He joined our program in January of 19. In the year, which is about 22 to 23 weeks, depending on the schedule, he was able to learn the IT tech fundamental skills, and through our program was able to secure an internship and apprenticeship with Citigroup and is currently serving there as a full-time employee. I got to tell you, he was able to tell his sister, you know, in your face. So he calls me his Ranger buddy because we both served. I'm really proud of him. In closing, I've got to tell you, this is a great, great program. I personally feel blessed to be in it every day. And with our long-term partners and fierce advocates for hiring programs, including the Texas Veterans Commission, I'd like to be able to serve other veterans and spouses just like Raymond, Sergeant Raymond Robinson. We're grateful for your continued support, and I'm open to your questions.
So I guess kind of the same thing I asked the previous presenter. So is this gonna get them their certifications? Because like cybersecurity is like super hot.
Sure. We not only do our own instruction in class, because that's great fellowship, but we provide testing. We pay for the testing. They'll get their CompTIA A+ in the Tech Fundamentals version. In the cybersecurity area, we also have testing. We provide Linux and pretty much the entry level for cybersecurity.
All right, but what about Security Plus, CISP?
Yes, Security Plus is there.
Bill?
Yes.
Okay, CISP? CISP?
No.
Okay.
So if I could continue on that question.
Sure.
We can't, and thank you for the previous presenter, you can't do all of those certifications. In fact, what you might be missing here is you have to have those partnerships with corporations. So we have a 1, 2, 3. The third phase after instruction is securing those internships. And as a Department of Labor, and I believe the only nonprofit in the state of Texas that has an apprenticeship for IT and cybersecurity, I really believe that getting them into the job is where you got to go. So we hold ourselves to a standard of 80%. If you don't get that job within that first year, you are an alumni for life, basically. And our goal is to get 80% through and 100% within that next year. Chuck.
And I wanted to ask you about footprints. What is your footprint in terms of service area?
Our current service area, we pull majority from the North Texas area. So 6 counties, you know, Dallas, Tarrant County, Johnson, Ellis, Denton. We want to, and we have recruited across the state of Texas, but we serve the folks in our brick and mortar in Dallas.
So, because you mentioned the Department of Labor, are you, for example, going down to Fort Hood and catching people as they're leaving to get them into the Department of Labor apprenticeship program? And is that part of what, kind of explain to me what you're doing with the Department of Labor?
So we have a standard for IT and cybersecurity. But if you're asking me how we recruit, we've recently secured a Department of Defense Skill Bridge MOU, which will allow us to absolutely do hunting on all the military bases.
So I see in your executive summary here, your housing, your space is provided with the Dallas County Community College. You have any other affiliation with them or partnering?
So we have partnered for the last 7 years at Dallas County Community College District. They have a place called Bill G. Priest Center there for workforce and economic development. We lease at a very favorable rate from the Dallas Community College. We're also partnered, though, where our credit hours under ACE will count if they enroll and continue their education. I think you asked me last year if we took the GI Bill. We do not. Our goal, though, is to get them into a job, and we do that in a very short period of time.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Can a veteran that maybe has gotten training and certification outside of the Empower program, kind of jump into the phase 3? Can you help someone like that find a job, or do they have to be cradle to grave through your program?
I prefer A to Z, yes. But yes, I'm actually looking at that because we do have some folks that already have the certifications. I've got a guy that's running cybersecurity in Norfolk, Virginia. He's got 35 employee civilians and 35 veterans or service members, and he is more than qualified. We would prefer they come through our program. When you really think about it, 23 weeks is not that long because it's that process. And it's really important to have that fellowship and growth and become an alumni. We really look at alumni as continued support to our organization. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Thank you very much. That was Empower. Next up, we have Family Service Association of San Antonio. The presenter remote is on the, perfect.
That's good to go back. It's the one on the right. The arrow pointing right is to go forward.
Good morning. I'm Kim Arispe. I'm with Family Service, and I am here to talk about our work in 13 counties. We are, our headquarters is in San Antonio. We have offices in Crystal City and Uvalde, and in total we serve 13 counties through all of our programs. We focus on the social determinants of health through a trauma-informed care lens. These are our locations. We are one of the oldest nonprofits in San Antonio. In 2017, we served about 100,000 families total in the 13 counties. I'm going to skip that slide and go straight to this one. So the social determinants of health are all of the things that affect our lives either positively or negatively. Education, health, economic stability, social and community networks, and the neighborhood and built environment. The focus for this grant is on workforce and financial counseling. Last year in our agency, we served 242 veterans through these different programs. But again, the focus for the veterans for this particular purpose are financial empowerment, which is one-on-one financial counseling, and workforce. Economic stability is the area where these programs come out of. We partner with the community college, with associates programs, job training, Incarnate Word, UTSA. We're trying to help folks move into whatever educational program they would like to move into, whether it be job training or college, and eventually move into high wage, high demand occupations. This is a slide that kind of gives a quick report card on how people are doing through financial counseling. We help people manage their debt and reduce their debt, raise their credit score, learn to manage their money better. Financial stress is one of the biggest reasons why divorce happens, child abuse. There's all kinds of social indicators that we can point to when people are in financial duress. And if we can help them manage these things better, they will have better outcomes overall.
Time's up. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Reaver.
So I have a question.
Sure.
I applaud you for trying to cover a lot of stuff. But what is the actual primary focus of this grant? Because you have it in basically, it goes over like 4 categories at one time.
So it's workforce and financial counseling. So helping people move into high wage, high demand jobs through educational opportunities, linking financial counseling with that.
So how much, what percentage of the grant goes towards that, do you think? Because you, just by looking at your slide, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 different areas?
All of the grant is focused on workforce and financial counseling. All of it. The other areas are areas that our agency can serve as well, and linkages that we can help create for a participant who comes through. Those will not be funded with these funds. Those are funded by our agency.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Matthew.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Family Service Association of San Antonio. Next up, we have YWCA El Paso del Norte region.
Hello. I'm super short. Hello, good morning. First of all, thank you for your service and thank you for allowing us to present. My name is Dr. Silvia Acosta. I'm the CEO of the YWCA in El Paso. We've been around for 109 years, and this is Diana Hastings. Diana Hastings is our administrator in charge of educational programs. She's also the spouse of a disabled vet and runs our Texas Veterans Program. The first slide, back one more.
Here, I'll help you. Right there. Is that the one you're looking for?
Yes, there you go. So these are the performance measures that we had for our program. The program currently works on childcare. We focus on childcare, early childhood education, high quality early childhood education, after school program, which is STEM based in our community, and health and wellness program for veterans. As you can see, we've done very well in terms of meeting the needs of our community. As of this morning, we were at 57 instead of 53 towards our projected target. This is our actual request. As you can see, we are asking for $270,000 and $529 in direct costs and $29,471 for indirect costs, and that's to pay for the person who oversees this program. The dollars for this program all go to support, a majority of them go to actually provide the services for the veterans to get child care, after school care, and health and wellness care. We have high quality curriculum, as stated on there. In a recent evaluation of our pre-K program, 73% of parents surveyed across the proposed sites indicated that they strongly agree that their child is demonstrating strong academic growth, while another 27% surveyed agreed that that their child is increasing their outcomes academically. We also have a STEM-based after-school program, which is one of the best in the city. Our program has shown that kids in our after-school program are scoring 10 points higher in math than kids that are not attending our after-school program. And that's because our after-school program is STEM and math-based. These are some of the STEAM program outcomes that we have gotten. So you see an increase in their math scores. And what you see right now, the reason why we do a lot of data analysis is to identify where the
Time's up.
challenges might be.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Wright.
Okay, you focused a lot on the aftercare program, but you say you're gonna serve 60 veterans. Are you serving them indirectly by taking care of their kids, or are you providing services directly to those veterans? I'm just trying to understand the breakdown.
It's through our health and wellness program.
Could you
It's
speak
our-
into the microphone, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's through our health and wellness program. It's physical activities for the veterans themselves. The dependents are the ones that are served through our after-school and early learning academies.
And then with the graph that you just showed, look like you're doing great with everybody but sixth graders.
Yes,
And you can actually fall on a
yeah, so that's where that's why we're taking, so before we kind of came into this field, there were a lot of people gathering data on how kids were doing in terms of their academic success. And so now we're really focusing on the sixth graders, like what is happening with sixth graders that the grades are going down when we've seen a progressive increase in their outcomes up until that point. So we're evaluating those numbers to try to identify how we can strengthen our program in the sixth grade.
Can I add to that? May I add to that, please? Okay, so the results that you see here, it's a longitudinal study for the children that we currently serve. So we measured from the beginning of the school year to the end. Still, though, in comparison to the children that we don't serve, all of these children are scoring 10% higher. We still like to track each child individually to see what it is that we can do to improve.
So then equates to higher star or exit, whatever that state of Texas tests they had to take at different, okay. So you're seeing that equation too?
Absolutely. What we're seeing that there's a strong correlation between early childhood education and after school education in a child's ability to continue in school and graduate from school. And our goal as an organization is to improve not just our after school and their current grades in elementary school, but to try to identify opportunities for them to continue to be successful through high school. If the kids are starting out school ready in kindergarten, they are less likely to drop out in high school. So that is one of our primary goals.
So which then equates to a stronger home, the veterans more happy, et cetera. Is that?
Absolutely. And so we do a parent survey to identify whether or not the parents are comfortable with what their children are learning. And that's why I shared some of that data. The parents are seeing that there is improved academic engagement with their children in school. And if kids feel comfortable with math and literacy, they are more likely to continue on that trajectory. One of the things that we did over the summer is we did a study to look at kids that participated in our after-school program and kids that did not participate in our after-school program to identify whether or not the children that participated in the after-school program had a greater affinity to enter jobs in science, engineering, math, and we found that there was a strong correlation among the kids that were participating in after-school programs that were STEM-based through our organization in their comfort with math and in their comfort with possibly becoming engineers, which is something that we're very focused in El Paso.
Okay, so we know everyone's dependent on these and a little calculator. Do you do still the old stubby pencil method with them over there?
There's actually a variety of ways. We purchase curriculum. There are different categories of the curriculum, so it's very hands-on. It's not the traditional day learning, what they're learning in school, but it is a reinforcement of that. So in activities that are hands-on, almost like in a play way.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. That was YWCA El Paso del Norte region. Next up, we have East Texas Council of Governments. Yes, and the one on the right is your forward button. Correct.
Good morning. My name is Vince Huerta. I'm with the East Texas Council of Governments, the GOBUS division. So we are a rural transit system, and we serve the eastern region of the 14 counties that are listed above here. We're primarily 6:30 to 5:30 p.m. We served over 100,000 trips last year. We've got about 57,000 veterans in our East Texas region. One thing about the way we work as a transit system is that our funding is, when it's on an operational basis, it's 50-50. So it is our responsibility to work to find that 50% match to draw down those 50,000 from, the other 50% from the federal or state government grants. So something really important to note. Turnaround time on the services that we'd be providing under this grant would pretty much be immediate. We've got the services already going. So if a veteran were to call today and they need services today, we'd put them on in one of the different programs that we may have available. If not, we would perform the trip so that as we go through the qualification process, it typically doesn't take more than 24 hours, we'd be able to serve the folks. This would be a transit grant, so it'd be all transportation services that we'd be providing. Providing folks with access, providing veterans with access is what we're trying to do. In terms of limits, we're pretty open because we've got multiple programs. Again, that is our forte. That's what we do, providing safe, reliable, and friendly transportation services. So the grant may be limited on the amount of trips that we're serving, but at the end of the day, we're working to find solutions. So we are requesting $250,000. It's all going directly to services. So these are trips that we'll be providing for veterans. As I mentioned earlier, the goal here, the reason that we feel this is a right fit for our organization is because through those, if we're funded those $250,000, we feel very comfortable that we'd be able to match that with another $250,000 from the state and federal grants that we have. So ultimately, we'd be able to put together $500,000 worth of services. And that's to include, I shouldn't say to include, beyond that, we're still able to identify other programs. When folks are qualifying for this, we try to match them with any other program that may be available for their services. So if they fall under one of those categories, we'd be able to shift them onto that before we touch this particular grant funding. We would be serving veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses through this program. We have multiple partners in East Texas. We work closely with the East Texas Veterans Community Council. We work with East Texas Veterans Resource Center, Community Health Corps, Longview VA Clinic, East Texas Connects, and Camp Beef, which is a new project that's been set up in the Tyler area for folks that we serve in East Texas. Finally, we did launch a Veterans Free program last November 2018. This has really shown us the need that exists for veterans. As we did the homework on this, we were able to
Time's
identify
up.
that there was a big need.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the committee?
Go ahead, Nick.
Go ahead if you have a question.
Oh, if you're not ready, I'm ready.
Okay, go.
All right, by over a factor of 100, the numbers of veterans you're gonna support is more than almost any other applicant to date. So can you explain how you're gonna serve almost 58,000 veterans? Are they all getting a ride?
No, these are in trips. We're tallying it up in trips. A trip would be from point A to point B. So potentially, right now, we're currently, in this past year, we were able to do 3,000 trips through the program, so it's quickly growing. We literally went from 0 to 3,000 just on the trips going into the VA into Shreveport. Additionally, we're serving them to go anywhere they need to go within that 14-county region. So we anticipate, based on 2014 numbers, and prior to, we were doing just 8,000 trips going into the Shreveport VA area, which is where most of them are going in at least in our eastern portion, the eastern portion that we serve. So we're tallying it up in trips. We anticipate roughly, based on the database, that we touch about 20,000 on any particular year. Not everybody is served necessarily. Some folks may ride once, others may ride a lot more, just depending on what their needs are. Some of the folks may be needing it for work. Some of the folks are needing it for more regular services like dialysis and things of that nature. So it just depends on the need of the individual that we're serving.
Okay, so to continue down this rat hole, you did 3,000 trips last year.
Yes.
And
Well, a
that's
little
from-
over 3.
Okay. All right. That's from point A to point B. So that got a veteran from his house or from wherever to the VA.
Correct.
And it's another trip to bring him home?
Yes.
Okay. So, even if you doubled that at 6,000, so you expect a tenfold increase this year?
Potentially, there's, I would say maybe 8. We've run some numbers based on historical data that we have, and the numbers were a lot higher, and this is why we're already seeing that increase. We had, just to give you an idea, so prior to 2018, we had about 100 trips, 150 trips. When we re-engaged the Veterans Ride Free, we went up to 3,000. So we do feel that there's definitely the increases, we can feel it already. And it's even higher than that based on the numbers that we've served this short period. I don't have the exact ones for this fiscal years, but it's already
Sure.
growing quickly. Yes, sir.
Ms.
I
Yes, ma'am.
wanted to see the other slide. With the stats on it?
Oh. This?
Yeah. How many counties do you serve?
14.
So the only thing, I don't have a one pager, some organizations provide us a one pager, so when we go back and because we go back and we kind of
Sure.
add everything up and recommend to the,
Yes, ma'am.
committee. The only thing we have is what was presented to us and what you're presenting to them.
Yes, ma'am.
So what I'm looking at is from the last visit. And from the last visit, it looks like you might have had some paperwork errors. Or
Okay.
your application might have had some paperwork errors. I think it's a great program. I think that whoever is managing it really needs to
So are you speaking about the previous
cover down.
application?
Yeah,
The previous application?
yeah.
Unfortunately, I've been here a year and a half roughly, so I wasn't part of the previous application. I do know that there's been some challenges. One of the things that I was tasked with was specifically this item. Like I said, like I mentioned to the gentleman, prior to 2014, we roughly had 2007 to about 2011 and a little bit beyond that, we had roughly about 8,000 trips. And I'm just talking about the folks going into the VA. So those dropped pretty much to zero. So there was a problem, and part of the task that was given to me as I came aboard in May 2018 was to figure that out. What's happening? We're getting the calls. There's different organizations. So we went out to meet with the folks at the VA and the different veterans groups in the region. And one of the things that we identified is that our fares were just too high. We were charging $30 for them to go in. We were charging on any given trip. We were getting complaints about folks wanting to bring 20 bags on the bus, and that was not part of our policy. Well, we realized that when we dropped those rates, they were able to go a lot more often, didn't have to bring a whole bunch of groceries and stuff. So again, working and really getting educated about what the issues were, we feel we've really identified it. Again, biting the bullet on it by eliminating the fares. You can see, as I mentioned to the gentleman, we had about 100 trips prior to with folks that were paying, and now we've got
So you were
3,000.
charging a fare prior, and now you're not charging.
Right, we implemented fares. Our fares slowly
Yeah.
increased, and that basically was a correlation and a loss in ridership as the fares went up. So we've eliminated the fares, we've got the ridership, we just, again, we've got more demand than we do capacity, so that's kind of where we're challenged now. Like I said, this is the right fit for us because with the 50% on the operational side, we're able to draw down state and federal dollars with those $250,000. We can match that.
And I just want to emphasize how important it is to show us
Yes,
that
ma'am.
picture, because all we have is what we have before us. And so it's so important for you to show us that picture or provide us a one page to show us that, so we understand.
This is my first time with the
Okay.
process. I'll
No,
definitely
I-
take that.
I
I'll
just
make a
wanna
note with
let
that.
you know.
No, I'll definitely make a note
Because I
because our
think
goal.
transportation is such an important issue, and I want it to continue, and I just want you to be able to
Yes, ma'am.
understand it,
Appreciate it.
to talk and what to present,
Absolutely.
and everyone else.
Thank you.
So, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Wright.
A couple of things. This is obviously for veterans. What is the limit? So if a veteran calls you, obviously you're gonna take him to the VA if he needs to go to the VA. What other services will you provide to him? And are you doing this through vehicles that you have already? Because I noticed a couple times you mentioned GoBus. Is this a partner of yours, or is this something you control?
Great question. So we're East Texas Council of Governments. That's the umbrella of our organizations. A division of that is GoBus. That's the transit portion of it. So we are a transit district in the state of Texas, a rural transit district. So the service that we provide is strictly transit services. So when the individual calls, we basically schedule the trip, put him into our system. We don't just do the VA. That's one of the biggest challenges that we face because folks are going outside of our service area. So we typically, a transit system would not necessarily do that. They would partner with somebody. But because Shreveport is so close to the area that we serve, we go into that area. So that's something that we've taken on. We're doing that part of it. But what other type of service, and not just to the VA, we go anywhere for anything. quality of life trips. They can go to Walmart, they can go to the movies, they can go to work, or, you know, doctors or whatever it is that they need. So it's all encompassed in the same. It's
You're
rural.
the second transportation provider that's talked about going to the movies. And I'm trying to wrap my head, I mean, I understand the value of it.
Sure.
But so if I'm a veteran out there, I can pick the phone and you'll call and pick me up and take me to the movies.
Assuming that it falls within the timeframes that were available, yes, sir, we'll take you anywhere you need to go. Now, most of the schedules are built around the core, which would be if you've got dialysis trips in that
Right.
particular area and things of that nature. So the goal is to fit them in as best as possible into that realm.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your all's
sir.
time.
Thank you very much. Next up, that was East Texas Council of Government, excuse me. Next up, we have Catholic Charities of Central Texas.
When you're ready, sir.
Good morning. My name is Neil McMaster, and I serve as Chief Operating Officer for Catholic Charities of Central Texas. We were a first-time recipient of a Fund for Veterans Assistance grant in 2017, which allowed us to launch our St. Michael's Veteran Services. Our program provides veterans, active military, and their families in a 25-county region with case management, financial assistance, and individualized services. We focus on financial assistance to help veterans and their families remain in their homes and avoid utility disconnections and keep their cars in working order. Since 2017, we've served 560 beneficiaries across 15 counties. Only halfway through our current grant year, we've met 91% of our beneficiary service goal, a testament to the overwhelming need for this type of work. At times, we have up to 90 families on our wait list, a wait list that we urgently want to address. Today, I'm here to ask you to award Catholic Charities of Central Texas a $300,000 general assistance grant in your priority service category of financial assistance. With an increase in FVA funding, we can decrease our wait list and more than double the amount of beneficiaries we serve annually. Our unique value proposition is that we holistically meet the complex needs of veterans' families under the same roof by assessing their needs through a single intake process. We internally refer veteran families to our other Catholic Charities program for mental health clinical counseling, parenting classes, material assistance like hygiene kits and diapers, and financial literacy education. While our office locations are in Austin and Bryan, our service area reaches from San Marcos to Waco out to Llano. Another unique element of our program is that we travel through our 25-county service region to meet with veterans. There are many rural areas in our region, and we are committed to reducing the transportation barriers by meeting veterans closer to their homes. We receive 2 to 3 calls a day from veterans seeking emergency financial assistance, typically because of employment difficulties. With your increased investment in our work, we will serve at least 225 individuals during the next grant term and provide $143,000 in financial assistance. At Catholic Charities, we believe the dignity of every person, and we strive to help veteran households achieve stability. Our veterans have gone above and beyond serving us. Thank you for helping us serve them. Any questions?
Some questions?
One
Yes, sir.
quick question,
Yes, sir.
trying to visualize your footprint. So Llano to the west, Bryan College Station to the east, Waco to the north, and then Austin.
San Marcos,
San
Hayes
Marcos.
County. Hayes County. Yep.
All the way down to Hayes County.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You bet.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are right now almost to 11:30, since we mentioned that point in time earlier. We're running about a half an hour behind. I leave the breaks, lunch at your discretion. Next up, we have Community Council of South Central Texas.
Let's go ahead and give it another 15 minutes to get pushing through.
I was worst
No, hey,
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's
Yeah.
press.
Yes.
No, so,
Barry?
go ahead and call your.
Okay, so our next presenter then is Community Council of South Central Texas.
I checked out.
Okay. I'm okay with that. We'll discuss after they're done.
Here, I'll forward here. There you go. Sorry about that. Community Council of South Central Texas.
The Community Council of South Central Texas is requesting $300,000 to provide financial assistance to 170 beneficiaries comprised of 150 veterans, 10 dependents, and 10 surviving spouses. The proposed project service category is financial assistance. Beneficiary service wait time will be short, with most appointments scheduled within 48 hours of the service request. Appointments typically last 30 minutes to an hour, and issuance of payment vouchers is often issued during the first appointment. The wait time to house the homeless will vary on a case-by-case basis. 75% of the budget will be spent on direct client services, with the remaining 25% to fund a program coordinator and related expenses to efficiently administer the program. No project service cost per client are assigned, although most service payments are limited to one time. Services include one-time comprehensive utility assistance payments, one-time rental or mortgage assistance with related expenses, and transportation vouchers or bus passes accommodating appointments or self-care needs. CCSCT's program is unique because it addresses critical services needed that most programs do not provide, such as payment of connection, disconnection, or late fees, deposits, and utility payments that also includes water, trash, and sewer. Also provided will be one-time rental or mortgage payment and transportation vouchers for various appointments or self-care needs. Eligibility will be based on the service need rather than income. CCSCT is in the unique position to assess beneficiaries for eligibility for other programs, including CCSCT services and referrals to other community-based organizations. CCSCT has over 250 established partners in various community service areas. At the time of the application, 8 partners agreed to assist in making the program a success. Once funded, requests for partnerships from the remaining veteran county service offices and additional veteran services organizations will be made by the grant coordinator and CCSCT administration. Sustainability of the program is possible through various established federal and state and local funded programs. CCSCT also continuously seeks grants and donations and runs fundraising efforts throughout the year. Lastly, CCSCT has made a major impact in the community served since its establishment in 1965.
Time's up. Thank you very much, sir.
Any questions? Yes, sir.
So where are you headquarters located?
Our headquarters are in Seguin, Texas, Guadalupe County, and we have field offices throughout our 23 county service area. This grant will cover 21 counties. So we have a presence either through full-time offices or offices where we travel to rural counties once a week, half a day a week, whichever.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the Community Council of South Central Texas. Next up, we have Hope for the Warriors.
I'm short. Good morning. This is Natalie Kanelopoulos. I'm Erin Lester, and we're proud to represent the HOPE team and our 6 staff located here in Texas. Today, we'll focus on 2 direct financial assistance programs, critical care coordination and transition critical support. We'll share what makes Hope unique, how our team utilizes partners in Texas, and how this grant will help increase our local impact. We'll share our plans to ensure a sustainable offering that leads to financial and personal growth for Texas veterans and their families. Hope's research-based programs are rooted in clinical and peer support methodology. Our team of veterans and military spouses have been providing clinical case management for over 10 years. Hope has the experience and the capacity to address the unique and complex needs of veterans here in Texas. Our team provides personalized, comprehensive care for veterans and their families, and we're proud to partner with 56 agencies throughout the state. This network enhances the immediate and long-lasting impact of our programs. The support we offer is about more than financial assistance. We also uncover and address the underlying causes of financial insecurity. To highlight this work, I want to share a story about a veteran from the Fort Worth area. He's a 10-year Army veteran with a wife and 3 children. He was deployed to Bahrain and Afghanistan, has seen and unseen injuries. When he contacted Hope for the Warriors, he and his family were experiencing homelessness. Hope for the Warriors provided initial case management, plus matching and coordinating resources for immediate assistance. Critical care coordination provided financial assistance with 1 month rent and stocked the pantry gift card for a total of $1,747. Ultimately, this veteran is struggling with his transition out of the military. Hope for the Warriors continues to work with him and to support a long-term stability plan that includes housing, food, and employment. In addition to financial stability grants, the Hope team is focused on offering childcare assistance. Our team working on a combined arms in Houston is especially passionate about providing childcare assistance to veterans attending job interviews and enrolled in school. We've identified numerous colleges and universities that are offering on-site childcare. We plan to help secure quality, dependable, and safe childcare for Texas veterans seeking employment or enrolled in school. We work every day to reduce veteran homelessness, provide financial assistance, and build long-term stability plans. We provide critical support to veterans and their families. Hope was built by veterans, military spouses, and communities who are committed to serving veterans and their families, and we appreciate the opportunity to share that with you today. Does anyone have any questions for us? Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned San Antonio on the slide. You talked about being headquartered in Houston, but you're talking about providing services across the state. How do you do that, propose to do that? How will this grant help you do that?
Absolutely, a great question. So we do have 6 staff members here in Texas. They're in Austin, Dallas, and Houston. We have a virtual intakes team. So any of your veterans within Texas, any of the veterans, their families can reach out to us, and we will connect them directly with a local representative here in Texas. We have 72 staff members across the country. Our virtual platform allows us to reach the entire state. And we have 6 counties that Natalie has a list if you're interested in our top 6 counties here in Texas.
Yeah, and those are, thank you. Those are Collins, Dallas, Denton, Parker, Johnson, and Tarrant County as well.
Right, and I understand that's where my question is driving at, because you do have people, I understand that. I'm trying to see how you, that's my question, right, how are you planning to expand that so you can really claim, hey, we're helping the whole state?
So what we're finding, like others are finding here today, have already announced, the need is growing faster than the money, right? So we have on average 400 to 500 new veterans contacting us every year just in Texas alone. So we want to increase our reach, and to be able to do that, we need more money.
My last question is you seem to be serving the almost 2.5 times as many dependents as family members. Would you talk about that for just a second?
So we added that in because of the child care component.
Are we finding veteran families
Needing.
have that many kids?
So our veterans, post 9/11 veterans in particular, are so much younger that they have multiple children that need care while they're seeking employment or going to school.
Pardon? That, the new millennial.
Yes.
Okay. Let's not throw them under the bus.
Any other questions for us?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
How long do you support an individual that comes in? How long would you support them?
How long will we work with them?
Yes.
Quite frankly, we'll work with them as long as they need us. And our well-being approach will support them in multiple areas. Mhm.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was Hope for the Warriors. Next up, we have Goodwill Industries of Houston.
Hi, I say good morning or good early afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to present the Women Veterans Training and Employment Program under Goodwill Houston. Goodwill Industries of Houston celebrates its 75th anniversary, assisting families in the greater Houston area this year. Since 2016, Goodwill Houston has assisted over 10,000 veterans with housing and employment services. 5% of that 10,000 were female veterans. So we are very proud that the Texas Veterans Commission Fund for Veteran Assistance granted Goodwill Houston with this opportunity last year. And so we're even prouder to be before you requesting a continuation of assistance to serve specifically women veterans. Our program started in July of 2019. Since we opened our doors, we've had enormous amount of need, and we've met that need. We started out with an anticipated target of 50 veterans and female veterans, and we're already going into the third quarter of the program year. We've already hit 70. So we've already exceeded our target, and we plan to continue to serve. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce my colleague that'll go into further detail about the impact of the program.
Perfect. Just go ahead and speak in the mic. Thank you.
All right, good morning, afternoon. My name is Tisa Wise, and I'm a case manager with the Women's Veteran Services Housing and Employment Program. As a case manager, I've had the privilege and the honor of assisting my fellow sisters in arms during their times of need and crisis. The short-term assistance provided by our program transitions our clients from a feeling of devastation into hopefulness. They come in with a need and unsure of how to handle it, and we make sure that we let them know that they are not alone. Unlike most stereotypes of veterans that are like in housing or employment needs, a majority of our clients are well-educated and hold at least one degree. Our program encourages empowerment and self-sufficiency for our clients. We remind our clients that it's about their strengths and their abilities and not to focus too much on the actual obstacle. I have the honor of introducing one of our clients, Dr. Aisha Asby, who will share her journey with our program with you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Aisha Asby, and I am a veteran. I served in the U.S. Army Reserves. And after that, I was also an assistant professor at Prairie View A&M University. I was denied my tenure in 2016.
Time's up. So wait, you denied your tenure, and what happened after that?
So I was denied my tenure in 2016. In the process, I was looking for more employment. I wanted to get back in academia and teach. However, the job opportunities were not as readily available as I assumed that they would be. And I had my savings and retirement. I had money saved up that I thought that I would be able to survive in the interim as I searched for other employment. Like I said, that was not how things turned out. In the process, I lost my home because I did have a house. I lost my house. I had to downsize and find, smaller apartment just so I can survive. And so I don't know if you guys are familiar with the term rob Peter to pay Paul. I was robbing Peter to pay Paul. And so it was a matter of pride at that point because I got to the point where I felt I'm educated. I have all these abilities and qualifications. How could I get to this point? And so I hit my wall in October of 2019. At that time, I got in a car accident where I totaled my car, so I didn't have a car. I lost my job again, because I did find employment just to help pay bills. I lost my job again. In that time, I was also dealing with the loss of my father. Rent was due, bills were due, I was stressed out. And to a point where I felt I was embarrassed because, again, I have these qualifications. I was frustrated, I was stressed, I was anxious. I didn't know where to go for assistance. And so the seeds of depression were growing, and I felt overwhelmed. Until one day, I was like, okay, enough of this. So I had to let go of the foolishness. I'm like, I need to find support, because there is no pride in poverty, especially when the resources and the support is out there. So I called 211. I was like, listen, I'm a woman, I'm a female vet, I need help. And that's all it takes to open our mouths and say, I need help. I called, and they directed me to Goodwill of Houston Women's Vet Program.
Is
And-
she standing over there you talked to?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's my case manager.
So
And
now where you at in your life? real
so
quick?
now where I'm at. So they assisted me with 2 months of rent. I have now, through networking, I found employment so now I work as not a social security, but as a security professional. I am working on my license because my PhD is in clinical psychology. So I'm working on that so I can re-enlist and provide we talked a lot about the social and the mental health issues with our veterans. So I am working on that so I can re-enlist as an officer in Psychology Corps. I'm caught up on my rent. I'm working with also a financial counselor within the program so I can get back on track, rebuild my finances, my savings, my retirement. So those things that are going to provide just those basic needs that we all look for so I can move
Goodwill
forward.
got you on your women's vet program, got you back on your feet.
Indeed.
Got you, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for, yes, sir.
Yes.
I probably misunderstood something, but, by the way, I don't wanna say wonderful story because it didn't start out that way, but I'm glad you're back on your feet. During the presentation, started off with, this is a woman vets program. Okay. But yet, when you were speaking, you talked about the number of people you helped, and I heard that only 5% of them were women. So where did I miss my disconnect at?
So Goodwill Houston as a whole. Can you hear me?
Okay, gotcha. So Goodwill Houston as a whole has helped X number of veterans, 5% of which are women.
Right.
Your program is women only.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I got two. So what is your average time to support one? Like, what's the length of time that they get services?
Is it the number of time that they receive assistance or
Is it
from?
1 week, 1 month, 6 months, a year?
We do needs-based assessments of our clients. It's like a triage. When they come in, especially with the women veteran population, there's a resistance to ask for help. So in most cases, they're kind of at their bottom. So we have to do a lot of rebuilding their life. So once we get the female out of crisis, we provide wraparound case management service. So once they're a Goodwill client, they're a Goodwill client for life. So we provide out as Goodwill as a whole, it's not just in the WVETS program. They qualify for services throughout Goodwill. And because we have the benefit and the support of the stores, Goodwill Houston has a round-up program. So if you go purchase a sweater at the store and they round up to the nearest dollar, that cash goes right into the Veteran Services Program at Goodwill. So that's the sustainability to provide extended services beyond the grant.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, yeah.
Oh, it's number two, yes.
So would you say you're wholly a financial or financial employment, or both, kind of like both all around?
It's housing services, so financial assistance. Our tenants are self-sufficiency and empowerment. Our mantra is we are not an agency that just cuts a check. Quite frankly, a woman has to meet certain benchmarks along the way to provide continued assistance. Again, we'll get you out of crisis. We'll give you that first month. You earn additional months after that by you meeting those benchmarks of the program.
Oh, and the only reason I'm asking is because it's a financial, during the financial category.
Yes, so financial assistance, yes.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am, for telling us your story, and it takes guts, I got it. We got it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That was Goodwill Industries of Houston.
Okay, so let's, so it's 10 minutes to 12. Why don't we just go ahead and, for right now, let's press until 12, and then we'll take an hour lunch. Are we okay with that? Yeah. So we'll take an hour lunch, but we'll press until 12. Are we good to press until 12?
Yep.
All right, Fort
Okay.
Worth.
Thank you very much. All right, so next up, we have Brazos Valley
Give
Cares.
infantry call. Marines would understand that too. See, I don't get any credit on it. I just think I'm in the record. Please,
Kind of dangerous to be the last group before lunch. We could get run over between, in just a moment. Standing to my right is Susan Marty, who is going to be the first real director in a paid sense of Brazos Valley Cares when we stand up the new organization that we're asking assistance for. You have plenty of, with the handouts that you've got and with the slide in front of you, you have plenty of information about Brazos Valley Cares. I'm not going to read any of that to you, particularly because it's time for lunch. But what I would like to do is tell you a little bit about Brazos Valley Cares very quickly, because it's sort of a unique organization, I think. BVC was started by a small group of friends, 3 to be exact, who started trying to help the Wounded Warriors Community Support Center in San Antonio at Brooks. And an Army surgeon, in fact, had called upon a couple of his friends in the Bryan College Station area and said, my soldiers need things to do while they're rehabilitating. And so a neighborhood group formed this organization to try to bring some of our wounded warriors and perhaps at times a few of their dependents to trap shoots and cookouts and sporting events at Texas A&M and on and on. And that's how it started. And the very first fundraiser they did was a Brazos Valley called Stake Your Support, with stake spelled S-T-E-A-K, very clever, Stake Your Support. And the very first one of these fundraisers, they held it, had the barbecue in the back of a pickup truck, and they raised $7,000. And the second year, this was in 2013, I believe, that first fundraiser. So it's been 7 years. The second year, they moved it under a roof in a pavilion and used a little more upmarket cooking equipment and so on, and raised $45,000 that year. To contrast you to how far BVC has come. This past spring, for the major Stake Your Support banquet, we sold 700 seats at $150 a pop. And of course, that was also coupled with all the auction items and stuff where, very generous people in the area will pay $10,000 for a $5,000 weekend vacation and pay $3,500 for a $1,200 shotgun and the typical kind of auction things. We cleared over $300,000 on this last fundraiser. Okay.
Time's up.
Thank you very much.
Very far.
Any questions? So I got 2. I see you've got dental and funeral
Please ask me
costs.
some questions.
Yeah, dental and funeral costs. Funeral costs, that's not a cheap thing. So
No, it's
VA
not.
only
It's
covers
not.
so much, and then
And certainly we intend to continue doing all of those things that you see there. Brazos Valley Cares will continue to raise money. Brazos Valley Cares will continue to use large numbers of volunteers to do these things. But the thing that we want to do in order to deal with these high costs that this is a slight opening you've given me, is we want to stand up an organization. We're going to open an office. We're going to have a staff there, and Brazos Valley Cares is fairly unique. We became a 501(c) corporation in 2015, and I think there are very few all voluntary 501(c) corporations in the United States. Almost everybody has employees. Well, Brazos Valley Cares doesn't have any. But we really need to take it to the next level, and I hope we can do that with your help.
Well, I
Thank
read
you.
your sheet, and I appreciate that. So, any other questions? Yes, sir.
Quick question on your service area. What is your footprint?
Sure.
Could you please speak into the microphone? Thank you.
Brazos Valley is comprised of 7 counties: Brazos County, Burleson County, Robertson County, Grimes, Leon, Madison, and Washington County. So Bryan College Station is the main, if you want to call it a city. We don't think of ourselves as a city, but the city of Bryan has over 100,000 full-time residents, and the city of College Station has over 100,000 full-time residents.
So Madisonville, kind of to the north, and I'm thinking more of cities than counties.
Navasota to one edge.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's lots of other places, Snook and Bedice.
Little towns, Anderson, where there's no services, none.
Basically, it's Brazos County and the 6 counties that are contiguous.
Okay.
All the 6 share some border with that.
Awesome. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. And let's, the next one, bring everyone in the zone, and then after that, we'll break for lunch, please, ma'am.
So our next presenter is Bring Everyone in the Zone.
Chairman Reyna and members of the committee, first of all, I want to thank you for your service. I know public service is not easy. We never can give you this time you take here back, so we're grateful. The second thing is I want to thank you for trusting us to do what we said we were going to do with the money you gave us, and we have. And so this year so far, we've exceeded our goal. We estimated we would have served 230 or 240 individuals by the end of December. We've served 382, so we're way on track. We've received $53,841 from the Fund for Veteran Assistance so far through December, and actual cash match is $65,168. But we have lots of in-kind services that are provided through Bell County, through the City of Killeen, through adult probation, through collaborations with the county. We're co-located with the county service officer. The Justice of the Peace is across the street. We collaborate with the Veteran Service Alliance of Central Texas, area veterans, Jewish War veterans, Korean War veterans, the Star Group Veterans Helping Veterans, the Department of Texas, Korean War veterans, and so many more, I can tell you. Last year, we got $100,000 from you, and we received in match more than that. And so it was over $150,000. And we're trying to increase our grant this year to serve more people. And I realize that we underestimate the amount of time that we use on this grant. I have done that in the past. And so that's why it's increasing. Plus, the need is increasing, especially with some organizations going out of business the last year and a half. So in collaboration with others, we're working together because it works. But we also have complimentary help for our veterans with peer-to-peer support. We do mentorship for the vet court at the magistrate court at Fort Hood and also Bell County Court. We have one-on-one peer support. We serve on the crisis intervention team for Coryell County. We have a free counselor that comes in And so we're trying to give opportunities for veterans for volunteering, because sometimes they're isolating so bad they don't get out, and also socialization activities. And that's kind of it in a nutshell. We teach mental health first aid. We teach the CALM, counseling against access to lethal means, and try to be that person that stands in the brink between the person having desperation and doing something that's negative, and focusing on getting improvement in their life. We do person-centered planning where the veteran.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions? Yes,
Yes, sir.
I'll do my quick footprint question, but with a little bit of a twist. You talked about a coalition-type organization.
Yes.
And then the gentleman from Goodwill of Central Texas, not to pick on them, but they sound like they're using a similar organization. But I'm guessing you two are you working with them? Are you north of them?
We're north of them. However, the Texas Veterans Commission approached us about having a similar organization. And so I can't remember, I think the gentleman's last name was Pena, but I'm not for sure. So Bring Everyone in the Zone was instrumental in establishing the Veteran Service Alliance for Central Texas. We meet at the Goodwill. We have people from McLennan County, this central area within 100 miles of Fort Hood, I guess. And we have a steering committee. There's no formal status. The way we meet is we have 2 guest speakers from an organization, and then we throw out a problem solving, something that's going on, and then we'll talk about the next month what's happening, and then our meetings happen. So, but we serve the Hamilton, Bell, Coryell, Lampasas. We've expanded our area because we've had requests for financial assistance in the past that we met through other resources. So we do some Williamson, some McLennan, Milam, Mills. I can't think of them all, but anyway, so.
Basically, you're surrounding Fort Hood.
Basically, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for asking.
Anyone else? Well, thank you very much, ma'am.
We couldn't do it without you. Well, we could, but it would be a lot less. Okay? Thank you. God
ma'am.
bless you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so it's 12 o'clock, so let's reconvene at 1 o'clock. A gentle reminder to our audience, we're not permitted to discuss anything about presentations or anything like that. And we're adjourned right now, and we're recessed, correction, and I'll see everyone back at 1.
1 p.m.
Okay, good afternoon. We are going to go ahead and resume our presentations from the General Assistance Grant applicants. And I'd like to kindly remind you, please, to silence your cell phones along with your text portion of it, and if you get an email in, so that those are all silenced. And we will begin with the Texas A&M Research Foundation. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, committee members. We appreciate you considering our request. Where is the little
clicker?
Mhm.
Is it on this?
Oh, here it
There you
is.
go.
Why, it's in front of me. Let me see if I can get this to work.
Here you go.
The Texas A&M's University School of Law and the Family and Veterans Advocacy Clinic is where I work. I'm Lynn Rodriguez. I'm an attorney. I am also a clinical supervisor. We are proposing that we provide pro bono legal assistance to at least 60 veterans in rural counties of Ellis, Navarro, and Wise that are in close proximity to Tarrant County. We have not chosen Johnson, Dallas, Denton counties because they're very well served by the legal community. The legal assistance that we would be providing would range from advice to full representation in court, in family law matters, and an array of civil matters, in quasi-criminal matters. And these cases would be taken on and they would be begun and ended no matter how long it takes. I've had cases that have lasted 18 months and more. When we talk about family law cases, we talk about, of course, divorce and child support and child modification, modifications of child custody and support. And when we talk about quasi-criminal, we're talking about those cases where veterans can be sent to jail for contempt for not following a court order, not for not paying child support, but for contempt. A lot of people think you're going to jail for non-payment of child support, and we don't have debtors' prisons. So this is for contempt. We go into court and we protect our veterans when we can from that. What our proposal is that we do outreaches in these counties where we would do intakes, we would qualify them financially as we do today in our grant, other grant that we have for the Texas Access to Justice Fund. And our veterans would be at 200% above the federal poverty guidelines and below. We know how to qualify them. We ask for DD-214s. We ask for VA health cards. I need them to be veterans, not dishonorable. And then we would accept these cases if they fall under the lines of legal help that we do provide. Why we are unique is because there's not a lot of pro bono pro bono clinics that take in veterans cases without attachments like there'd be domestic violence and such. We don't
Time is
have
up.
that.
Thank you very much.
Do you have any questions? Yes, sir.
Yes,
Will you be partnering with any veteran service organizations within your, like, veterans courts?
Well, first, we don't do any criminal. So we don't do the veterans courts, but I do go and present at the veterans courts in Tarrant County. And I talk with, I do presentations to the veterans there so they know that of our services. But we work very closely with the Veterans Coalition, which I'm the president of this coming year. And we work with Legal Aid of Northwest Texas. We work with the VA. I work with the VA Homeless Resource Center because my heart is with homeless veterans, and that's where I work. And so, yeah, we do a lot of collaboration. Oh, we do a lot of collaborations. I couldn't do it without my buddies. Are there any other questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, go back to the criminal part. You said that you
Yes.
didn't do the criminal part, but then you said you did. I thought you said
No,
you
it's called quasi-criminal. Quasi-criminal has to do with being a danger of being incarcerated. So it's kind of like being in criminal, but it's not really criminal. Well, we don't do criminal cases.
You don't go into the jail. You don't go into the institutions except for veterans.
No, we don't. But I'll tell you that we do try to get resources to some of our veterans if their families reach out to us and they're desperate. Yeah, we don't like to leave anybody behind.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the Texas A&M Research Foundation. Next up, we have Colleen Armed Services YMCA.
Thank you for the opportunity to present our request for $300,000 for our Texas veterans and their families. The Armed Services YMCA has more than 150 years of experience in providing services to our military. The Armed Services YMCA Killeen is uniquely positioned to provide veterans with a one-stop shop of services and programming that promotes physical, emotional, and social wellness. We have something for everyone. We are located within 5 miles of Fort Hood, which is the largest active duty armored U.S. military base in the world. The Armed Services YMCA is one of 3 approved DoD nonprofits, along with the USO and Red Cross. We are also a Red Cross certified facility. All Armed Services YMCA staff must pass a background check and is subject to random drug testing. Our wellness center houses a fitness facility with exercise equipment, a multi-use gym, various exercises, a 10-lane pool for swim lessons and aquatic exercise, water exercise, and a warm water therapy pool. We have strategic partnerships with Darnell Army Medical Center, Humana, Seton Medical Center, Killeen, Belton, Coppers Cove, and Lampasas ISDs. We are an approved organization for the Greater Fort Hood United Way and the Texas State Employee Charitable Campaign. Additional information that you asked us to provide for this presentation continues on slide 5. 655 unique individuals are budgeted for services with a client limit of $5,000. Clients must complete an application and meet face-to-face with our Veterans Account Rep to determine eligibility. Once the veteran is deemed eligible and both they and their family members have been cleared through the National Sex Offender Registry, they can begin use of our program. The clearance process is instant and on-site. It could take as little as 20 minutes. The services funded through our grants are ASYMCA family and individual memberships, before and after school childcare at 41 elementary schools, summer and holiday camps, youth sports programs, various other youth programs, adult and child aquatics programs, parents' night out, wellness seminars, and future creative programming to engage our clients that fit the scope and guidelines of the fund. We appreciate your time and we hope that you fund our Valuing Our Veterans program. Thank you.
Any questions?
A question with regard to what the veteran's paying for. So if you have all these services, for let's say your child care, or just to be a member to use the fitness center and the pool, does the veteran still pay, or is this like a prorated portion based on?
No, the funds would cover the cost.
So if I'm a veteran with a wife and 3 kids, I walk in and say, hey, I don't have enough money to join the Y, I'm gonna join the Y, and y'all say, here's your membership.
Absolutely.
Sweet, I wanna join the Y.
Yes, sir.
Come on now.
Come on.
Does that include all of those programs you just mentioned? The summer
Absolutely.
camps and all that?
Absolutely.
So it's just that simple.
It's just that
I
simple.
show up there in Killeen, I don't live it.
And you qualify
Right.
within the parameters, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Question her though.
Absolutely. That's why we're uniquely positioned. We have everything under one roof.
Awesome. Any other questions? Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Killeen Armed Services YMCA. Next up, we have Burnett County.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Sophie McCoy. I'm the coordinator of Vet Ride for Burnett County. Vet Ride provides transportation for veterans, their spouse, and widows that live in Burnett, Lampasas, and Llano counties, all 3 counties. And we actually, we have 5 different, so where we're traveling, where our trips go, are to 5 different VA locations, as well as the local clinics and the clinics of Austin, Round Rock, Fredericksburg, Killeen, Kerrville. We go all over pretty much. And of course, remember they're residing in Burnett, Lampasas, and Llano counties, and we take them. So we have 7, and what's those that are calling us, why they're calling us is because they don't have a vehicle, or they no longer drive, or family is not close. Family may be close, but they're working and they can no longer get off to take them. For some of them, they're in a wheelchair. Others that do drive locally, they do not want to take on the traffic of Austin, San Antonio, and headed up to Temple. So they're calling us, and we have 7 vans. We started with 1, with 3. We now have 7 vans, and on any given day, Monday through Friday, we travel we can take up to 6 of our vans out, going 6 different directions. If I'm receiving those calls, then we have a van and we have a driver, then we're on the road. And what happens with that, now let's take the ones that do drive locally. They may meet us somewhere in a local position area to meet us. but most of them, 99% of the time, we're picking them up from the home. We're doing door-to-door service from their house to their appointment and then taking them back home. Now, remember, we may be, especially Austin and Temple, we're traveling with, it's no longer one or two like in the beginning years that we were doing this. It's now usually 3, 5, 6 that are going with us. So we're going around picking them up at their home and headed out to their, to where they need to be for their appointments. Now, if they have a surgery, well, then the driver, because of course I didn't mention, the driver stays on location. So once they take them to their doctor's appointment, they stay on location, wait for them to finish and take them home. Now, if they have a surgery, then the driver also becomes the waiting caregiver for the VA or the hospital to do that procedure, that surgery for them. So, the ones that we take, currently, we've said that we would take up to 175 unduplicated. We're saying now next year 185. When we look at it, the thing is, that they are going a lot. So it's not just 1 or twice a year. For some of them, it's every month. For one gentleman, it's 40 treatments of radiation every day. And so we don't have any. If you call us, we
Time's
have
up.
a van. We're taking you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions? Okay, so I think you're asking for more money this year, right?
We are, yes.
I think it went up 25,000?
And the reason for that is we were realizing that what used to be, we'd run out of gas and maintenance money about 3 months before the end of the cycle, and now it's more like 5 months before. So that was a part of it. Also, with our vans, we're finding that we need more and more, and when we're hanging on to some of the vans, and with our 7, it is true, they are varying ages. We have some that are 2006, and they're up to 175, 180,000. We're still, so the maintenance will be higher on them as we work to try and find some other replacement vans. We've been fortunate that our vans have all been either donated to us or 3 of them we put in for a grant, Capital Metro, when they were getting rid of 100 vans. We received 3 of them.
I just checked your usage rate. It's way up there, so you're getting close on funds already, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
But now
why-
you've factored in maintenance and gas, however it goes.
And that is why we upped it.
Anything else? Awesome.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
helping
ma'am.
us do what we do.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Th-
you.
That was Burnett County. Next up, we have Lone Star Legal Aid. And your presenter remote's right there on there. Go ahead, begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Justin Thompson. I'm the managing attorney for Lone Star Legal Aid's Military and Veterans Unit, or we call it MVU. We're requesting your continued support in 2020 so that we can serve 600 veterans, 30 dependents, and 30 surviving spouses. We provide free legal services to low-income veterans, clients, dependents, surviving spouses across 72 counties in Southeast Texas. We have our MVU staff strategically placed so that we can best serve veterans across that large territory. Organization-wide in 2018, Lone Star provided assistance for over 27,000 cases benefiting 63,000 adults and children. Approximately 1,200 veterans were served. In 2019, we're estimating that we're going to serve approximately 1,700 veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses. MVU provides holistic legal services. Of course, we provide help with veterans benefits. We see quite a bit of family law, as well as all these other areas covered up here. Clients come in to see us for one issue. We holistically assess what else can we help you with. And oftentimes we find more than one issue that we can help them with. We partner with a variety of organizations in order to help us stay funded, as well as provide non-legal referrals for our clients. So when somebody comes into us for help getting their child support modified, but then they tell us, hey, I can't afford to put tires on my car this week, can you help me? We have other agencies that we can refer them and put them in touch with immediately so that they can get help for that. It's noteworthy for us to talk about the number of people that we're going to help with your assistance. But it's vital to recognize the impact we can have in one person's life. Recently, we served a surviving spouse of a Vietnam-era Army veteran who was he passed away in the last few months out in Jefferson County. And she came to us because she had a dispute with the funeral home because they had a dispute about the contract. Well, we got that resolved, but while we're talking to her, we also helped her get VA burial assistance, food stamps, and we helped her qualify for surviving spouse compensation. It's a total of nearly $37,000 in assistance. That's the difference that we make with your help. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about Lone Star Legal Aid's Military and Veterans Unit.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
Can I check your performance numbers? The expenditures are kind of down, but we're okay with that. We don't mind if you spend less money. You're obviously hitting your numbers, but you're asking to support 660 veterans again this year. But
Yes.
you mentioned, I heard 1,700 in your talk, so would you kind of,
Yes, sir. So 1,700 is what the organization as a whole does.
thank you.
Okay.
Made that one easy.
Yes, go for it.
What is the requirement for veterans to receive legal assistance?
So we have to have documentation based on the eligible documentations that TVC requires, DD 214, the driver's license, what have you. Low income generally. Thankfully, under our TVC grant, we're allowed to work with people up to 300% of poverty. Generally, it's 200% under some of our other grants, but y'all allow us to work with people who are disabled, recently discharged, or within disabled, active duty, or within 4 years of discharge, And so that the funds you allow us to have help us serve a greater population, especially those 100% disabled folks who are over 200% of poverty level.
What about for veterans that have been discharged, general or other than honorable? Do they have to have an honorable discharge?
No, sir, we have no discharge requirements.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Disabled? Disabled?
Sir.
Is that including the dependent or spouse?
We ask that the veteran be disabled.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the
But
veterans-
if the veteran's disabled, we'll serve the spouse. Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
And you said continued support. We supported you last year?
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Last year, we didn't have a lot of money. When the commissioners met, they added you to that, as they added several that we were not able. So don't take that as us maybe not liking you.
Okay.
We were tight on money last year.
We
But
appreciate
you were
it.
added by the commissioners once they identified more money.
We
So
appreciate
to
it.
Mr. Ball's question,
Any other questions?
Thank you for your
All right,
time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Lone Star Legal Aid. Next up, we have Communities and Schools of Greater Central Texas.
The presentation remote's right there, and if you have trouble getting that video to play, then I've also got a mouse as well.
Okay. Well, I would like it if y'all just push play.
Okay.
We're gonna do a video just to give you an idea of what the funding goes to support. Salaries for our communities and school site coordinators. Okay?
You're all in the same situation. Everybody's new and everybody's trying to find a friend.
I didn't want to be all alone, and I was like eager to make a ton of new friends. I've moved around 7 times.
So I have roughly a 35% mobility rate. So I have kids coming and going every single day.
Coming from Ohio and starting all over with 3 kids and in the military, it was very tough.
When your dad deploys or your mom, it's very rough on you.
I don't teach a subject, I teach life. And I try to make them realize things about life before they have to face them.
Like it comes out my mouth. It comes out my mouth.
Ladies, they're in need of an adult to listen to them.
She taught me that I don't need to hide my feelings. I should just talk to someone about it, and I've actually done better thanks to her.
I feel like this is like a safe place where we can just talk about our problems.
The one thing I teach them is that you cannot gain respect if you don't give respect.
Like we talk a lot about experience and like things that I need to know at this age. It's very nice to have someone you can trust. I could come and talk to Miss McKelvey. She's very comforting.
Every day when I come in, if I talk to her about a student, she already knows.
She opened her door every day for those kids to come in to cry.
They need someone that can be an advocate. And that's what Mrs. McKelvey is. She works with the kids and the families.
And then she goes out in the community and bring the community in. She have her coat drives, her shoe drives, all that to help the kids wherever way she can.
I'll do whatever it takes to help a student. I loaned my husband's suit to a young man to go to prom, and he didn't know anything about it till the kid brought it back from the cleaners. Hi, this is Ms. McKelvey calling to tell you about the registration for the youth center.
We have kids that parents come home from deployment and just can't adapt to being back in the environment with the kids. Ms. McKelvey is the one that takes care of those.
She lets the parents be parents. She lets the parents focus on the things that they need to focus on with their children.
She doesn't judge any way, shape, or form. She's willing to help in anything you need if she can help you.
She is 100% genuine.
She is pivotal to these military families.
My kids all appreciate CIS and everything that's been done through the program, and I'm just so glad.
Okay, we're just here to entertain any questions. Thank you for watching that.
Question, sir.
Yes, sir.
Saw the video, see the executive summary. How are you integrated into the schools, and where does she sit? Does she sit in one of the schools? How do your students get referred to your program?
Well, as far as integrated into the schools, we're in 28 campuses in Killeen ISD and 10 campuses in Coppers Cove. We also serve Temple and Belton also. As far as how does a child get enrolled, I'm gonna let Mr. Moody, who's program coordinator.
A child could be referred by, excuse me, sir. Child could be referred by a teacher, custodian, someone in the community. We have an intake and an assessment process to make sure the student qualifies, meets the requirements set out by the Texas Education Agency to be in our program.
They get referred, and you refer your student to Mr. Ball. He or she gets accepted, and Mr. Ball is down in classroom 102. So fourth period during the day, instead of going to English, math, or science, or is it an after-school program that they go down to that class for, the 50 minutes or 2 periods or whatever?
As far as the time that they would spend with the site coordinator, that depends on the level of case management that they need. It could be 50 minutes a day. It could be 30 minutes after school, before school.
But it could be during the school when they would normally be in math, science, reading, writing, or something.
Absolutely. If there's an issue that they're facing and they need us, yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yes, and you have a program, you have that program in each school, is 28 different schools?
Yeah, Killeen ISD has 51, I'm sorry, I should be using the microphone, I apologize. Killeen ISD has 55 schools. We're not in every campus, but we are in 28. Now, for this purposes of this grant, we've written in 19 campuses, 15 are in Killeen. And the reason we did that is they have the higher military populations. Does that make sense, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Second question then, if you don't have that program, can that student transfer into one of those schools that you do provide that service?
Well, yes, sir. A school could, a child could transfer to the other campus. If we don't have a CIS program on one of those other campuses, however, we would not be able to serve them. I'm hoping that's answering your question. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? These are good questions. Thank you.
Yes.
It's for active duty personnel?
Well, we have written the Texas Veterans Commission FVA grant for active duty personnel as well as National Guard, Reserve, and retired veterans. That's how we have defined veterans. We just so happen to have a bunch of active duty there being in the Fort Hood area. Okay? Is that helping to answer your question, or?
So only retired veterans? Only retired veterans?
No, ma'am. We can.
Like no regular, not.
Yes, active duty.
Active duty, current serving military personnel are eligible the way we've written it.
Only retired, when you're talking about veterans, only retired veterans?
No, ma'am. We define veterans as what you're saying, as well as those currently serving in the active duty, as well as Guard and Reserve today.
So say I served 5 years in the military and separated.
then you'd still be eligible as to the way we've written it in here to use this funding to serve you and your child. Okay. Yes, sir.
The 19 schools that you've indicated are included in this application. Are those an additional 19? Additional to what you already have?
No, sir. We're serving them right now, but we can serve a lot more students with the funding. But we are at those schools currently.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Are other students able to utilize CIS, like non-veteran?
Yes, sir. In fact, we just giving you an example. This past year, our entire program served over 5,000 kids, and about 1,100 of them were actually military. So the other 3,900 are non-military associated. So yes, they can certainly access communities and school services.
So is there a process for students that are going to CIS to identify them as veteran or other categories?
Well, we certainly identify them as being a military dependent due to the paperwork sent home to the parents. I guess, am I not answering your question, or am I unclear on it?
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is we're allocating funds for the use of veterans and their dependents. And my understanding of the CIS program, it's a program that services all types of students, not just veterans.
Right.
So,
yes, sir.
how do we differentiate the dollars that are going to support the veteran students versus the non-veteran students? Does that make sense?
Right. Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. Our site coordinators that we have written into the grant, they have a portion of their salary paid by this grant if we were to be awarded for it. Okay? Those students that they serve, case manage, that are not in the military, that portion of their salary will be provided by other funders. Then, of course, the Texas Veterans Commission FVA funding would go to where they serve the military, and it would be prorated. They serve 100 on their caseload. They serve 100 at-risk children. So say 30% of their salary is being funded with this. Then 30 of their 100 we would make sure they're military dependent students. That way we can fulfill the obligation of the grant.
I understand. That's good.
Okay. Thank you for those. Are excellent questions. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for your time, and thank you for what you do for Texas veterans. I know time is very valuable. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you very much. That was Communities and Schools for Greater Central Texas. Next up, we have the Child Crisis Center of El Paso.
And while that Child Crisis Center is coming up, I'd like to, please go right ahead, sir. I'll cue you when to please begin. I'd like to kindly remind our distinguished committee members that the commissioners make the recommendation, and we'll discuss why they did whatever they did at the end of last year's funding cycle. And if we could just please stay asking questions and that to the 2021 application process, please. Sir, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me okay? Yes, sir. Awesome, thank you. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. This is the first time we applied for this grant, so thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be before you. My name is Enrique Davila, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Child Crisis Center of El Paso. Our center has been providing emergency shelter services for children that are victims of abuse, neglect, and exploitation, and we've been doing this for 40 years. Thus, this has allowed us to establish a good working relationship with many partnering agencies and establish the credibility in our community for new program implementation. Aside from having emergency shelter services, our center also offers other programs that seek to prevent or reduce child abuse in our community. One of these programs is our Military Families and Veterans Prevention Program, MFVPP. This program has been with us for the last 10 years, and we have been able to serve close to 9,000 families and service personnel. Being that we work so closely with these families, we've been able to identify certain gaps in our services that we would like to bridge with this grant. As you all know, we applied for this grant under the financial assistance category, hoping to help some veterans and their families with rental assistance or utilities. But our program would go way beyond that, as we would also offer services under the family services, job placement services, and any referrals to other agencies that can help them out, such as mental health services. A caveat to that would be that not only would they get those services, but all the other services that the Child Crisis Center has right now, such as pantry items, child respite care, transportation. And one of the most important ones is our respite care for children. Sometimes families need someone to take care of the kids, and you can drop off their children, at our center for 72 hours while they tend to medical emergencies, family emergencies, medical procedures, and just have somebody to take care of the children for at least 72 hours. The best part of this, if you all approve our proposal, we would be able to have a very robust program in El Paso that could serve the veterans and their families. This program would be very unique, as all the services would be under one building of a military-oriented family agency, which is the Child Crisis Center. So upon determination of eligibility, the services would be available immediately to all participants. Thank you for your time, and if you all have any questions.
Do you have any questions?
I need to be the afternoon question answer.
Go for it.
First question you may or may not be able to answer, sir. You've been around for 40 years.
Yes, sir.
This program's been in place for 10 years.
No, our military program has been in place for 10 years.
Okay. But this is the first year you've come to us with a grant.
Yes, sir.
My question is, why is this the first year you've come for a grant? And is it just because, you just now heard that you could come to us for a grant, or why? I'm just wondering.
Right. No, because we already had a grant that provided certain particular services, but again, we identified that there was gaps in those services, and the opportunity came up to apply with you all that could address those gaps and just bridge the whole program together.
Okay. Then the next question I have is on your sheet, your executive summary that you sent in, you're showing that roughly 63% is salary and fringe, and client services is 23%. The sheet that I'm showing has that just backwards, so is your executive summary correct here? Salaries and fringe benefits 63.7?
63.7, yes, correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. That was the Child Crisis Center of El Paso. Next up, we have CLC.
Good afternoon. I'm Carrie Wilcox. I'm one of the case managers at CLC, and actually the COIN project, this is my third year to manage this case. I'm also a Gold Star wife, mother, daughter, sister, and granddaughter of combat veterans, so this is my passion. With me today is our financial officer, Amy, and she's also a military wife. So thank you for having us. CLC is respectfully requesting a grant in the amount of $300,000. And to accomplish the following, and that's to provide financial assistance to a minimum of 115 veterans or their surviving spouses. The cap is on the assistance is $1,800 throughout the grant year, and there is a monthly cap of $15,000 a month unless there's a dire circumstance. CLC will provide services to these veterans with a prior service and with anything other than a dishonorable discharge. The project will serve veterans residing in the following counties: Tarrant, Dallas, Palo Pinto, Parker, Denton, Collin, Ellis, Wise, Hood, Johnson, Somerville, Erath, Hunt, Jack, Kaufman, and Rockwall. Okay. Anything over the $1,800, which we run into quite frequently, we have made numerous partnerships, and this is probably 1/10 of the partnerships that we've made within the community and within the state of Texas, because we get calls from all over. For the period of July 1, 2019 through January 18th of 2020, I've served 76 out of the 115 that was proposed, affecting the lives of 137 family members with a total of 209. 106,000 is our expenditure so far. 32% have secured gainful employment. 33% are unable. They're either disabled or elderly. And 14% are obtaining a higher education at a college or a university, which we're up 8% from last year. And if you look on here, the impact to date, because this is our 4th year.
Ma'am, could you pull the microphone off there?
Yes, I'm sorry. This is our 4th year to receive this grant. So the impact to date, you can see the dependents, and we've served over 1,200 clients. And also the, oh, did you go to impact? Okay. And the critical services that we have noticed is mortgage, rent, utilities, and car note insurance and repair out of the numerous ones that we offer. So CLC is grateful for TVC and the financial assistance and the support thus far provided to our organization to assist these veterans and their dependents who need the services the most. And a lot of times when they come in, that's just the first step. We
Time's
also
up.
offer employment and training.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any questions? Yes. Yes.
What does CLC stand for?
CLC stands for Community Learning Center.
I do have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Y'all do training on site, correct?
Yes, sir. We have
It's not part of this grant, but
absolutely outside. Yes. We have 2 locations.
where are they?
There's one in Forest Hill, which is 15 minutes from our location right across the street from Lockheed Martin in West Fort Worth.
Sorry, just trying to visualize that. I thought
You know where
Lockheed
the
Martin was down in Grand Prairie, or do they have multiple locations?
They have several
No,
locations.
okay. That's
It's
what-
okay.
Not important.
But we do serve 13 rural areas along with the main metroplex.
All right, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was CLC. Next up, we have Family Elder Care.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was in Chance Pond, co-located there until they closed it. And then condemned the base, but they moved the garden there.
Surprise.
Huh?
Oh, we
Sorry.
were,
Talking Dallas.
we
That's-
were discussing a location in Grand Prairie. Okay, so whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you, guys. It's a pleasure to be here to present. Family Elder Care is requesting $250,000 to serve 143 veterans and surviving spouses with support services, including elder care, financial counseling, and case management. Family Elder Care is unique first and foremost because of our expertise in serving this population. We have over 38 years' experience in serving older adults and people with disabilities, including many veterans. Our proposal is unique and provides critical services that are provided in-home to veterans and surviving spouses. Our wraparound services meet varying needs of beneficiaries from financial case management and in-home care attendant services. Housing instability is one of the greatest challenges that a lot of the veterans that we're serving are facing. High rent burdens, often more than 50% of their income. Additionally, many of the veterans that we're seeing here in this community are facing homelessness, are facing evictions. The services that we are providing includes money management services, which is a combination of housing stability case management and financial coaching. The in-home care services, which are unique, is provided by trained, reliable care attendants, offering personal care attendant, homemaker, medical transportation services, for beneficiaries who need assistance with daily activities such as meal preparation, shopping, housekeeping, laundry, bathing, and transferring assistance. I want to tell you about a success story that we've documented. Mr. D, who is a 75-year-old disabled Army veteran, he came to us in 2015 because he was being exploited financially and living in deplorable, unsafe conditions. His case manager, Family Elder Care, made sure that he was receiving all the benefits he was eligible for, worked with him to develop a budget, applied for additional benefits, and transitioned him to a safe, affordable senior complex. After receiving a dementia diagnosis, we provided him with care attendant services so that he could safely age in place. With your funding, we can help more individuals like Mr. D, help them age in place and avoid institutions.
Time's up. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Any questions? I have a quick question.
Sure.
I read in your executive summary there, your relationship with Prosperity. That's quite a, it's one more step besides, they actually, I guess, they either come over to you or you go over to them and they then like a free checking or access to a free checking account?
Yes, we have been partnered with Prosperity Bank for close to 30 years. Our services are provided in the home of veterans.
okay.
So Prosperity has allowed us to shape and mold our services to make it more convenient for veterans to access their benefits, apply for benefits, and yes, set up free checking accounts.
So there must be a measurable success rate with that further step.
Yes, 95% of the individuals that we serve, we have data to support that they are housing stable. And the incidences of abuse, neglect, and exploitation have been reduced to 98% of those vets, those individuals that we serve.
Okay.
This is, we have been funded by you guys in the past, and we're hoping to use this to scale up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, I see that you've got two requests from us, both of them $250,000. Can you kind of differentiate the two of what you're using these funds for, or are they going to be combined?
The proposal that I'm speaking to today is $250,000 to provide money management, housing stability, and in-home care.
Okay.
There was proposals yesterday, is that what you're referring
Yes.
to? The proposals yesterday were for counseling and our capable proposal. So they're
Yeah.
very completely different,
Thank
and
you.
that's why we
Appreciate it.
packaged
Yeah.
these here.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Anyone else? No. All right.
Thank you very much.
ma'am.
Thank you very much. That was Family Elder Care. Next up, we have Castle Cares Community Ministries, DBA The Warriors Refuge.
Good afternoon, esteemed committee members. My name is Dr. Cliff Robertson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Warriors Refuge. We are a veterans homeless shelter, counseling, and resource center serving the greater Gulf Coast region of Texas. We currently have a capacity to serve internally as a homeless shelter and transitional living place up to 80 people. We're here today not to talk about that. We're actually here today to talk about case management and elder care as well. The case management really comes back to, and let me give you a little background real quickly. I too am a former homeless veteran, served by an organization that you guys funded as well. So I want to thank you for that. It's been a number of years, but case management is so important because when a veteran comes in and they've fallen on hard times, they can't quite figure out life, they need a place to start over again. And we pride ourselves as being a launching pad. They come in, they do a basic needs assessment, a vocational assessment to find out what it is that they might need. And then we begin employment training, specified training, plugging them into getting a resume done in-house. And we've also coordinated with a lot of the large employers in the area that are veteran-friendly, and we've been able to do a MOS or rating transfer into direct skill sets that they're hiring for. And we've had a great deal of success in our limited amount of time. In addition to that, we put them through interview skills as part of this entire process, because a lot of veterans simply do not understand how their airframe skills and their technical training qualifies them in a process engineering type job. The truth is, we want to help them get to a point of not just a job, but a living wage and a career that will help them have stability long term. If they need education, they will also therefore have a place to stay at the refuge that will cost them nothing. In addition to that, the elder care aspect of it, we have an aging population of vets, and there's a great number of people who are needed. We're coordinating with local veteran service organizations because a lot of their people are aging as well, and they need people to come check on them. Since we've started this program just recently, we've had 5 people we found just in the greater Brazoria, Fort Bend County area that were veterans living in deplorable circumstances that we've been able to remove from there and place in the refuge and begin case management with them so to help them get stable housing in the future, whether that's in a veteran's home or a HUD-VASH situation. It's been an honor to serve them, but in addition to that, sometimes they just need somebody to sit with them and talk with them. Sometimes they need food brought to them. You'd be amazed at how many of them are doing without basic services, nor do they have any idea where to
Time's
begin
up.
with their veterans benefits. Thank you so much for your time. If you have questions, yes, sir.
Yes,
We don't have an executive summary, so
I'm
bear
sorry.
with me if it's in here somewhere else. Would you break down, you get this grant, how much of it goes where? And then I have a second question for you.
Sure. Basically, the way we divided it up is it's basically 50-50. 75 goes toward the case management. 75,000 goes toward elder care. There's actually more expenses than that, but that's just the way we divided it up. You have to forgive me. I didn't even know that this was available. We haven't been around very long either, so this whole grant writing process has been a new experience.
Understand. So that's actually triggered a third question.
Yes, sir.
I didn't catch this in your talk. You just said elder care. Are you focused is this grant solely focused on elder veterans?
Yes, only. We are a 100% veteran organization, period. Veteran and their immediate dependents.
So I think you just answered my third question. You mentioned you basically have an 80-bed facility.
Yes, sir.
Only veterans.
Only veterans.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify the organization that helped you?
Yeah, the Andrews Center out of Tyler, Texas. The Green Zone, but it was the Andrews Center. Yes.
Thanks.
So.
Good people.
Thank you for that feedback. So the salaries, how much is going for salaries, and how many salaried people do you have if part of this grant is going to be paying salaries?
Really, from what I remember, you have to forgive me, I don't have all that information in front of me, but the salaries would probably be an estimate of about 50% in each section. I believe there's 2 salaried positions. The rest will go toward providing services.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And
Transportation is part of that
so
too.
you'll hire those 2 people?
Right.
Okay.
In fact, we already have some people doing this. This is going to allow us to scale up and do far more. Frankly, there's so many people that are in need of services, we don't have the capacity to do what we're doing now.
All right, sir. Any other questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much for your time. I look forward to working with you guys.
Thank you very much. That was Castle Cares Community Ministries, Inc., DBA The Warriors Refuge. Next up, we have Family Endeavors, DBA Endeavors.
She okayed it.
Presenter remote should be to the right of the podium.
Okay.
Button on the right to advance, yes. There you go.
Good afternoon again, and hello again, everybody. My name is Melissa Escamilla, and I'm the Program Director for Endeavors, Veteran Supportive Services. As I mentioned yesterday, this is going to be a different type of grant that we are requesting and addressing a different set of needs by some veterans that have presented it to our team comprised of veterans and veteran family members who are committed to seeking veterans and their families. We have served over 1,000 veterans a year through our Veteran Supportive Services Program. And we are also assisting over 80 counties in Texas, and in some cases, we are the only homeless prevention provider. We have 5 offices in rural communities, and our outreach team connects with a variety of community partners to assist veterans in need. We have been able to avoid literal homelessness in 75% of the communities that we serve, and we have been able to work with the other 25% in trying to identify other types of housing for them. We do collaborate with over 200 partner entities across the state to conduct care coordination. We have identified a need to assist surviving spouses and also veterans who are in need of pet rent, deposit, and mortgage assistance to avoid literal homelessness. Our grant currently does not allow us to assist veterans with those needs. Often veterans we serve cannot obtain employment if they do not have a place to sleep. Additionally, 22% of the veterans Endeavor serves reside with their support animals. Most often, a veteran support animal is an integral part of their therapy in overcoming trauma. The support animal is also part of their extended family and in some cases, their only family. Many of the veterans we serve choose to remain homeless or reside in their vehicles because they are unable to pay for pet rent and deposit. At this time, there is no assistance for pet rent or deposit in the service regions that we cover. Although there is assistance for vehicle registration in some of our communities, vehicle registration and fees associated are essential in obtaining employment health care. According to the veterans that we serve, there is also very limited to no transportation available in our rural communities to conduct daily business, attain employment, and also to manage their healthcare needs. With $300,000 from the General Assistance Fund, we intend to assist 60 veterans and 10 surviving spouses within 24 hours of receiving the referral with mortgage payment assistance for up to 2 months, pet rent and deposit, vehicle registration and fees, general housing stability items, and utility payments. Limits on the project service will be $2,250 or 6 months of assistance in our program. Each veteran that comes into our program will be provided with intensive case management services to include employment or income increase, supportive services for the family, and referrals to the community, including federal and state benefits. Veterans will continue to be served for a period of 90 days
Time's
after
up.
financial assistance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bracken.
Yeah, the pets that you're referring to, are those service animals or are those companion animals?
They are a combination of both service animals and emotional support animals.
Is there an eligibility threshold in you, in providing the services to either service animals or companion animals, or do you see them equally? Does one have priority over the other?
No, they're normally equally. With a service animal, obviously you do have to have it registered, but a support animal has different regulations. So we do take the word of the veteran that is eligible for our program.
One more follow-up.
Sure.
How do you determine or define veteran?
A veteran,
Eligible?
okay, a veteran is someone who has a discharge status of other than dishonorable. They must have some active duty service. They must be low income for our program, which is 50% of the area median income of their county. We do take misconduct. We don't take those that have a court martial. We do take if they're special court martial. So we basically cover a veteran who has all types of discharges except dishonorable.
Just one quick question.
Yes, sir.
I see that you're in every region in Texas but the Panhandle and West Texas.
Yes, sir.
Do you have the intentions of growing to those two regions, or?
Well, the Endeavors would like to grow in those regions. We do have a military family clinic in our El Paso area. A lot of it is based on also the VA and the number of veterans that are in that area. We know that there are service providers, but eventually our intention is to grow across the state. Okay. Yes, sir.
First, a quick point of order. If you go across on the big spreadsheet,
they talk about 462 veterans being served, and you mentioned this correctly, it's 60 and 10 on this page. When I went back and looked at all the page where we have all the multiple grants, their total is 460. So it's just a small, if anybody had a question about it or if anybody noticed. But I picked up on it, and thank you for saying it correctly. Now my question is, I'm gonna ask you to be redundant. I'm not gonna
Yes.
flip back through all the pages to find my notes.
No problem.
Would you remind me again, I believe you said 5 offices? Focused rurally, would you remind me where those 5 offices are again?
Yes, sir. So we have an office in McAllen. We have an office in Killeen, Texas City. We also have an office in Waco. And I can actually name all the offices: Dallas, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Kerrville. And we have, I think I said Dallas, Fort Worth. Yes, I named almost all of them.
And again, I apologize for not remembering, because I think I asked you this yesterday, so.
Yes, sir.
My apologies, but talk a little bit about how you find the people you serve.
Okay, so our rural offices, like the office I come from, the McAllen office, we send out teams into the community. So we come up with an outreach plan, and our case managers and outreach go out together. They hit up different organizations, churches. We even talk to community members, and sometimes they're non-traditional organizations or just members that know of other veterans in the community. We provide presentations as well. We work with our VFW, American Legions, and also we do a lot of street work. So like last week, we were doing the point in time count in the various communities that we serve. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Family Endeavors, DBA Endeavors. Next up, we have Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Iris Bruton, and I'm the Client Assistance Manager for Meals on Wheels, Inc. of Tarrant County. As an Army veteran and a military mom, I'm proud of the service that we provide our veterans in the community. In addition to the 900 veterans who received meals last year through our program, we completed 545 projects and special requests for 144 veterans and spouses through our Client Assistance Program. I would now like to introduce Danielle Moore, our VP of Nutrition Services, to share a little more about our programs.
Good afternoon, I'm Danielle Moore. I'm the Vice President of Nutrition and Health Programs for Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County. We're requesting a general assistance grant of $300,000 to support 150 veterans, veteran spouses, and their dependents. Our funding is very diverse and consists of both private and federal funding to help sustainability. Something we're proud of is 84% of our funding goes directly towards client assistance in the form of meals served and case management. Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County is also proud of our programs, our ancillary programs, which are independently funded. These programs consist of our Client Assistant Program that does safety inspections on client homes to provide minor home repairs and provides other safety equipment needed to help our clients live independently in their homes for as long as possible. We have a fully endowed companion pet program that provides pet food and basic veterinary services for our veterans and clients, because we know that companion animals also help the mental well-being of our clients. We have a home medication reconciliation program consisting of pharmacists and pharmacy techs that combat the polypharmacy common in our seniors. We have registered dietitians like myself who provide medical nutrition therapy, diabetes management, and overall wellness nutrition counseling for our clients. And finally, we have a volunteer-based friend-to-friend program to help combat social isolation. Tarrant County is home to over 118,000 veterans, many of whom have a disability, are socially isolated, or are fighting food insecurity, all of which are major social determinants of health. Our facility in Haltom City currently produces 2,500 noontime meals and 1,000 breakfast meals daily. These meals are delivered and provided to our clients via 400 volunteer service members. We welcome your support and thank you for your consideration. This grant will help continue our support. Help continue to support the veterans of Tarrant
Time's
County.
up. Thank you very much.
Lid right.
Do you have any questions? Okay, I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Thought I'd wait, be polite.
Absolutely, no. Great.
Okay, you have a rather robust meal program too
Yes.
today.
Yes.
So it could be lunch or dinner or breakfast. the
It's
next
served
day.
at around the noontime time frame, but we also provide breakfast as well. So when they get their noontime meal, they also get a bagged breakfast for the following day.
And that doesn't include you said 2 entrees.
So the 2 entrees, they have a choice of 2 entrees.
Oh, I get
Yeah.
it. But
Yes, ma'am.
they'll get a continental or bagged breakfast.
Correct.
I got it.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. All fit within the RDIs of the USDA requirements.
Yeah, so if they have a medical condition, geez, yeah, dietary, thank
Yeah,
you.
yes.
Okay. They're diabetic and that's what I was
Correct. They're
trying to figure
diabetic
out.
friendly meals, all of our
Okay, so
meals.
you'll figure that out, you being the registered lady.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, let's see, yeah. Oh, okay, so now the endowed on pets, that was the endowment, huh?
Yes, we are really proud of that. We have a fully funded endowment for our companion animals because we found that a lot of our clients, a lot of them have pets. Pets are really good for mental well-being. For our clients, they're companion animals. But unfortunately, a lot of our clients are food insecure, including our veterans. And so what was happening is we were delivering our meals. Well, I know I would do this if they can't afford pet food, they're feeding their pets the food before they're eating it themselves. I'm a huge dog lover. I would absolutely do that. So we want our clients to eat the meals. So what we did is we had a very, very lucky member give us an endowment, and so we provide for those pets so that they keep them in the house. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Well, I appreciate what you delivered in your speech there and what you have in your executive summary. That clears up a lot of things. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
And a follow-up question to that, are you actually providing them the service companion animals?
No, sir.
Okay,
Those are
this is
the
just for their.
correct.
There's nothing to do with the grant, I get that.
No, sir.
So someone
Thank you.
else is delivering all that.
Oh, we have volunteers who deliver the
Right.
food to the
No, but
Clients.
for the pets.
right.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right. Yes, anyone else? Awesome. Thanks,
Great.
ladies.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you very much. If you could exit out the, of course.
Okay, so I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Elizabeth, we are at the remote portion.
So at this time, I'd like to also see if Community Services of Northeast Texas is here. I do not see them in the room, but I wanted to check just one more time. No Community Services of Northeast Texas? Then yes, it is time to transition to the remote portion of the
So
presenters.
let's take a 7-minute break.
7 minutes works.
So we are at, 2:12, okay? Bob, is my math right? Yay! Okay, we'll see everyone at 2:12. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and start, please.
Okay, the webcam is on and facing the committee now. Our microphones are live, and we are now going to the remote presenter portion of this meeting. Unfortunately, our first presenter, Metroplex Military Charitable Trust, had to log offline. We do have their slides, so I'll be happy to show them to you in the media-only portion of this deck. However, our first presenter on the line is with Project Mend. Looking for a hand. Excellent. I see a hand in our software. I'm going to advance the slides to your portion here. Okay, Project Mend and Kate Phipps, Director of Operations. I see the hand up. So Kate, I'm going to unmute your line right now.
Hello.
Wonderful. We hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Thanks. My name is Kate Phipps, Director of Operations for Project Mend here in San Antonio. Thank you for your time today. Next slide, please. So for 25 years, Project Mend has provided medical equipment for the community's most vulnerable population. We help thousands of individuals in need acquire the right tools to overcome or better manage a disability. Next slide. Project Mend is honored to serve those who served our country. We assist Texas veterans, including surviving spouses and dependents, with refurbished medical equipment and other assistive technology items at no cost. With funding from TVC, we were able to assist around 400 veterans yearly in over 100 counties in Texas. Next slide. On this slide, you will see the impact of TVC's support of Project Mend. Without funding from TVC, our ability to serve veterans is cut in half. We know this because we experienced a gap in TVC funding in 2016. As you can see per the graph, the significant impact TVC funding made for our agency through the increase of veterans served in 2017 by 429% and an increase in 2018 by 304%. Next slide. We are unique in that we are the only medical equipment reuse agency in Texas that's licensed by the state to refurbish and sanitize equipment. Again, the equipment is provided to our veterans and family members at no cost. Our most requested item by our clients are wheelchairs, power chairs, and hospital beds. Next slide. We also offer assistive technology financial aid, with common items we fulfill being hearing aids, tablets, and lift chairs. The financial aid is paid directly to the vendor supplying these devices. Next slide. Average turnaround time for veterans to receive medical reuse items is typically the same day, and our longest wait time would be for our assistive technology orders. TVC funding is used for the medical equipment reuse program, financial aid for assistive technology, and employee salaries. For this fiscal year, we are requesting $300,000 for a continuation of our general assistance grant. We project to serve 400 veterans, dependents, and spouses this fiscal year. Thank you for your time and for your support of Project Mend.
Do we have any questions? Mr. Wright.
Chuck Wright, wanted to ask you, how much of your budget is TVC? Of your total budget? So we're 20% of it, 30%. Doesn't have to be exact.
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we can hear you.
I would say our average operating budget is $1.6 million.
Okay. So we're a portion of it.
Hello?
We're a portion of it then.
I would say
In other
over a
words,
third.
We're not your entire budget. That's all I was driving at.
I'm sorry?
We're not your entire budget. You answered it, so thank you very much.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, ma'am, and have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. All right, putting you back on mute. You are off the hook now. Our next presenter is Family Service Center of Houston and Harris County, DBA Family Houston. Our remote presenter is Tracy Burnett Greenup. I see you raised your hand. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and lower all those hands right now and unmute your line, Tracy. Tracy, are you ready?
Hi.
Wonderful.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much. Please begin when you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Tracy Burnett Greenup, and I'm presenting Family Houston's Returning Home Program. Family Houston established our Returning Home Program in 2009 to help veterans and their families build stability, transition to civilian life, and overcome barriers that prevent them from successfully reintegrating into the community. Through our program, we provide financial assistance, case management, and financial coaching for veterans and their families. Since the start of our program, we have provided more than $871,000 in client assistance. Family Houston's case managers provide intensive case management services such as enrolling veterans and their families in various benefits like SNAP through the Health and Human Services Benefits Portal. In addition, if a veteran has a financial emergency, we are able to assist them by providing client assistance funds. These funds are used to assist with rent, mortgage, utilities, and childcare. We also assist clients with furniture, which allows them to make their house a home. Most assistance requests are fulfilled within 2 to 3 business days. Furniture assistance typically takes a few weeks due to delivery. Veterans and their families meet with a financial coach before meeting with a case manager. The financial coach works with the veteran to develop a general monthly budget with the goal of preventing financial emergencies in the future. The financial coach also encourages the veteran to continue their conversation through future meetings. These services are provided at our central location in Houston, Harris County, but we are also able to work with clients who live in surrounding counties such as Fort Bend, Montgomery, and Waller. We estimate that we will serve approximately 195 veterans, 156 dependents, and 7 surviving spouses in the next year, and we look forward to continuing to do this work in our community through the help of TBC. Thank you.
All right, do we have any questions?
Yeah, and I didn't see our slide, but that's okay.
I didn't hear a request to advance the slide, so I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Here, I will click to the next slide. There we go.
I only have the one.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Madam Chair. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to see if I have a question.
Ma'am, please stay on the line. We have a member that's formulating their question.
Certainly.
Well, and I have my question. It appears you're actually reducing from last year the number of veterans you're going to serve.
We are?
Okay, well, that's what the numbers tell me. I'll make sure I came across on the right line. No, I'm sorry, never mind, ignore that. I came across on the wrong line. Thank you very much. I have no question.
Okay.
Sorry.
Are there any other questions?
No, that's all right. And my heart needed a little jump.
Yeah.
Ma'am, we have another question for you.
Yes.
The number of veterans that you have coming into your area, your Harris, Houston area, do you have kind of a number of how many come in? Not so much that you're gonna serve them, but that come into your area.
I am so very sorry, but I could barely hear that question.
If you could please lean over the mic, sir, and there we go. We'll try that
Yeah,
again.
how many veterans do you think that you might have coming in each year through the Houston and Harris County area that you're not really, it's not a beneficiary, they're not reaching out to you. So how many veterans do you think are coming into that area each year?
Oh, how many veterans are coming into the Houston, Harris County area that are not being connected with our services?
Exactly.
I'm not sure that I have an answer for that. Do you?
If someone is speaking in the background, I'm sorry, we can't hear them.
We do know that Harris County is one of the fastest growing veteran populations, but I don't know off the top of my head, what that rate looks like.
Committee members, could you hear that? I'm seeing head shaking no. Could you please get closer to the microphone and repeat that?
Certainly, I can repeat it for. We were just saying that we do know that Houston, Harris County is a large area of receiving veteran or growing veteran population. However, we do not know what that number is at this time. We're just familiar with the number that are, getting connected to us through our partners and for our services.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly. Sorry for the audio issues.
No, not a problem. Are there any other questions? All right, ma'am, thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, great. Okay, so I see we have a presenter from Metroplex Military Charitable Trust here back on the line. I know she has a limited number of hotspot minutes. Joan, if you can connect with a microphone here in the next 5 minutes, we will toss back to you after the next presenter. So next up, I'm going to call on San Antonio Metropolitan Ministries. Rex Bryan, excellent. I see your hand is up. Wonderful. I'm going to unmute your line. Presenter, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Rex. We can hear you. Go ahead and proceed when you're ready.
Okay, if you could advance the slide, please. And my name is Rex Bryan with SAM Ministries. SAM Ministries Veteran Housing Stability Program, or VHSP, has been proudly serving veteran households in Bexar County since 2015. Our program was born through and has been sustained by the generosity of the Texas Veterans Commission's Fund for Veterans Assistance. Over the course of 5 years through TVC funding, we have served over 1,600 qualifying veterans, surviving spouses and dependents in over 830 households by providing emergency financial assistance for veterans and their families experience a crisis with their housing needs. SAM Ministries is requesting $300,000 of general assistance funds in order for our veteran-specific emergency financial assistance program to be able to continue to have a positive impact in our community for veteran households in needs. We will serve 104 veteran households with these funds. We will provide emergency financial assistance to pay past due rent, utilities, and/or related late fees to help address the immediate financial crisis that the veteran household is facing. We will also provide case management service to the veteran to identify and address the issues that are contributing factors to the financial emergency. Through in-house resources and referrals to partner agencies, veterans will receive support and guidance for things such as financial education services, applying for non-cash benefits, employment services, mental health, substance use and abuse treatment services, in connection to the VA. SAM Ministries has pursued and secured additional veteran-specific funding that has been instrumental in connecting our veteran clients through TVC funds, served through TVC funds with these ancillary services. The Disabled American Veterans Charitable Service Trust allows us to purchase beds for veteran households who have a fixed income and bedding is difficult to budget for, and also bus passes to help veterans with transportation needs. We have a partnership with Lyft, which also provides transportation to our veteran clients who are enrolled in our program and need a ride to get to appointments for referrals to classes, services with other service providers, or medical and mental health provider visits. Our veteran service staff also facilitates a veteran support group 2 evenings a month at our offices. Our veterans have the opportunity to connect with each other in a safe setting and engage in deliberate and targeted conversation about some of the issues they struggle with on a regular basis. Under the guidance of lead case manager Jeff Anderson, these support groups have facilitated life change for some of our veteran clients. Mr. Anderson and VHSP intake coordinator Desiree Howard are both veterans who proudly served our country. Their commitment and dedication to their fellow veterans is evident in their daily interaction with our clients. They leave no stone unturned when trying to help a fellow veteran who hits our radar, and this is the foundation which our program firmly rests on: veterans helping veterans. SAM Ministries Veteran Housing Stability Program plays the vital role of a safety net program for many veteran households who are at risk of homelessness in Bexar County. SAM VHSP has close collaboration with the VA, the City of San Antonio, our Continuum of Care, and other veteran service providers when there is a veteran in need. And this is a testament to the quality service we have provided over the last 5 years. The best way to keep someone out of the homeless services system is to not put them there in the first place. And prevention services is the key component to keeping people in their homes. I'm respectfully requesting that you all consider and grant our request of $300,000 of general assistance funds so we can continue to help keep at-risk veteran households in Bexar County in stable housing.
Thank you, sir, very much. Do we have any questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any questions from the committee. Thank you very much. All right, Rex, thank you very much. You are good to go. I'm going to let you drop off the line. I'll put you back on mute. And I see, unfortunately, looks like our Metroplex Military Charitable Trust also had to drop off the line again. We'll keep coming back to them because, again, I know her minutes are limited. All right, our next presenter in line is Rising Star Resource Development Corporation. Do we have a presenter online for Rising Star? I'm not seeing any hands up. I believe Dennis, excellent, wonderful. I see your hand. There you go. Thank you very much. I'm going to unmute your line. Presenter, are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Excellent. Thank you. We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Well, on behalf of Rising Star and its members, we thank you for the opportunity to present our grant application. Rising Star Resource Development Corporation, the who, what, when, and where. If you would please advance to slide 1. We are a 501c3 or a self-sustaining organization and often referred to as a social enterprise. Our expertise and experience is sourcing and placement of people with barriers to employment. Our general assistance services already exist internally, and therefore we are ready to begin services upon grant award. Rising Star is based in Dallas and contracts services throughout North Texas. We are requesting a assistant grant in the amount of $150,000 to service 70 veterans. Please advance the slide. Rising Star's training and employment is built on 6-step methodology plan towards job placement. Our focus is job readiness. Determine if integrated or supportive employment is best for the candidate. Seek job placement and opportunities within Rising Star's contract services and/or its temporary and hiring staffing services. And finally, building appropriate accommodations to ensure a successful job placement for both employer and employee. Advance the slide, please. There is more to helping individuals obtain employment, and addressing their distractions is number one. Our experience tells us that there is more job placement readiness, and therefore wraparound services are paramount. The services listed are currently in-house and sourced through our fellow nonprofits. The General Assistance Grant will foremost enable full services internal to the organization managed by a case manager. As a self-sustaining organization, the case manager will also serve as our employment specialist. Next slide, please. So I am sure you are wanting to know how we will use the grant assistance funds. First, Rising Star will extend its existing services with a greater focus on veterans, extend our capabilities through a dedicated case manager, and deploy dedicated funds towards job placement and credentialing and certifications of individuals. The General Assistance Grant, we are estimating to be $1,500 per client. In summary, Rising Star is a federally and state certified through Source of America and WorkQuest, ensuring a compliant program. Both programs are veteranly focused and aligned. Rising Star currently provides these services to at-risk individuals and veterans. The TVC grant funding will enable Rising Star to improve the speed and coordination of services through a formal case management approach. This concludes our presentation, and welcome any questions.
Any questions? Okay, sir, there are no questions. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm going
Thank
to
you.
go ahead and remute your line now. All right, let's go back, and I am not seeing our presenter from Metroplex Military back on the line, so we're going to go on to the next presenter. That is Houston Volunteer Lawyers Program. Robert, I see your hand is up. Thank you very much. I'm going to unmute your line right now. Robert, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, go ahead. Please begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, my name is Robert S. Morales. I'm supervising attorney for Veterans Program of the Houston Volunteer Lawyers Program. Next slide. Okay, since this slide is more of a summary slide, we can skip it for now. So next slide. The Veterans Legal Initiative, VLI for short, is a program administered through the Houston Volunteer Lawyers Program that is used to assist low-income veterans in Harris and contiguous counties in obtaining legal services and/or legal representation. Next slide. Okay, so who qualifies? Any veteran or their surviving spouse in a geographical area that makes up to 300% of the federal poverty guidelines is eligible for our assistance. Next slide. Our program is designated to encourage and assist external pro bono volunteer attorneys to assist our applicants through the giving of free legal advice at one of our many legal clinics and/or provide direct legal representation. Last year, we had 144 cases that were picked up by private attorneys. Next slide. So speaking of the legal clinics, we have 46 Friday legal clinics at the Houston Michael DeBakey VA Hospital. We also have 20 Saturday legal clinics at the VA outpatient clinics at the locations below. Our Friday clinics average 36.6 veterans or their spouses, and Saturday clinics average 27.2 veterans. Next slide. The totals from the Friday legal clinics, Saturday legal clinics, and this year we had a Camp Hope legal clinic. The totals for that were, out of volunteers, 672, and people seen, 2,285. We also had a will drafting clinic where an additional 17 veterans were assisted with estate planning documents being drafted and executed within months of each other. Next slide. These are the areas that we provide direct legal representation, the 17 counties in total, with Harris County obviously being the one we service the most. Next slide. And if there are no questions at this time, that concludes my presentation.
Are there any questions? All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. All right, I'm going to take you off. There we go. You are now on mute again. Again, I do not see Metroplex Military. I will continue keeping an eye out for them just in case they are available so we can take care of everyone here. Our next presenter in line is Sabine Valley Regional MHMR Center. That's DVA Community Health Corps. Jay Morgan, I see that you're ready. Wonderful. Thank you much. I am taking you off of mute now. Sorry. There we go. Now I'm taking you off of mute. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Wonderful. Please begin.
Yes, I'm Jay Morgan. I'm the supervisor of Veterans Programs for Community Health Corps. Since 2014, Community Health Corps has operated the East Texas Veterans Resource Center, offering services and referrals to more than 30,000 veterans living in our Trumbull County region. At our resource center, we hold monthly engagement boards and veteran network meetings in order to coordinate with local veteran services in the East Texas community. Resource Center staff liaison with local agencies and attend veterans events conducting outreach throughout this region. Over the course of the last 5 years, Community Health Corps has identified 2 common issues among local veterans: navigation of the benefits process and transportation. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, you can advance again to the next slide. And one more time, please. With the General Assistance Grant, SOAR-trained staff would provide detailed case management to assist veterans through the benefits process, including working closely with the local veteran service officers and appropriate agencies. In addition, general assistance funds would be used to assist veterans with transportation to and from medical, VA, and other important appointments. The greatly needed service in this Northeast Texas region, which has many veterans located in rural areas. This will be accomplished by providing both bus passes and direct transportation as needed. Next slide, please. And please go ahead and proceed to the next slide. The General Assistance Grant would benefit veterans throughout Northeast Texas with timely and much-needed assistance in rural transportation and acquiring their due benefits. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Do you have any questions? All right, no questions. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, put you back on mute again. All right, thank you very much. Lower those hands. Our next presenter, that was Community Health Corps, also known as Sabine Valley Regional MHMR Center. Thank you. Our next presenter is Work Life Ministry, Inc., DBA Work Life Institute. Do I see a hand up? Wonderful. Diana, I see your hand up. I am taking you off of mute now. Diana, are you ready?
Hi. Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, I'm Dr. Diana Dale. I'm CEO and Program Director for the Work Life Institute. We're very happy to be able to present this long distance. I just had foot surgery, so I really appreciate this opportunity. Next slide. This is a general summary sheet. We generally each year see about 500 veterans and their families. This year is 470. We're asking again for $200,000 for our supportive services program. We're rapid response. We see people as they walk into our resource center, and phone calls are answered in person. Next slide. This is our Veteran Supportive Services and Sustainability Program, which we found has been critical to the successful outcomes of our large Veterans Transition Program, which we've had in place since spring of 2008. And we have had sustained good outcomes. Next. Okay, this is a visual of our 4 basic program components. Individual consultation includes assessment, case management. We find out what people need on an individual basis. We provide financial coaching, health, wellness, and self-sufficiency, service days by the VA, legal services, SSVF providers. Secondly, we're excellent at training. We have transition workshops rotating every Wednesday. Veteran Visits Outreach Center of the Small Business Administration comes twice a year for a month. And then we have our mediation training. Third, we have affinity support communities, 3 large ones, adaptive retreats with partnering other providing groups around the region. And last but not least, we get invited into all the Guard and Reserve units in the region, and we provide them educational opportunities as well as the benefits. And then we go to many, during the year, public benefits fairs and family days. Next slide, please. Our successful program approach has always been multiple points of entry, and we want to address clients' primary concerns, but we also dig deep and find out what barriers may be prohibiting them from getting where they want to go. Now, this is buttressed by our beautiful resource center. That's a home base based on hospitality empowerment, an adjunct team of subject matter experts, and our dense network of referral partners. Next, please. And our goal is to provide transitioning service persons, veterans and their families, successful transition.
Sorry, my apologies. Thank you very much, Dr. Dale.
You bet.
Committee members, do we have any questions?
Do you have any questions? No questions.
No questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dale.
Thank you.
All right, going back on mute. There we go. I do not see Metroplex Military Charitable Trust, so we will show their slides in this part of the media-only portion of this presentation. That concludes the remote presenters portion of this presentation, and we will now transition over to the media only. So I will do first presenter with this group is Fort Bend Seniors Meals on Wheels. I'm sorry, our last presenter was also Work Life Ministry, DBA Work Life Institute. And our next presenter is Fort Bend Seniors Meals on Wheels and much, much more. And here is their presentation. All right, and that video was from Fort Bend Seniors Meals on Wheels and much, much more. Our next media-only presentation is from Nueces County. Oh, it's replaying. There we go. Our next media-only presentation is from Nueces County. This is by Maria Bedia. They have another video.
Nueces County, Texas is veteran country. Every year, more and more veterans and their families are calling Nueces County their home because we honor them and care about them. For 5 years, Nueces County has been consistently awarded grant funds for veterans assistance, and with those funds, we help with food, transportation, utility, and rent or mortgage payments, continuing our success at preventing destitution and despair in our veterans, their families, and survivors.
I guess I kind of fell into like a niche where, because I wasn't permanently disabled, but I didn't have children living at home with me, there's very few programs out there for a guy my age that, because of the surgery, couldn't work, you know. So it's very, very helpful.
We also assist with burial costs, alleviating some of the financial burdens and worries of the surviving family of an Nueces County veteran.
My husband was a veteran. He retired from the military. He died on February the 1st of this year. And ever since he died, I've been struggling. And if it weren't for social services, I'd be out in the streets. I would be homeless.
We continue to create a long-lasting effect on veterans to be self-sufficient, to help them rise above their hardships, which at times can be sudden and unavoidable.
Well, it helped with my stress because I was diagnosed with PTSD and the stress, bills coming up. And before I started receiving the assistance, I had a stroke and a heart attack. And once they helped me, the stress level went down. I knew, some kind of way they would help me out. So, the stress level started going down and it helped me out a lot.
This grant also allows us to keep our food and hygiene pantry stocked for veterans and their families who are struggling for their basic needs. We are also able to supply bus passes to veterans who are looking for work or need to get back and forth to medical appointments. By approving our current grant application, we can continue to be successful giving veterans like these a hand up. Our Veterans Grant has become a critical part of Nueces County's function to help veterans and their families in desperate times. Veterans are a huge part of our community, and when times are tough, Nueces County wants to step up to assist those who have served our country. Our Veterans Assistance Grant Program is one of the most important safety nets for Nueces County veterans, and most undoubtedly a program our struggling veterans could not endure without. Nueces County, Texas is veteran country.
Okay, that was by Nueces County. Here we go. Our next presenter is Caritas of Waco. And Chairman, if you'd please let me know when you're ready for me to advance to the next slide. This is a slides-only presentation.
Next. 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 Kate, did I go too fast on slides? Anyone want to go back and see one?
No, you go back and see one, Chair, but I do have a question.
Sure.
Is anybody familiar with Waco area and why their poverty level, at least according to these slides, are higher than the state average? Sure.
Tell you what, I learned from some folks I know that do services there. There's a significant disconnect and agencies and organizations working effectively together.
So
So
like
it's-
stovepipes, you said?
Yeah, so they're maintaining the stovepipes, and that's from the VA out everywhere. There's nobody yet in that area or that region providing a way to make people collaborate and solve problems instead of just keeping their own little house. So it's a challenge.
I wonder if, and I'm trying to separate the two, who are both running fairly new coalitions, if that's an effort to help them. But just for that.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I have a partner that came from San Antonio to Central Texas there to provide services, but even like among his staff that were there, he said the problem is that there's just no collective idea to work and solve problems together. Everybody just stuck in their little glass house.
That's weird because they've got a pretty effective one-stop there.
Yeah. I don't know.
Sorry.
Well, so please, sorry about it. Are there any other questions?
Well, the one, and this may be one from Mr. Bracken, but there are only two of our past grant requestees that are off on performance, which is, we don't have the ability to ask them, but I thought it was interesting that overall our GA grant, returning grant requestees seem to be doing a pretty good job as a block versus some of the others. I don't know if that's just coincidence or what.
Can you restate the question, please?
I'm trying to phrase it as a question so it's a little more succinct. Our overall, specific to Caritas, they've spent plenty of money, but they're underperforming on their performance goals. As a group of returning grant requestees, overall, the general assistance grants seem to be doing a better job hitting their performance numbers than the other categories. And that, as I look at it, almost strikes me as should be backwards. But is what it is. It may just be a coincidence. Who knows?
So remember yesterday, we talked about what those performance marks were.
Do you need a microphone?
I do need a microphone to answer the question.
And then turn it
And then
on,
we will
please.
go to,
And I also need to play the
next
Metroplex,
agenda item.
the Metroplex
hold
military
on.
slide
Let-
deck also.
Let me do this readout so that we can stay within, no, well, so it would be the next agenda item.
Yes, ma'am, I'm not gonna go to the next
Oh,
agenda item.
okay,
I wanna
okay.
answer the question.
All right.
And then we'll let you
All right.
resume the agenda schedule. So if you remember yesterday, we talked a little bit about the data that's behind the performance. And those data points are what the applicant or what the grantee that's currently performing, what they have requested. They don't necessarily reflect what has been approved for reimbursement or what's been paid or later what's been reconciled as an accurate payment. So it's a very early number. So in the aggregate, some of the grant categories have a more difficult time starting out in the first and second quarters because of the nature of the service, such as mental health category or the mental health category. Some of the grantees, for example, that are providing tele-mental health services, it takes them a few months to go outreach, secure the client, get the client to agree to be assessed and then participate in their grant before they can start requesting reimbursement based on that clinical telemedicine that's provided, teletherapy. So for that reason, the mental health category in the aggregate after the second quarter might be in the aggregate a lower percentile than, say, GA, general assistance, where it's financial services are present, qualify, and get the service right away on the 1st of July. They're literally operating because of the foot traffic through their storefronts. So the different categories, when you compare them, may not provide an indication of performance, but within the category,
you can certainly measure one against the other, apples to apples. And so for that reason, I appreciate your analytical mind. I'm going to close the microphone and yield to the chair.
Before we close out this category, I'm sorry, so sorry to interrupt. I do need to go back to Metroplex Military Charitable Trust. Their presenter kept on dropping off the line, but we do have a slide deck for them, so I don't want to let that go
Sure,
unseen.
Let's do that.
That is most appropriate, please.
And I will go through this very slowly so you can actually read these. My apologies. Okay, so this was presenter Joan Gillum. She was the program director with Metroplex Veterans Legal Services. Unfortunately, she had a connection issue, but I did want to make sure her slides were shown. So please let me know when to advance to the next slide.
Next. 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 Next.
And that is the end of their presentation.
Okay, so thank you to all the organizations for taking the time to help the committee better understand your general assistance grant projects today. And thank you to all of our presenters for the 2020-2021 Fund for Veterans Assistance Grants. Committee members, are there any questions you have regarding any of the presentations you heard from today? Nothing heard? If there are no more questions or concerns, we will now move on to the next agenda item. I would like to ask Mr. Bracken, Director of the Fund for Veterans Assistance, to review any instructions, guidelines for the FVAAC members regarding the presentation meeting binders, recommendation sheet, scoring applicants, or gov grants. Mr. Bracken.
Thank you.
I would like to make sure that our online participants and that our webinar is closed.
We are ending the webinar now. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today.
So we're gonna keep it recorded for record, okay? But we're gonna review a few things in the book, and I have a. Yes, sir. It's still an open meeting. So please, when you put that in, you're going to find a file that's right on the root directory. It's called Closing FEA Committee Meeting Close. Open that file, please, and put it on the screen. Okay, so I'll try to be quick. We've had 2 full days of presentations and a lot of information. And before we go to the next agenda item, which is adjourn, I wanted to make sure we were all synchronized.
We're just going to move this camera out of the way here.
Okay.
Okay. It's off right now, so, yeah. Yes.
It's not bothering me. It could have just stayed right there, but that's okay.
My
I'll let you move it
apologies.
out of the way. Thank you. So this particular agenda item is to set the location, date, and time for the next meeting, which is the recommendation meeting. And so that information is on the wall or on the screen. You can see we are going to meet right back here in this facility on this floor on March the 12th, which is a Thursday. And on that meeting date is where you all will deliberate, and I'll let the chair provide any additional instructions on that because that is your purview. I wanted to clarify the where because we've had some conversations about perhaps alternative locations. For the record and for the public, we are going to have the recommendation here in this facility, okay? And the suggested start time is 8:30 a.m., madam, but as we get closer, and if you would like to adjust that to an earlier or later start time, we'll affect that in the agenda that we post in the Texas Register prior to the beginning of the meeting.
So is everyone okay with 08:30?
Okay?
You want it earlier or something? Oh, okay. Gentlemen, how are you over here? Okay?
It's an early start, but for me.
Okay.
From Fort Worth.
Well, don't
Drive it
forget,
down
you
there.
can come in the night before and it will be
Yeah.
reimbursed,
That's
correct?
correct. And let's go to that. And so if this is an agreed upon location, date, and time, I'd like to go to the next slide. So also in the next, or in the last few days, we have had conversations about the commissioner's priorities. This information is a direct copy-paste from the published request for applications that was published in August of 2019, opening the 60-day application window for all of the grants. This particular cut and paste is directly from the RFA for general assistance. And so what I wanted everyone to see was what is all the presenters that you've heard today for general assistance, this is what they looked at when they assessed how they would write their applications. And when they talked about their project and they described up here in person or via the media, when they described their project or in their application, if they weren't here, because you don't have to be here to be considered, and being here gives you no more advantage than not being here. But this is what the applications, as you review them, goes toward. Now, I have a couple of experts in the room. Julie Dillard, who's trying to run out of the room as I'm speaking, and Irv Leos. And Julie, as you know, is the compliance officer, and Irv is the lead grant officer. And what I would like the committee to do, if you would like to ask any questions about what this is, what does this mean as it pertains to the RFA and the language chosen by the commissioners. The commissioners approved this language, and the 3 highlighted areas are their priorities for this year. So if there's an application that's not highlighted, it's not a commissioner's priority. So any questions?
What guidance do you have for us for applicants that may have submitted under the financial assistance category of general assistance, but the majority of their program seems to be focused on homeless prevention?
That's a very good question. Thanks for asking. The guidance is what you heard today in the person or in the slides or in the presentation may not be an exact reflection of what they submitted in their application. When you're assessing that particular organization who might have said something that was different from the category, that's going to be on you when you read every letter and syllable of their application and you assess whether or not they applied in the correct category. And then you cannot change their application. You have to measure it and evaluate it and recommend it or not based upon the category that they applied for and whether the projects they're doing meet the definitions that are on this. Does that answer your question? Yes, sir.
Okay, then we're going through our deal where we're grading everybody, and then in our comments, saying we do have a difference between their application and what they were presented. Do we put that in the comments? Where it says, you recommend or you don't recommend, you put that in the comments, or you just leave that blank?
Could you restate the question?
Okay, in the forms where you do a recommendation and stuff, and sometimes you do comments, you just put the company's name in there in the comments. But if you disagree with the application as well as what was presented to us, if those are different, do we want to put that information, or we feel that it was different, put that information saying it should have been this category and not that category, or you did not represent your application correctly?
I understand your question. What you're referring to are the notes that you have an opportunity to make in the online portal as the committee member when you make a recommendation. Right. If you choose to not make a recommendation, if you choose no, because as you remember what the default setting was, yes, you should put any of the reasons why that you feel is the main reason. You should capture that for record if you so feel strongly about it. Okay. We would also appreciate those same comments in the spreadsheet and in the notes section of the spreadsheet as well.
Okay.
Okay,
Yep.
so you'll put it in two places.
Yep.
Did I say that correctly, Grant Officer Lead? Okay. Do you have anything to elaborate? Do you need anything? You're good? I don't need to say anything else? Okay. Does that answer your question? Are there any other questions about definitions? Yes, you will get it emailed to you. Okay, next.
On a technical aspect, sir, a lot of the, like legal services and support services show that a preponderance of the grant is being used for things like salary. For instance, if you're doing legal, you're paying because it's pro bono services. Or if you're in supportive services, the grant is going to pay for financial counseling, that counselor, whatever it might be. My question is to the grant writers, and you as a technician, are they able to write the grant such that it's a cost avoidance, not paying the salary? For instance, if you were going in for a counseling session, if you walked off the street, that counseling session would cost $1,000. And so you're giving them the $1,000 to go, not pay the salary, so that when they write their grant, more of it goes as a direct support to the client? Or is that authorized on how they write the grant?
So I'm going to let Julie Dillard answer it, but you need a microphone. And while she's getting the microphone, I'm going to say the following. When you get into the technical part of a grant,
Sure.
It's either a unit cost or it is salaried and time of effort.
Okay.
It's either or. So it's a bundled package. It's a turnkey cost, $500 flat rate for all of this.
Sure.
or it's a time and effort. I'm going to document my time and then salaries and all of those fringe compensations. So it's usually either or, never the combination, never the two shall happen at the same time. So I'm going to let Julie continue on that answer.
With that also being said, the other part of that is that they have to treat our grant money the same way they treat any other money. So they cannot use that to do a cost avoidance of salaries and benefits unless that is how they charge every other grant or funding source that they have.
So that gets into the uniform grant management system and talk about reasonable, allocable, allowable, and consistent.
I'm good.
A lot of that stuff, okay? Does that answer your question?
I'm good.
Okay, next slide. So we also have the definitions for mental health. Again, the two categories that the commissioners set back in August as priorities, clinical and peer delivered. And based on the training you received on Wednesday and the material that you've got from that those professionals, that might help you as you go through and consider those things. Next slide. Or I'm sorry, any questions on that slide before we move on? Or any discussion about mental health? Okay, next slide. Home modification is the only priority that the commissioners provided in this particular category for this year. There's a lot of overlap, and I'll tell you, based upon the amount of money that you have been asked to recommend awarding, you're going to have a whole lot of money left over in this particular grant category after you fully award any of the priority services. So those are the things you have to look at as you're going through and looking at the recommendation, and that's entirely on you. Yes, sir.
And just to clarify, while home modification is the commissioner's priority, exactly. That's.
I didn't hear it.
And that's a question. We don't have to recommend one if we look at it and go, it's squishy.
That's absolutely correct. Just because it's a commissioner's priority, if that application is not well done, if it's vague, if 100% of it, although it's an eligible application, if 100% of it seems to be derailing or vague or not clear, and you don't feel comfortable recommending it, you do not have to. Okay? Next slide. And then the last one is the treatment court, which it's not only a commissioner's priority, but it's a statutory obligation that we fund it. So it's in statute. And also, too, for your knowledge, the Senate, the Veteran Affairs and Border Security Senate Committee had released their interim charges last month. And one of the items on their interim charges, which means that there's going to be legislative priorities and agenda items pursuant to it, is the treatment courts across the state. How are they being operated? What's the standard? How are we funding them, etc. Any questions?
Yes, I'll be the Jack in the Box. On the veteran treatment court, to fully fund all of that, we're about $500,000 short.
480K, I did the math the other day.
Did I do the math?
That's all right.
I thought it was farther off.
But you're good. We're good.
Okay, so anyway, we're off, whatever the number is.
So, based on the guidance, excuse me. Has anybody got any? Is there a water bottle anywhere? Just need something to knock that down. Okay. I don't know what I drank, but it's got a little kick to it. I want some more. No wonder you were going so smooth over here. So we don't have an obligation to fully fund any of the grant categories.
Correct.
But what we do have is guidance from the commissioners that they would like to, A, equally distribute the funding across all of the categories, and therefore, I'm going to use the word opportunity, distribute the opportunity across all the categories so that a similar percentage of awardees result from the allocation bucket, right? So if it's an 80% or a 50% distribution opportunity, that means 80 or 50% of the VTCs would be ultimately awarded by them. So that is in their world. So I take their guidance, and when I divide up the total opportunity into the different service categories for you all to review, I'm following their distribution and allocation guidelines, okay? So can we do 100% of VTC? No, it's a little short, but you will decide as you individually rank and review whether it should be all of them, and your recommendations will reflect that.
And we've done that before when we've gone over the red line to fully fund the final.
And we're going to get to a slide to that in just a minute. Yes, sir.
It's not a new thing.
That's correct. Any other questions on VTC? Next slide. All right, and so here's your takeaways, here's your do-outs. And again, these will be emailed out to you. So our goal is to send you all of the materials in the binder that you need electronically by Monday, close of business. And what I'm asking you to do is within a few days of us hitting send, you acknowledge receipt. So that's the first thing. And part of those deliverables are going to be the RFA definitions that you've already seen. So what's going to be included in the package that you get electronically are going to be the A through E item there. Priorities analysis charts that you've got in the book now, I'm going to send you the electrons so that you can have them also electronically if you need them. And then the scoring and ranking guidelines, which we're about to get to, and then suspense dates by category. So just acknowledge the receipt. And then number 3, if you need Elizabeth's help or if you want to do it yourself, that week that our recommendation meeting is spring break. It's also South by Southwest. It's also the Austin Rodeo and a partridge in a pear tree. So check hotels, rooms. If you want to stay someplace, make reservations soon, and we'll get you, Elizabeth can help you get the state rate if that's what you need, but go ahead and do that. If you don't, any questions on this slide?
Is there something wrong with where we're staying at right now?
Nothing's wrong with it.
Not to throw an additional,
As you check out, if you want to,
can't you just block the rooms again?
we can do that. Again, just show of hands before we leave. Who wants that support? 1, 2, 3. So I'll let you write their names down real quick. So write their names down. I saw Gene Wallace. I saw Bob O'Reilly. I saw Dan Ball. And whom else? Chuck Wright. And Bobby Ehrig. So 5, 6. Is it up or down? Sir? Okay, and Barry Harrison. Okay. So DoubleTree, we'll try to get that for you on the night before, on the 11th? Okay. And then last thing, of course, I skipped over it, but check your GovGrant login, especially the new guys. Make sure you can log in and talk to Irv. If you can't get into GovGrants, if you can't see things, he's your technical support. Next slide.
Hey, I have a question.
I'm sorry, go back.
Yeah, the night of the 10th is when you said the 11th, right? Because we'll be here at 11th, right?
On the 11th, yeah. Well, the meeting's on the 12th.
Oh, the 12th, okay.
So you can stay the night of the 11th. I don't know if is it a full day recommendation meeting?
It's gonna be a lot like this.
Yep, it's gonna run.
All right, so 2 nights, we'll do it the night of the 11th, and the night of the 12th, we'll make the reservations. So there's 2 nights reserved, and then we'll play it by ear from there. Is that doable?
And I'm sure there's a reason for this, but with everything else going on in Austin, and I always appreciate wanting to take care of funding. are we better off pushing it back a week?
You mean
Problem, child.
pushing back the recommendation meeting from March 12th to 1 week later, March 19th, for example? Well,
I don't know if that's gonna ease anything.
Well, we have entered into a contract with this facility to have both the meeting now and the meeting in March here, and under the $5,000 contract threshold, micro purchase versus bidding thing, procurement laws at play here. We're a state agency. We have to follow those laws just like our grantees do, and we look at their performance, right? We see that they're following laws. We are stuck here.
That's fine.
The truth is that any other venue, and this is what I was reminded of by our big help in the back, Selena. She reminded me that way back in September when we were looking for locations, many of the conference centers were already booked because of South by and Austin Rodeo, because we wanted one spot for both for a contract package. Okay. Yes, sir.
I got a question on that. So GSA per diem says 163. That
That-
was the rate before they added an extra 25 in taxes on each thing.
Yeah, that's for the Austin, you mean the Austin
We just
convention
went-
tax?
We just went to the, yeah, we just went to the hotel.
Yeah.
You guys recommended, and that just cost us money. Or are you guys covering them too?
I'm not a travel voucher or a travel expert. We're gonna have to get you that answer. That's the Austin and Travis County Expo tax.
What's that?
Because it's like $25, $30.
Yes.
Normally with travel, the price per night is the room rate. If there is taxes included on that, it is covered by.
Yes.
That's good enough for me.
Normally, don't put me down as an expert. I
So
just know
Julie
that from
said you're gonna get
traveling.
100% reimbursed. All right, next slide.
Yes.
So.
I'm
here's
sorry,
what I
any other
will
questions?
say,
Go ahead.
Since I travel out the yin yang,
Same here.
yeah, the hotel and tax exemption thing for Texas, or for this, because you're here on state business, I filled out that form, gave it to the hotel, and they just hit me up for $163 a night.
Normally, what they do is it's federal tax exempt, not state tax.
Yeah.
So there's a room tax and there's another tax that they still get you on when you're doing it under the state rate.
Oh, well, so what is the meal per diem rate, since we're talking about, you know, 'cause I get-
There's a limit for a breakfast. If it's a traveling day, there's a percentile for lunch and dinner or breakfast. But if it's a full TAD or TDY day, lights to lights, well, then you get 100%, and then I can get you those numbers.
I'm not trying to shoot the guy up there, but I got into the internet, and Texas state rates are way different than the federal per diem rate.
Yes.
So the federal per diem rate is $61 a day. I think, no, I'm not gonna say I think, but it was considerably lower than the federal per diem rate. So I just wanna make sure I personally stay compliant.
Why don't we, guess what? Good news, our new staff service officer begins on Monday.
Okay.
And within a week, she's going to be trained on how to distribute all of these logistics and administrative and travel guidelines to you all for that. Okay? That's the good news. Next slide.
Thank you.
So here's what we are asking from you. Note they're all Wednesdays, and we would like to see these in tranches if possible. So everything that you heard today in general assistance, we're asking for just shy of 4 weeks from today, we're asking for you to provide your rankings. This does not mean you have to be complete with this in GovGrants. What it means is that those spreadsheets that you're going to be ranking, that you submit those by that Wednesday, the 26th of February. And then 1 week later, the rest. And so we have a total of 171 applications that you all are going to be reading. And we're mindful of this. And so we understand that this is a big ask and y'all aren't being compensated. And we really appreciate you if you can do this. If you cannot do this, or if in the middle of the time between now and then you cannot do this, please communicate to me and I will give you the time you need. What we need is about 5 to 7 working days with your spreadsheets and your meeting in order to convert that material and all of your information into the roll-ups that you take into your recommendation meeting. It takes us, believe it or not, we have to do a lot of checking before we finalize that roll-up. Okay? Yes, sir.
Quick question about the ranking. And part of it is because you're also new, and you said something that was a little different than the way Charlie said it. The rankings are still going to wind up being, you can go 9 for 9, you can go 8 for 9. We're gonna build tranches. No, okay.
No,
No.
we're going to get to that in the next
Oh,
slide.
sorry.
Thanks you for that segue.
There we go.
Pending any other questions, we'll get right to it. Next slide. Okay, I gave you an eye chart. I'm gonna walk a little bit. So if you look at this, this looks similar to some products that you might have been looking at for the last few days. And so what this is a completely sanitized and absolutely zeroed out product, but all of the data points are real. So application ID in the organization has been overwritten, but everything else, service category, whatnot, you're focused on the yellow columns, right? And so what you see here is the result. This would be the top side of a spreadsheet that covers the general assistance category. And so you can see that in the rank order, number 1, all the way down to 25, that's a you decide ranking. If you look to the right of that, you see the recommended funding amount. Now, for this example, to keep it simple, I just used the amounts of their ask, which is the white column amount, the non-highlighted. I just duplicated that over for the purpose of this example. You may recommend more or less, or rather, I should say, the same or less, okay? And then you see the next column, recommended, yes. I type in the word YES. And then to the right of that, you see service priority. So to get at some of the questions earlier, some of the service priorities, service categories, which are priority services, there's 2 of them on here that are recommended yes, and they're ranked very high, but they're not the commissioner's priorities. If you so decide to do that, that is your prerogative. You just need to know why you're doing that and have a rationale. And then over to the right are where those remarks and comments. So you can see the geographic distribution. You have 4 things you're doing for the commissioners. Number 1, you're distributing the money statewide per the RFA. Number 2, you are ensuring that quality applications get awarded, or you're recommending the quality applications. So a lot of these are quality applications at the top. They're quality. And then the third thing you're doing is you're meeting their service priorities. And then the last thing you're doing, again, is you're trying to look at past performance and the prediction of future performance. Next slide.
Question for you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what our spreadsheet's gonna look like? Because on there, I don't see the quality of the application column.
Okay, so there's some columns that are hidden for this example to keep it simple.
Gotcha.
Okay. The rest of those columns are confidential columns for the process, okay?
Run back through what the priority services.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, run that by again, what's the?
So if you remember on a previous slide, there were 3 things highlighted for the commissioners. Financial assistance, supportive services, and pro bono legal. But you see family services there, it is recommended by this advisory committee member because of the strength of the application, or because, look, Region 2, underrepresented in a lot of different areas, and we want to distribute some funding to that region. It may not be, so there be maybe 0 applicants in Region 2 on the priority service of supportive services. But family services is, and family services is close to supportive services, so you're trying to hit the commissioner's priorities as the next best option. Does that make sense? Okay. Next slide. So this is what the bottom of that spreadsheet might look like, where at some point on this example, again, just an example, this particular committee member did not feel that the applications beginning at applicant number 02 there, from that particular applicant down, not recommended. And so it's a no. Not recommended, and because it's not recommended, there's no rank order, and there's no recommended funding amount. Now, hang on. So this is the simple yes, no. What we are asking you to do is to continue the ranking all the way down to the last one. And so now I have 1 through 78. So this example is incomplete because this committee member did not take that line all the way down. I need it all the way down. Okay? You don't have to say the money amount, but I need the 1 through last, and I need a yes, no. The yes, no, recommended or not, informs what you do in Gov Grants. Yes, no. If you hit no in Gov Grants, you'll put comments like Mr. Wallace said, but you won't put amount, and you won't put a rank, correct? Okay. But I need the ranking.
And oh, by the way, Jim, it's good for y'all to have the ranking too, so when you're looking at those spreadsheets and you come back in March, and one that you either voted no or yes, now is flipped, you can look down at your no's and say, well, you only missed my yeses by 2. Okay, no use arguing it, or vice versa.
Right.
So it behooves you to fill it out.
All right, and so I want to take your question, remember it. I'm going to say one more thing about this slide, and then I'm open for questions. At the bottom, the total ask of all 78 eligible applications, the value of that is $16.9 million. We do not have that amount of money. What you are required to do is to hit $13 million, is to touch it. Now, if there are 5 more grants after you hit 13 million that you recommend, you're going to recommend them. And they're going to be ranked all the way through. You recommend what you think should be awarded. And so your number down there, you see this example adds up to $13.725 million. They went over nearly $750,000. That's okay. Now, if you go all the way to 16, there's no value. But most of you will land somewhere south of 14 million, maybe south of 14.1, and north of 13.1 or 13.5. Somewhere in there, and that's totally okay. Does that answer everyone's questions? Now I'll be quiet.
So what kind of consequences would the hypothetical committee member that submitted this incomplete spreadsheet face from the chairman?
There will be a the result will be is that the Mike Bartis, are you still in the room? So Mike is going to be your person to send all of these to. You will have his email address, and Mike is going to QC, QA your work before he drops it into the large sausage machine or the data merging, and Mike will get in touch with you and say, please continue to ranking all the way through.
Yes, and they will, trust me.
It'd be like, hey, stupid, face it.
Okay, so we're still in an open meeting here, and it is 3:35, and I don't want to be much longer. So any other questions?
Just real fast. You referenced comments a couple times. Do you want them, need them? We haven't.
They're your area. You choose what you want to do or not. As some of the committee members provide quite a few comments. Some don't. That's fine. Your prerogative. Any other questions? That's it. I don't have anything else. Madam Chair, did I answer the question about, for the agenda item, when, where, and what time?
Right, and for the record, I'll do the readout on that. Okay. All right, committee members, our next agenda item is setting the date of our next meeting in order to provide our committee's funding recommendation to the commissioners at their May 2020 meeting. The FVA staff has reserved the room we're in for Thursday, March the 12th. So that's Thursday, March the 12th, with a start time at 8:30 a.m. At this meeting, we will discuss our evaluations of applications and vote on our recommendations to the commission. Do we have any discussion on the date and time? Nothing heard? All right, I call on each committee member for closing comments, starting with Mr. Ehrig, and then we'll go around. Sir?
Thank you to the team. I appreciate more information this year. It's actually helpful.
Mrs. Sconza?
None. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Wright?
Honored to serve. Welcome aboard to our two new members. And thank you all very much.
Mr. Ball?
I like a lot of the new products.
Mr. O'Reilly?
No, just, again, a big thanks to the entire staff and welcome to the new members. So,
Mr. Mr. Harrison?
Just echo the thanks to the FBA staff for all the preparatory work and to the rest of the committee for welcoming us in.
Mr. Allen?
Thank you for the products to make well-informed recommendations, and I look forward to working with everybody. And if I have further questions, I'll direct them to you. Thank you.
Awesome. Mr. Wallace?
Yeah, just it was a great session this time. And again, I echo everybody else. I think that the more information that we got was very, very beneficial. And I think we had better answers or better questions for the recipients, the people that were presenting. I appreciate that. Looking forward to seeing you all in March.
And to the FVA staff, wow. Wow, wow, wow. I want to look you all in the eye. Commissioner Barber put on the requirement of doing remote, and I'm sure that was, you know what? You can move mountains, correct? You guys move mountains. Putting together these binders, no small feat at all. And Jim, your first ride in the saddle, good job. Many hours, right? All right, and to our two, Mr. Allen and Mr. Harrison, welcome aboard. We are so glad to have you and all your great feedback. And with that said, if there are no other comments, I'd like to thank you for your hard work, and we'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. It's moved by Mr. Wright. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Wallace. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. And any nays? So the motion passes with 9 yeas and 0 nays. Thank you.
See you in March, y'all.